Everyone, welcome. Oh, we're coming through nice and hot. Oh, yes. Welcome to Stark-berg Part 2. Thanks to those of you in the live chat who were patient for my 10-minute late start. And now let's mute the time loop. No time loop today. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad that we decided to break this up. Let me tell you, because I have beefed this thing up quite a bit. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I have added, this thing is now, the second half of this thing is about twice as long as it was going to be. I had missed some stuff, and I talked to my friend, Maynard James Plum, as you guys know, my YouTube channel manager, spiffing up the things, making the trains run on time around here. Let's give it up for Maynard Plum. Those of you who are enjoying the newly updated podcast feed, that is the work of Maynard James Plum. So give it up for him when he's not doing seven-sided stars and cult rituals. He's making the trains run on time. He's also pretty good for bouncing ideas off of. By the way, Maynard James Plum, I actually had him on a live stream, Conversation with a Deadhead. You can find that stream somewhere deep in my channel if you want to hear the Maynard James Plum perspective, those of you who may be curious. But yeah, no, we put our heads together, and I came up with some new stuff about Hard Home and the Winterfell Crypts and a couple other things. The crypts are, you know, there's not just one theory about the crypts. It's almost as horrible a word to say as isthmus. The isthmus of crypts. It's terrible. There's a few theories about the crypts that are floating around that are worth talking about. I even watched Eldrick Stoneskin's Crypts theory, which some of you guys have been asking me about. Shout out to Eldrick Stoneskin, new YouTube channel. Definitely doing good work, high quality videos, good narrative, doing the symbolism. It's kind of like a different version of Green Zombies theory for the most part. And he gave me a nice shout out in the video. So, you know, props to him on that. And I left a comment. But yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit, as well as some other crypts theories. And I mean, there's just a million things that could go. They're Chekhov's crypts. Something's going to go off down there. It's just a matter of what. So we'll get to that. And yeah, we're going to start off today where we left off last time with White Harbor and the Wolf's Den, because somebody left a great comment and asked me a question. So remember, we talked about John Ice Eyes Stark. He came down on the Wolf's Den after the slavers had taken it. And he came down during this winter, right? It was a hard winter. The White Knife, which is the river right by White Harbor, froze solid, right? And then while the slavers were huddling around their fires, because they're not true Northmen, can't deal with the cold, you understand. Brandon Ice Eyes Stark, him that men called Ice Eyes, as it says, fell upon the slavers and then gave the slavers to the slaves, who did weirwood sacrifices with them, strung their entrails up on the weirwood trees. So I was mostly looking at this as symbolism. And I said, well, the White Knife freezing solid, that's George talking about Dawn being the original ice of House Stark, which is a theory we'll talk about today. So then you've got this, so it almost sounds like Brandon Ice Eyes is like the Night King. He's leading this cold force down in the middle of winter. He has ice eyes and a white knife sword, meaning Dawn, symbolically. But the comment that I got, and I'm sorry I can't remember your name because I'm not working off notes today, just this visual presentation, but it's in there. When I responded to you, so hopefully you feel special. What if this was real though? What if Brandon Ice Eyes froze the White Knife? What if Brandon Ice Eyes was one of those Starks that can wield ice magic? And he froze the White Knife and brought this winter down as cover so that he could attack under the cover of the storm, which worked very effectively, right? We've talked about the Starks using ice magic basically only in the context of Brandon the Builder, who supposedly built the wall. And the wall is made of ice. So it's kind of implying right there that Brandon the Builder can work with ice and magic somehow. And further on, we talked about what I think is a really important principle that Martin is showing us with his magic, which is that magic is wild. And people can form orders and religions around magic, like fire magic, but they don't own it. So the Relorists, they use fire magic, right? Well, So do the Valyrians. But the Valyrians do different things with their fire magic. And the R'hllor don't make steel with fire and blood. They don't make dragon horns. They don't tame dragons. They don't do the dragon bond. But all these things are... Glass candles are fire magic. The R'hllor don't seem to do that either. And then, as I discussed, the R'hllor resurrection does appear to be shadow binding. So, point is, like, the others don't own ice magic necessarily. We shouldn't think that. Anybody can potentially tap into ice magic, and there's plenty of evidence that the Starks have. Not only because they might have the blood of the other in their bloodline, which we'll talk about, but just for the simple fact that just as the R'hllor can stare into the flames, and some people are gifted and can tap into that fire magic, the same is true of ice. If some Starks wander north to the heart of winter, maybe they can tap into ice magic. Maybe it has to be near the wall, which is a hinge of the world, and we'll talk about that as well. But we talked about Night's Queen potentially being someone like that, a sorceress who tapped into ice magic. And from her come the others. Okay? Just as Melisandre burst the black shadows, Night's Queen burst the white shadows. We'll talk about that as well. So, basically this comment is saying, well, let's be a little more flexible about it. Let's think of maybe other Starks are using ice magic. Maybe Brandon Ice Eyes. Like, why was he called Ice Eyes? The Starks have gray eyes. We've seen that Roose and Ramsay Bolton have eyes that are like chips of dirty ice. But the Starks have these gray eyes. So, here's the other thing. Brandon Ice Eyes, the king before him, was Edric Snowbeard, who's his great-grandfather. Edric Snowbeard ruled for almost 100 years. So by the time he died, it was his great-grandson that was up to be king. This is king in the north. So Edric Snowbeard is a really interesting character because Edric Snowbeard, first of all, Edric is an Eldric-based name. And we're going to talk about Eldric Shadowchaser, but Eldric Shadowchaser is a name for Azor Ahai that seems to be tied to the Starks and the Danes because they echo that name in their family tree. Edric, Elric, and this is all from Elric of Melniboné, of course. So Edric Snowbeard, he's interesting because he has potentially an Azor Ahai last hero name. He's called Snowbeard, so he's implied as like an ice-transformed human, and he built the outer wall of Winterfell, that's just Winterfell's wall, but think about the implication of building a wall. So who built the wall of ice? Was it an Edric Snowbeard type, a Stark that's connected to the last hero in Azor Ahai? Probably. This is a big clue that the others didn't build the wall. It was a Stark, an Edric Stark. Maybe his name was Edric, maybe not. But I'm saying if he's Edric, then he's a Stark that's freshly connected to the Great Empire of the Dawn and the last hero in Azor Ahai. So, Edric Snowbeard Stark is good for symbolism, giving us that clue about the wall. But the fact that his name is Snowbeard, and he ruled for so long, and then his great-grandson is Ice Eyes, who may have used a storm to retake the Wolf's Den. Yeah, what a start. Exactly. Hitting you with some new stuff right off the bat. So thanks again to that commenter. I'll pin the comment so everyone can see it. But that's a nice one. And it's like, why do they have names like Ice Eyes and Snowbeard? What is that? And the Starks do act like the others, like I said yesterday at times. You know, the others are like wolves. The Starks come down in the winter and invade from the north, just like the others. So, yeah, cool little theory. But let's get into today's topics. And I'll just show you, if you look at the list on the left, yesterday the entire list fit on screen. But today, we've got all this stuff. So I added like 10 or 12 topics. Yeah. I'll go ahead and keep it down so you can see where we're going. So we're starting with Kings Beyond the Wall. That's where we are. Kings Beyond the Wall. Praise Garth, indeed. It's 4:20 on East Coast. East Coast, praise Garth. That's probably half of you guys in the chat, so bottoms up. Oh man, I took the best stab I've ever taken about half an hour ago. I got the temperature just right. I hit that thing like 10 times. Smooth as silk. Man, I tell you, that's solventless. That is a breakthrough. Okay, moving right along. If you haven't checked out solventless, that's it. That is something else. Okay, so by the way, this White Harbor is Moji33, the artist. And this King Beyond the Wall, this glorious Mance Rayder with his winged helm, is by Diego Gisbert Lorenz, an artist that we'll see a few times today. So Mance Rayder, the winged helm of Hermes. He's got a black cloak with red silk from a shy woven into it. Have I done a Mance character stream? I think I have. I feel like I could do it again. I love Mance Rayder. And he's definitely alive. I don't know if he's in that cage in Winterfell, but he'll escape if he is. And he may not even be in that cage. Mance is a wily dude. He's got to be one of my very favorite, like, extremely tertiary characters. Yeah, Mance is awesome. He's just an incredible creation of the story. And the moment when he's like, nah, I'm coming to the wall because with my tail between my legs, we're running from the others. That was such a mic drop moment. Like, the Night's Watch, Westeros, they're all terrified of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. And he's just trying to get on the other side so they don't die. He's trying to protect his people, actually. So he is a goat. He is goated. Indeed. So, Kings Beyond the Wall, there's been a few. The first one was Joramun. The same Joramun of the Horn. We're going to talk about the horns a bit today. And Joramun, he is the first king beyond the wall. He also supposedly helped throw down the Night King, teaming up with Brandon the Breaker Stark, who in some tales is a brother of the Night King. And they threw down the Night King. So we're going to talk about the timeline in a bit. But of course, you guys probably all know that I think Knights King and Queen didn't live after the Long Night, but during the Long Night. And they are the progenitors of the others. So Brandon the Breaker Stark essentially was either the last hero or the last hero's wingman, right? So who's Joramun? Joramun is another figure that must have had something to do with the last hero's crew, if my timeline heresy is right, which a lot of people, I think, either accept that it's right or very possible. I'll settle for very possible. I mean, I'm not 100% on anything but moon meteors. That's like 110%. They're coming. Joramun timeline heresy. Well, we're going to talk about his horns quite a bit. But who is Joramun? He is some sort of figure that is a tribal leader of the wildlings, we have to think. Okay, so before the wall is raised, not raised as in destroyed, but raised as in raised up. Before the wall is raised, the first men in the north are essentially just primitive first men building ring forts and maybe small castles and towers and things. And they're spread out. We'll talk about the Fist of the First Men. But that seems to be an old First Men settlement, right? So then at some point the Long Night falls and they build the wall. But there were already people north of the wall, almost certainly, before then. So Joramun, presumably, is a tribal leader of some kind, of the tribes to the north, which are not under the influence of the Starks. But they allied with the Starks. Now, here's the thing. Yes, that's a good comment, Cookie. So, could Joramun be a parallel to Tormund, a northern influence on Jon? Yes, because, of course, Tormund has that big horn, which they claim is Joramun's horn. And Tormund is the horn blower. The names are similar. Yes, and Tormund is a right-hand man for Jon. So that makes a lot of sense. Joramun is maybe one of the last hero's 12. Or some sort of ally to the last hero. He's definitely involved. And that parallel to Tormund is yet another clue that my timeline heresy is correct. Because Jormungand can't be a parallel to an Azor Ahai figure unless Brandon the Breaker is the last hero and this is all happening at the Long Night, during the Long Night. So we're like 98% on that Night King timeline heresy. That's about where I'm at. Maybe 95. But Jormungand, so he's the first king beyond the wall. I will just point out that if the wall didn't exist when Jormungand and Brandon the Breaker Stark threw down Night's King, because I don't think the wall existed at this time. Probably. It's a simple case of after the wall is built, the legend forms around it. Once the wall's been around for a few hundred years, when people retell the story, it's just going to have the wall in it. And they're going to assume that the king of the wildlings was a king beyond the wall. But at that time, he might not have been called the king beyond the wall at all. He was just the first king of the wildlings. So, and yes, that's more or less how things evolve in real life. The myths warp around when people travel and they move locations. Now the myth gets transplanted. And so it's not the same sacred mountain or river anymore. It's a different mountain, but we transfer the name over. Stuff like that. All right, so second ones that we hear are King Beyond the Wall, people that invade the South, Gendel and Gorn. And the main thing about the Gendel and Gorn story is that they use caves to get under the wall. And this tells us that there are caves that go under the wall. And of course, Jon and Ygritte go down and they find some caverns. We know the, weirwoods are usually located over hollow hills. The Night Fort has a well and a cave down there. So obviously there are caves beyond under the wall, and potentially this could play into someone like Bran getting back to the land of the living, or maybe, Jon when they go on a secret mission to the north. These caves could definitely come into play. So that's the main thing about the Gendel and Gorn. The legend is fun. One of the brothers was, killed, and the other one led the survivors back north, but they got lost in the caves, and they're down there, Gendel's children and all that stuff. And I'm not sure why the name Gendel is similar to Grendel from Beowulf. If anybody has a clue about that, let me know. Lily Lalos, do you think the Maesters plotted against Warg Kings and Green Seers the way they did dragons and Targs? No, probably not. Probably not. So long ago. Oh, by the way, guys, if you want to support the program, this is definitely a PayPal day. Very much appreciate people using the PayPal link. I'm saving up for lighting and stuff. I've also got sort of a bill crunch going on. The mythicalistronomy.me PayPal.me link goes right to me, and I get to keep 100%. So it's a little bit of a better way to donate. I will just throw that out. And if you attach a question, I can read it. Oh, look, see, I've already got 3. From Jonas. Been tuning in for a year or now. Let's see. And, just got the funds. Okay, just a support note. Thank you. Gabrielle has a question. I've changed my mind since reading the Elias Stone moment in the preview chapters where the clear Lyanna parallel is stated as too young to be kissing a man. Young, but I don't believe Feathers' age is stated. Yeah, Feathers is old. Moral relativism doesn't work for a book written where we are clearly supposed to view Lyanna being too young. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know whether I want to go back into the whole Lyanna conversation either. I feel like I stated my opinion on pretty much everything the way I wanted to in that stream. So, duly noted. I do think that Elia Stone is a Lyanna parallel. But sort of the point is whether or not she's too young, quote unquote. It's like no one's really saying that she isn't. Like, all these people are too young. Like, Rob's too young to be king. He's 15, but he's king anyway. Dany's too young to be sold to Khal. Nobody should be sold to Khal Drogo, but too young to be married off at all. And probably too young to leave a slave revolt and then rule over Slaver's Bay. But she is. And so that's kind of the thing. Like, no one's saying it's not problematic or that it's ideal or that it's fine or anything like that. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be, we're supposed to look at this and be like, man, it's nice that at 15, we don't have to do this shit. You know, our lives are much more protected. So yeah, you're not wrong. Ludmila with a very generous, Ludmila, she heard me say Bill Crunch and she's like, flap, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's solid. So cool. And by the way, all opinions are valid. You know, it's a complex subject, the whole Lyanna thing. I hope that I dealt with it with appropriate tact and all that stuff. But yeah, it's, you know, it's supposed to make us feel things. It's definitely not like George is saying, and this is awesome. And like, if you look at the way that Aegon's prophecy works, it kind of wreaks havoc in everyone's lives, right? I mean, look at Prince Jacaerys, if you know his story. Or Rhaegar. Rhaegar himself was 24 when he died. You look at Mad King Aerys may have gone mad in part because of like visions and dreams he was having. And he has a knowledge, like the delusions of grandeur. A lot of times when people kind of lose it a little bit, like delusions of grandeur can be part of that. Especially for like narcissists and things. But if you have Aegon's prophecy that tells you your family line is responsible for saving the world, it's not a delusion of grandeur. It's like, so yeah, that's another thing George is playing with. He's like, remember, his way of dealing with magic and fantasy is what would people really do? So he's asking the question, if people had visions of the future that involved apocalyptic fires and dragons and things, like how would they handle that? How would they interpret that? If there was a family that knew the fate of the world was on their shoulders, how would they handle that? If you're Rhaegar and you think it's all coming down to you and your kids and you're trying to make the right moves so that the world isn't destroyed. Like, it's a lot of pressure, right? So the prophecy that's why George says that there's that saying from Gorgon of Gifts, right? Prophecy they'll bite your you-know-what off just when you think you're having a great time. So that's it. Like, even when the prophecy comes true and even when people get it right, it's still painful as hell. And Lyanna's story is part of that. It's tragic. She died too soon. She died to have a kid, you know, basically at 15. Like, it's tragic. Yeah. So there you go. My main point is emphasizing her agency was mostly to say that, like, let's not lose the fact that she is making choices and taking her destiny in her own hands. In a story where so many women have very limited choices, Lyanna did kind of timeline jump. She's like, no, I'm not going to marry Robert. I'm going to do this. She decided to believe in prophecy. That was her choice, you know, assuming that's what happened. It seems like that's what happened. So that's all. I just think those things can coexist. All right, so Gendel and Goran, the Horned Lord. Yes, we're going to talk about that, Ollie. Good question. Horned Lord, he is another king beyond the wall. The only thing we know about him is that he's got this quote about magic. He used magic to pass the wall, it is said. And then his quote about sorcery is the one about being a sword without a hilt. There's no safe way to grasp it. And so this quote is thrown in for Jon's story. And he's like, well, a sword without a hilt is better than no sword at all. And that's kind of telling you, like, using magic is dangerous. Jon and Dany and Bran are going to do it, but they're going to get burned if you wield a sword without a hilt. Like, it's going to cut you. If it's a fire sword, it's going to burn you. And that's the heroic thing, is that these people aren't saving the world at no cost to themselves. That's the whole thing. Like, doing the right thing, you pay a price to do it. You don't just get, you did the right thing, so you don't have to pay any consequences. That's not how the world works. Like, doing the right thing is hard because you do take on consequences quite often. And that's George's sort of idea of gritty heroism and self-sacrifice. So the Horned Lord is teaching us a principle about magic. And also showing us that people north of the wall still revere like Garth the Green and the Green Man tradition, which shows you that it was deeply set into the minds of the first men, and that they carried those beliefs all the way up north. And of course, there's also antler men on the frozen shore who wear antlers, antler hats, if you will. And John even meets a wildling that's like, oh yeah, I want to go to the Isle of Faces and meet the Green Men. So the Green Man legend is still alive up there too. All right, so then we've got Bale the Bard. Bale the Bard obviously is a fun story. I'm not going to read it all, but you guys know he's a king beyond the wall and a musician. He wrote lots of songs. He snuck into Winterfell in disguise and played music really well. And the Lord of Winterfell was like, oh, anything you ask. And he's like, the fairest flower. And so he gave him a blue rose from the gardens. And instead, Bale took his daughter, disappeared. And they looked for him for a year. And then it turned out that Bale and the Lord Stark's daughter had been hiding out in the crypts, living for a year. And they came back up, and it was a love child. They were in love. Okay, but then Bale disappears, of course, to avoid the wrath of Lord Stark. And he left, so the blue flower that he was given, he left on the bed of the daughter when they disappeared. So it's creating an equivalency between the blue rose and the daughter of Lord Stark. And obviously, Lyanna's symbol is the blue rose. So we're supposed to see this as parallel. Then later, Bale the Bard, having escaped and left his son, as, here in Winterfell, the Lord of Winterfell didn't have any sons. He only had that daughter. And that daughter's son, Bale's son, became the Lord of Winterfell. Later, Bale led an invasion. Didn't think this through, really. Left his son in Winterfell. Then, a couple decades later, leads an invasion. Bale's son kills his father without knowing that it's his father and brings the head back to Winterfell on a spike. And his mom sees it and commits suicide. Because that was Bale. That was her love. So, another clue that they loved each other. So this story obviously is a Rhaegar and Lyanna parallel. It's very strong. Rhaegar is a bard. He doesn't sneak into Winterfell, but he is thought of as stealing or abducting Lyanna, of course, with the blue rose crown being an important symbol. Why is everyone obsessed with the Winterfell Crypts? Because it's magical and secret and fun. You just wait till I spin some theories up about it. You'll see. So yeah, the chat is frozen. No, it doesn't look frozen to me. It looks good. Yeah. I did miss a couple super chats, though. Favorite king beyond the wall. Definitely Horned Lord for me. Let me see if there's one back here. No, looks like I did get them all. Yep, we're good. Okay. False alarm. So Bale the Bard, and then Rhaegar parallels it later. Not Rhaegar, obviously Mance Rayder takes the name Abel, which is an anagram of Bale, and then sneaks into Winterfell. But the main thing is that the Bale the Bard story gives us a clue that Rhaegar and Lyanna ran off together, and that it wasn't an abduction. Okay? Further parallel, Bale the Bard and his Blue Rose Stark Maiden hid out in the crypts, right? Well, Lyanna is now down in the crypts. Her statue is. And Robert talks about, Rhaegar, and Rhaegar has her, down in hell. And the crypts represent hell. So Lyanna and Rhaegar are symbolically down in the underworld together, just as Bale and his maiden were hiding out in the crypts together. So it's a very strong parallel. And again, a clue that Lyanna chose to run off with Rhaegar and that it was a love story. The other thing it tells us, and we're told this elsewhere, is that the Winterfell Crypts, those caverns, lead out to the forest. There are passages from the caverns that are the crypts outside. Because the only way they could live down there for a year is if Bale is going out into the woods and hunting and then coming back. And there's also a story when Jacaerys came to Winterfell, his dragon may have gotten down into the crypts. And the dragon didn't go down the stairwell. It would have had to go down a cavern entrance in the woods, which is, I think, exactly what happened. I think there are eggs down there. We're going to talk about that. So the Bael the Bard story is pretty interesting. It's got parallels to Mance. It's got implications for Jon, implications for Rhaegar and Lyanna, and implications for Winterfell's topography, which may be important for the end of the story. So that's a good one. Then we've got, it's also a Blood of the Other story. Okay, with Bael the Bard being a Night's King figure who slips his seed into the line of Stark, leaves a baby at Winterfell, just as Jon is the daughter of a Night's Queen figure who is raised as a Stark, just as, Gilly's monster, they talk about raising him at Winterfell. And then, of course, the chat is not frozen. Why do you keep saying that? It's not frozen. You maybe need to refresh your screen. Is it frozen for anybody else? When it's frozen, it'll show up on my screen as frozen right there. And it's not. Please don't do this to me. Gamer pals, when talking about Bolton stealing skins, in George's story, skin trade. A werewolf can be skinned and worn to gain werewolf powers. You're kidding me. Oh, chat, just when you, just when I start to get upset with you. I'm kidding. You totally redeem yourself. That's all I wanted to say. That's awesome. It says flowing as the trident. Thank you, Solid Earl. Yeah, if there's any freezing, just hit refresh. That's on your end. So, nice one, gamer pals. So, skin trade. A werewolf can be skinned and worn to gain werewolf power. So that pretty much proves my theory. Actually, it's me and Maynard Plum's theory. But, yeah. There you go. That's what the Boltons were doing. They were skinning the Starks to steal their skin changer magic, which is an idea George already had before he ever wrote Ice and Fire. Yes. Got it. I told you I nailed that Bolton thing. That's sick. Oh, Cookie Chris says he's a little Garthed out. You're forgiven. All's forgiven. All's forgiven then. In fact. That's dope. That's really good. I love that. So we came up with a theory yesterday, or 2 days ago, and now we've got some more evidence for it. Am I still roommates with Quinn? No, Quinn is married. Quinn got married. That's why we're not roommates anymore. So that's a pretty good reason. He's like half an hour away, though. We're in the same town. So, Bael the Bard. That's the Bael the Bard. A lot of implications there. Raymond Redbeard, a lot less to say about. He just, check out Quinn's social media. He got married a few months back, but he put pictures up there. So, yeah, Raymond Redbeard. This happened like 100 years ago. So this is recent history. He's the one that got all the way down to Long Lake. And it was like Sleepy Jack Musgood was the Lord Commander of the Watch. And he was he's called Sleepy Jack because he was asleep at his post. And the Starks had to come up and put that one down. And I believe the Lord of Winterfell died during that one. Can't remember, but yeah, Raymond Redbeard. That's the most recent king beyond the wall to attack before Mance. So it's about 80 years ago, I believe. I think it was 212. Skin the change you want to see in the world, Mike Boy says. All right. So yeah, that's the Kings Beyond the Wall. Next up, we've got Wildling Oddities. And this is by John Howe. Oh, praise Garth, and let you check out the new artwork. Spicy. GMO cookies. Ah. And Tyler, heard you are saving for lighting. Wanted to help my man. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. It's my mom. Everyone wish my mom well. She fell and broke her wrist. She needs a speedy recovery. So everyone send a speedy recovery thought to my mom. She just sent me some pics of her arm, which I'll look at later. In any case, yeah, it's tough. Tough. I've never broken a bone. Knock on wood. But in any case, I have hit my head pretty good. You guys see I got this scar right here. That was a monkey bar accident when I was in first grade. Blood everywhere. So we've all had our bumps and bruises. Thank you, everyone, though. Appreciate that. So Then is a weird place. I think I might have it on the map. Let's see if the map goes that far north. No, I didn't crop it that far north. So Then is a valley way far north. Oh, cool. We got GMO cookies else in the chat. That's very good. So it's this weird place. You keep everything in the north is cold, cold, cold. The map is solid white, but there's this little valley called Then, and it's green. And the Thens are different from all the other wildlings. They are more like classic first men. They smelt bronze, so they have armor. They follow the Magnar of Then like a godman leader, and Magnar means king in the old tongue. So they treat him like a king, and they behave differently than all the other wildlings, kind of, in that sense. So I think it's one of those things where it seems like there's a deeper mystery here than there really is. It's probably just good world building, in the sense that George is saying, well, if some of these first men tribes got cut off in the north, some of them would go different ways, okay? So the people that found a green valley, they kind of kept the same sort of lifestyle as the original first men had. And they, are probably able to farm a little bit more, so they're a little more advanced. Whereas other people adapted to living in the wilderness like nomads. Other people started getting along with giants and mammoths and lived with them. Other people worshiped the others. Other people were fishing and worshiping crab gods at Storald's Point, which became Hardhome. So I think that's all Then really is just good world building. You just put a little variety in there. I don't think there's a big secret waiting to go off. However, this actually just occurred to me just now. Why would George hide a green valley far in the north? We know that. Well, we don't know, but again, 90% certainty. Jon and Dany are going to have to go to the heart of winter, just like Frodo and Sam going behind enemy lines to Mordor, while everyone else fights a war, somewhere else. Similar things going to happen. People be fighting the others and stuff. At some point, Jon and Dany, guided by Bran, hopping on dragons, they're going to fly north. It's probably after the walls collapsed. Is it their sexy spot? Yes. Yes. Then is where Jon and Dany land the dragons in a nice sunlit meadow and have sexy time. No. My idea was similar, just that this might be a place where they can stop and refuel or stop and feed the dragons, have some sort of part of their journey that needs to not be in the ice. Maybe that's why George put Then in there. Because from the beginning, he's been planning on the heroes going to the heart of winter. So Then is very far north. Maybe it is on the way to the heart of winter. And maybe that's important, that there is an unfrozen place that they can rest, gather strength. Maybe they will find something there. Maybe there are animals there to skin change for Jon. Maybe there are weirwoods there to use that aren't frozen. Something like that. So it's a bit of a Chekhov's gun that George can use if he needs a different topography in the north. Feed the dragons. That's a euphemism. Very nice downtown. Martin Krog, going to figure PayPal out after the stream. You're going to talk about Ogie or Dane. I was looking for you in the comments and I didn't see it. When I get to the crypts, I'll see if I can look it up real quick. But Martin, why don't you drop a little bit of the basic info in the chat for me? Because, yeah, I couldn't remember the name of it. I was going to look it up, but you were supposed to leave a comment. And then I was going to spot that and look it up. And I couldn't remember it because it sounds very interesting. So maybe you can fill me in the chat a little bit. Not too much if you're just getting here. We're just getting rolling here. I mean, you missed some cool shit. So go back for it. I started off with a new theory. But we are just getting started. So that's Then. Oh, the last thing I'll say about Then, the Magnar of Then carries a weirwood spear. And that's a direct, it's in the last comment to the last vid. Okay, sorry, I must have missed it, Martin. My buddy. There's so much stuff. Okay, well, I'll have to look at it then. If there's anything in particular that affects the theories that I spit out when I get to the crypts, then I'll look for your comments. You're a squisher, so you're in green. You're highlighted. Comments are highlighted. Okay, so the last thing, yes, he carries a weirwood spear. This is a call out to Odin. Odin, actually. Odin is usually Odin, but the D is really, I forget the name of it, but it's a different letter that's pronounced with a hard TH. So it's Odin is actually how you say it, not Odin. It's Odin, Odin, like that. So, same with Ulfhednar. Some other words. So, Odin is hung on Yggdrasil, of course. And Yggdrasil is an ash tree. It's called an eth. Yeah, ETH, right. That's it. And so, Odin has a spear, and it's made out of ash as well. And in some legends, it's thought to be a piece of Yggdrasil. That would be the point of it being ash. So the Magnar of Then, he has a weirwood spear, with the weirwoods being the equivalent to Yggdrasil. So it shows you that he's an Odin character, which just means like shaman, tribal leader, potentially a wizard. If the Thens have a green seer tradition and weirwoods, that would make a lot of sense. This is another reason to think there are weirwoods up there in the Valley of Then. And of course, when you say Magnar of Then, you're actually saying O Then. Magnar O Then. Of Then. So if you take the F off, like Magnar O apostrophe Then, you're saying O Then. Odin. So Magnar Odin is who he is with his weirwood spear. So it's cool symbolism. And I talked about that in the Odin Origins series, if you want more. Thanks, Hazy Dave. Didelphi, why is winter so strong now around Winterfell? We'll talk about that. Is the cold seems to emanate from it when Stannis is marching down. What's causing it? Is Winterfell the place where the long night starts? These are all great questions, which I will answer. Don't worry if you're late. We're just getting started here. And I think I did see another PayPal roll in. Sure did, from Dominic. Do you see a Hades and Persephone echo with Rhaegar and Lyanna? Yes. And Azor Ahai and Nissa Nissa are a Hades and Persephone thing. Specifically. And of course, Persephone abducted by Hades. Persephone is the spring goddess. So when she's abducted, the world is cold and empty. And it's not until she comes back does spring return. Well, it's Demeter. It's a two-way spring goddess thing. Demeter is the mother. She is the one that technically refuses to let spring come until her daughter comes back. But it's the same idea. Like the daughter's abducted, and then eventually they work out a thing where Persephone spends, half the time down there and half the time in the regular world. And that's why we have the cycle of the seasons. So it's a seasons myth, just like the Green Man. But it has the abduction. So that is where the Rhaegar and Lyanna abduction element comes from. And you notice, of course, Hades, he takes Persephone to the underworld, right? Well, again, where is Lyanna now? In the underworld with Rhaegar. Where did Bael the Bard and his Stark Maiden hide out? In the crypts. So this is all Hades and Persephone stuff. And then, of course, when you go back to Nissa Nissa, that's where we get the cycle of the seasons. When Nissa Nissa was killed by Azor Ahai, and her spirit was abducted into the Weirwood net, essentially, that's when the long night fell. Wotan clan ain't nothing to fuck with. That's funny. That's good. So thanks, Dominic. And then Catherine. Did Mage Mormont warg into a bear to impregnate herself? Or is that not incesty enough? What? That'd be kind of sick, actually. Canon, let's call it. It's canon. I like it, Catherine. It's kind of messed up. Wow, you just blew my mind with that. All right. Yeah, Persephone, yeah. So that's the whole thing. Night's Queen is also Persephone-like. So that's another clue that Nissa Nissa and Night's Queen, either the same person or like part of a duality, sisters, the same type of elf woman, some very strong connection. No, the Thousand Worlds are not in the same universe as A Song of Ice and Fire. There are a lot of similarities because George was workshopping all of his ideas in those stories. He started fresh with A Song of Ice and Fire, though. He said that very clearly. So, definitely don't think he's lying. So the Frostfangs, probably less to say about them. They are very tall and cold mountains. We had the whole thing there with John and Corn, Half Hand, and Stone Snake and all that. The main thing is that the Frostfangs are where the Horn of Jormungand supposedly was found. There are giants' graves up there. So. Oh, there was music too. Music involved with the Persephone story. That's right. So that's maybe where the Rhaegar harping comes from. Where is Night's Queen mentioned in the books? I think that is in Storm of Swords when Bran is at the Night Fort. That would be where. And then again in the World of Ice and Fire. So the Frostfangs, they're notable. Not a lot to say, like I said, but except for that that's where the horn came from. The Frozen Shore is notable because people worship cold gods of snow and ice on the Frozen Shore, which probably means the others, which probably means they're doing Craster stuff. And there's also the Antler Men and the Walrus Men that come from the Frozen Shore, and they don't like each other. And there's this running rivalry between Squishers and Green Men that Crowfoot's daughter picked up on. And this is another version of it. And this could go back all the way to the times of the Squishers, like farming the first men who were Green Men, descendant and adjacent. But yeah. The Antler Hat people and the Walrus people, they hate the shit out of each other for whatever reason. And of course, there are giants in the north. There's actually a bunch of them. And they ride mammoths, and we get to see them. They're fairly primitive. They do have a language. They can talk to people. But they are not building any castles. So when Bran says the giants in Old Nan's story always lived in castles and stuff, those aren't the same kind of giants. Those might be first men that were crossed with giants, or green men, or something more like that. But yes, wildling oddities, there you go. All right, Craster's Keep. This is Aronsta Sesteo. Messed up place. Good artwork. Messed up place. So, first thing, Craster's wives / daughters, they tell Sam that the others are both Craster's sons and the boy's brothers, meaning monster. So that pretty much spells out Craster's sons that he leaves in the woods, they become others somehow. Or they fuel the other's existence. I've got theories about it, but somehow, at the very least, we can say that Craster's wives believe that that's what's happening. Okay? And the show showed us a version of it, but of course that's not canon for the books. But in some way, these babies are being given to the others. They are sustaining the others or making new others. Something like that. Now, Craster is basically running a protection racket. He talks about getting right with the gods And Lord Commander Mormont says, oh, well, the children are his sacrifices. And then Craster emphasizes, well, the whites won't trouble you here. I'm a godly man. And indeed, they don't. We can see that because the wildlings have abandoned all of their towns and flocked together in one single mass to try to protect themselves from the others. They have abandoned their towns. White Tree and other places. However, Craster's keep, it's not. And think about this. If it were just Mance trying to gather everyone, some people wouldn't go. Wildlings are like that. Some of them would stay. Just like in a hurricane. Some, I've been here all my life. I'm not moving. But all the villages are abandoned down to a man. And that's because the others are killing people in the north. Okay? Except for Craster's keep. Craster is right. The others don't mess with him because he gives them children. So, this is classic dark fairy folklore. It's protection racket. You sacrifice to the gods protect you or don't kill you. And it's the same with the Squishers. When the Squishers farm people, like at the Thousand Islands or on the Ancient Iron Islands or on the Toad Isle, they take women and children, and in return, they don't kill the people, or they only kill all of them. You know, they give them certain gifts that allow their civilization to exist. So it's a worship of a dark god that you're afraid of. So it's very similar with the way that Craster worships the others. Now, yes, Craster's blood. He is doing an incest thing, and we have been shown in this book that incest is done to preserve magical bloodlines. So does Craster have a magical bloodline? Like, why does he have one wife and then the rest of his wives are his daughters? He's like trying to preserve not only his bloodline, but that of his original wife and keep that all the same. Now, plot-wise, I do think George is running a commentary on incest and egomania and narcissism and things like that. However, in a magical sense, it's implied that this is important, right? So who's Craster's daddy? And who is Craster's first wife? These are important questions. So Craster's father was a crow of the Night's Watch. And the theory here is that it was Maester Aemon. Because, for a couple reasons. One, Craster is an inbreeding shepherd who sacrifices children to create monsters. And the Valyrians were inbreeding shepherds who probably sacrificed people to create the dragon bond and certainly to make Valyrian steel. I think Craster's original wife was his own mother. You're banned. No, I'm kidding. Could be. No, that would be even more messed up, but that could make sense. Craster's wife is a woman from White Tree Village. Or his mother, mother was from White Tree Village. Let's go back to the father. I'm skipping ahead, sorry. The reason why I think it was Maester Aemon is because the original others are fathered by Night's King, who is Azor Ahai, a dragon lord. And everybody with Night's King symbolism has Azor Ahai dragon symbolism as well. So Jon has it. Stannis has it. He's wielding Lightbringer, trying to wake dragons and living on Dragonstone. And he's a Night's King figure. Euron is a Night's King figure. He's got dragon armor, and he's sailing from Ashai, just like the original Azor Ahai did. Jon has both. He's a Targaryen with Night's King symbolism. Rhaegar, a Targaryen with Night's King symbolism. It's very important because the others are like frozen dragons. The fiery blood of the dragon was frozen and transformed in the womb of Night's Queen, and that is where the others come from. Their physical bodies, anyway. They're also part Green Man. You guys know that. We'll talk about that. But all the Night's King figures are dragon figures. So Craster, if he wasn't, he'd be the only one. And maybe it's just the fact that he's an inbreeding shepherd that implies him as a symbolic Valyrian. But it would really make more sense if there's an answer to like, well, what Night's Watchman was it? And then Maester Aemon talks about the pain of leaving his life behind to be on the watch. One of the things he says to Jon, holding a child in your arms. So it's like Maester Aemon's not recorded as having any children, but it sounds like a personal memory he's talking about. So what child would that be? Well, it'd be the child that he had with a wildling woman that he couldn't bring back to the wall and had to leave with her. We think of Maester Aemon as a kindly old man now, but maybe he was, maybe he did something that was less than honorable and feels bad for it, and that's shaped his character. He certainly sounds like he carries guilt for not being able to come to his family's aid at all these different times. So the other possibility would be Bloodraven. I just think that line from Aemon about holding a child makes it more interesting that it's him. But it could also be Bloodraven too. I just don't see necessarily the clues as much there. He fits the symbolism too, though. So, it could be either Bloodraven or Aemon. If anybody's got particular reasons why it would be Bloodraven, it's mainly that quote. Aemon mentions the touch of a woman and or a child in your arms, right? That really suggests it. But and so the other thing about Craster is like he's sort of one of those characters that's recreating the old ways, right? Both with his worship of the others and his raw, like Valyrian inbreeding shepherd style, if you will. So he's a horrible person. Is Craster old enough for it to be Bloodraven? I think so. I think it's more of a stretch. I think Aemon's timing works better. But yeah, I'll change the art. It is heartbreaking. Let's not gloss over the human aspect of the story. We can at least say that Craster is dead, and those women now have a chance to self-determine. Don't know what happened to them. Hopefully we'll get the end of that story. So White Tree. Craster's mother comes from White Tree. White Tree is not a random village, and this is Richard Hescox here. White Tree is a village that the Night's Watch stops at, and the weirwood there is very unique. It's huge, first of all. Yeah, Aemon and Bloodraven went up at the same time, but Aemon was younger. Right? Aemon is Egg's age. So yeah, Aemon would be younger. Bloodraven would be very old, is kind of the problem. So, White Tree, Mormont and Jon and the rest of the Watch, they find bones in the weirwood mouth. It's the only place we've ever seen this. Some of the bones are the bones of a child. And the bones are burnt, and the maw of the weirwood is burnt. So this mouth is like an oven now, and there are kids in there. So this shades of what's that horrible Philistine god that they made an idol of and put people inside and burned them and stuff. Horrible freaking practice. Of course, we don't know how true that stuff is. No, I don't think it was Baal. I think it was it's something with a D. Moloch. Thank you. It's Moloch. Yeah. So shades of Moloch here. Which is that connected to the Baal legend? Yeah, one could also think of the Wicker Man. Very true, Daniel. The Wicker Man, again, we don't know if it's true or not, but according to Caesar, the Druids would put people inside their Wicker Mans and burn them. More likely they were just effigies that were burned, but who knows? The druids were kind of brutal sometimes, so hard to say. There's just not very much evidence for it. So historians now put that in the very likely to be hearsay category. However, George is definitely playing on a lot of that burning wicker man symbolism, as we've talked about, with the King of Winter being literally a green man made of grasses and shoots and stuff that is burned in the spring, ritually. Okay? So here inside this weirwood at White Tree, and we got 400 people watching. Thank you, guys. 416. We just need 4 more to get to 420. Everybody click like. This is telling us that there are some different weirwood traditions. Like, we're aware that human sacrifice is made to weirwoods. Bran sees somebody get their throat cut, and the blood spills into the pond. Bran can taste the blood. We know that the first men string the entrails of sacrifices up in the weirwoods sometimes. So then we've got now burned bodies, a child, inside the mouth of the weirwood tree. So we're going to get down to this question near the end of what is actually being accomplished when things are being sacrificed to weirwood trees, humans. There must be a purpose. Blood magic always does have a purpose. But for now, it's enough to say that at least in White Tree, there are traditions of giving children to the weirwood. Now, Craster gives his babies to the wood. That's the euphemism that is used for Craster giving his babies to the others. So he's giving his sons to the wood. So you picture maybe he leaves the baby just on the ground. Maybe Craster leaves it in front of a weirwood. Maybe there's a specific weirwood that he goes that has a carved mouth, and he goes and sets his baby in there. And then the others come and take it. And so maybe the idea of burning a child in a weirwood mouth is just like a corrupted version of whatever Craster's doing. But it's bound to be a similar tradition. We're sacrificing children and people to the weirwoods. There might be a difference with the fire sacrifice versus to the others or something like that. But yeah, White Tree, it's an important piece of information that they are doing human sacrifice. And it's probably no accident that Craster's mom comes from there. So it just tells you, like, these traditions are old. Sacrificing children to the weirwoods and the others. It's probably been going on at White Tree for centuries. Now, the last thing about White Tree, you see the bottom white, W-I-G-H-T tree. The whites are tied to the weirwoods because the others are transformed greenseer spirits. Azor Ahai is a dragon lord. His fiery seed goes into the creation of the others, but their spirits are being ripped out of the weirwood net or out of sacrificed green men. It's a little difference. So, the others being a kind of frozen greenseers, weirwalkers, as I like to say, they are using modified weirwood magic. So we know that greenseers can control animals, right? Well, the others can control the dead. They can puppet the whites. It seems similar thing, but the skill has been transformed from the language of life to the language of death. And that's something that people have been noticing for a long time, that the others might be frozen greenseers and that the whiting stuff is just kind of a death version of skin changer magic. I do think that's true. Now, the final thing is that Sam has that scene where he's attacked by a White Walker. And he kills a White Walker, but then he goes outside, and Gilly is surrounded by whites. And she backs up to the weirwood tree with her baby. And she's surrounded by whites, and that's when Cold Hands comes in. Brother! And rides in with the elk. And the ravens descend from the trees. Oh, such a freaking badass scene. Anyway, Sam, when he gets to that village, thinks it's White Tree. And then he questions himself. And then later remembers it as having been White Tree. So whether or not it really was White Tree, I think that scene is really important for symbolism. Gilly with her baby, backed up to the weirwood tree, and surrounded by whites, with cold hands riding in to save the day. It's you can see it's almost like the whites are being puppeted alive by the tree. They are tied to the tree. They're coming here for the sacrifice. Gilly has her baby. Like, if she were on the Craster program, the whites would be coming for her baby and she would just give it to them. Or she would leave it in the weirwood mouth, like the people did at White Tree Village. And then they would take the baby. But instead, she doesn't give the baby to them. And so it takes a Night's Watch Ranger to intercede and bust up the party. But you could see it was like part of the regular ritual where a woman gives her child to the others who send the whites to come take the baby. And she says, oh, they've come for the child. And there was a White Walker there too. So yeah, they want those children. They feel like they belong to them. And it could be that the weirwoods serve as a way of giving the children. And in fact, I'll just give you a sneak preview of my Ironborn video, which will be out next month. Moat Kaelin's coming later this week, I promise. Ironborn will be early next month. And I'm going to propose that the Seastone chair, original purpose, remember it was found on the shore? The original purpose of the Seastone chair, that's where they left the sacrifices for the squishers to come and collect. So that throne, that is a baby sacrifice altar that the Ironborn kings are now sitting their asses on like morons, just announcing the fact that the squishers own them. That's what's happening with that. I'll explain that in the Ironborn video. But sticking with the North. Ooh, yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? You're wondering why the Seastone chair is a throne and they found it on the shore. That's why. The shore is where it belongs. That's where you leave the children for the Merlings to come take them. Yeah, that's right. Some good cargo cult shit. So, yeah, the branded snow stuff is good. It really makes the Aegon's prophecy thing click. We'll go over that again today, even though we did it yesterday. And thanks again for that very generous super chat, which provoked that. So, yeah, the weirwoods, they're called, the town is White Tree, but they are tied to the whites, so it's kind of a joke. Also, the weirwoods themselves are like zombie trees. They are like whited trees. They look like corpses. They're blood and bone. They're bleeding out the face. And their brains have been scooped out. This is what I've been saying about the weirwood net. The others, the hive mind that is the others, is the original weirwood net hive mind that was kicked out of the weirwoods or exiled to one half of the weirwood net, if you want to speak magically. And so these trees are zombified, and there's humans now living inside their brains and controlling them. So the weirwoods are zombie trees. They are whited trees. And part of the solution, of course, as I talked about, the chat is frozen now. Yes, now it is. Boom. And now it's not. Thank you. So now we've got, like I said, part of the solution to this whole problem with the weirwoods and the others is that we've got to get the human hive mind out of the weirwood net so the original other hive mind can go back home into the trees. And that's going to make everything all better. And that's the answer that is more complicated than just we've got to slay the others with swords, which we all know there's something more to it than that. That's why King Bran makes sense. He's going to download all the weirwood net knowledge. So he's going to be a great king because he's got the real history of Westeros, to use a phrase, in his head. The historical record of Westeros in Bran's head. So be a good king. It can write everything down. Usher Westeros into the modern era, etc. I've talked about all this. So I believe that Bran's role is the download part. So someone's got to force or lead the others back into the weirwood net. I'll just put a pin in that idea because we're going to come back to that one. Dano Danochirus. When would the next Q&A stream? Oh, I've got a hot D theory that I don't think anyone is covering. We're due for a Q&A soon, and we're definitely pivoting back towards House of the Dragon pretty soon as well. Oh, it is 420. Thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, someone's got to lead that other's hive mind back into the trees, and I can tell you who that's going to be. It is a Stark. I was still coming up with more ideas for slides as I was going live, like, oh, I should have done the slide for that. But it's okay, I can still talk about stuff. So next slide is Hardhome, and this art is by Juan Carlos Barquet. I just found it last night. I didn't know it existed. I was like, oh man, there's no Hardhome art, and I looked, and sure enough, there was. So this, you can see the fires in the caves there on the cliff face. So this is book accurate Hardhome. Of course, I always praise the Hardhome TV episode, one of the best episodes of the show. And even though it was different than book canon, I felt like it accurately depicted the horror of a white attack. What the Night's Watch must have felt on the Fist of the First Men. Because remember, we only see the fist from Sam's memories, which are all scrambled. And he refuses to think about the others and the worst parts of it. So Hardhome, the TV show, gave us a good window into the terror of what that's like. The mists, the others watching from the cliff. It was awesome. I loved that episode. So just shout out to that. Google Ogier Day now, please. Well, it's not fun to watch me Google. I really need you guys to feed me the information. Oh, you're saying to pull up a picture. Okay, hang on. What I'm asking you is, what is the point? I'm already believing you that, like, yeah, this is part of George's influence for creating what he did. But the question is, what does it mean? So let's just fucking read it. Ogier the Dane, who appears in many old French stories. In particular, he features as the protagonist in Le Chevalerie Ogier. Blah, 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 blah. A duel, obtains a sword, turns into a rebel with cause. What's the point, guys? I need you to, don't just say look up something. I don't know. You got to tell me what the point is. I have no idea. He's a guy sitting on a throne with a sword. That's what I can see. Sorry to be short, but I've got a whole live stream to do. So if you could tell me what the point is, I will include it. It's a statue that looks like the Starks. Yes, we could see that. No, no, Martin, I'm just begging you to tell me what the point is. What does it tell us about the Starks? What does it tell us? When George does a reference, there is a point, I promise you. Don't feel bad. There's a point. What is it, though? You know the story, so think about the story. Is it just the fact that the word Dane is in there? I mean, I noticed that. So, obviously, the last hero is a Dane Stark, right? He's somehow tied to the Danes and the Starks. So that part is interesting, and maybe that's the point. But something about this dude's story, I'm promising you, will be incorporated into what George is doing with the Kings of Winter. That's how he does this stuff. When he shouts out Lovecraft and the King in Yellow, it's not just because he likes the King in Yellow. He's using the King in Yellow ideas for Euron. So he wants us to think about it. He uses Ibn Sarnath because he's using the actual stories Ibn Sarnath. So the question is, what is it about the Ogier Dane dude? What does it tell us about the Kings of Winter? I will just kick that to you and wait for your response, or anybody else that knows what's up with this. This is a call to action. Yeah, well, there's something here. I'm just saying, that's how we find it. You got to look at the story, think about the Kings of Winter. What is George using from the original story that informs us about the Kings of Winter? So, Storald's Point is where Hardhome is built. Storald's Point, they are said to worship crab gods here. So there might be squishers, place like this. And of course, we hear later that there are dead things in the water. Cotter Pike's letter speaks of dead things in the water. Right? So those are probably just squishers. They might not even be whited squishers. They might just be squishers. Squishers look dead. They have dead white flesh. But they could be those weird mermaids that sound like whited mermaids also. We don't know. There's something bad in the water at Hardhome. And it's interesting, they used to worship crab gods here. Now, Hardhome is probably a geothermic location. Almost certainly. Yeah, mermaid whites. So it's said that the mermaids of the Shivering Sea have black scaled tails, which kind of sounds like the black hands of whites. So maybe they're just different mermaids. But yeah, maybe the whitification that happens in the north is a natural phenomenon that extends under the water. I don't think so. I don't think there should be whited fish and stuff. It doesn't make sense. The others are resurrecting the dead animals to use. Like, there's not just dead whited snow bears wandering around. In the TV show there was. That was dumb. In the books, we only see whited animals specifically serving the others and attacking with the whites. So I don't think that, like, every animal that dies in the north just resurrects as a white. And that's what it would take to have whited fish. Either that or the others walking out to the sea and being like... So I tend to think that the dead things in the water are just squishers. Maybe we'll see some. Who knows? Or maybe there's zombies that are just walking in the water. They've walked into the water and they're just walking around in there. I don't know. We'll find out. It's definitely a creepy line. So that Storald's Point, it's the main feature of Hardhome is that it has the Screaming Caves. Storald's Point, Hardhome is built in the shelter of a cliff face. And the location also, there's a deep water harbor here. So that opens a place up to trade. So we should think about Hardhome as a place that potentially has contact with the outside world, even if it hasn't been recorded. Because people in Westeros don't know everything that goes on north of the wall, okay? But these caves are probably geothermic activity going on. They're called the Screaming Caves because after the Hardhome disaster, there is a screaming sound that comes from the caves. The Night's Watch and the traders that come there both hear the sound. So what was the disaster? It sounds like a volcanic explosion, kind of. The men on the wall saw a glow in the north that made it look like the sun was rising in the north, and it rained down ash on the haunted forest for half a year. That's what we know. And then they show up and everyone's dead, burnt trees, corpses, and the Screaming Caves. Now, the only time that there's actually fire in the caves is in Melisandre's vision. She sees a vision of Hardhome. She sees dead men shuffling outside a wooden wall, fire arrows, and then she sees a bunch of caves with fires and skulls. And then the fires go out, and only the skulls remain. Okay? So that's Mel's vision of Hardhome. So the mystery is what happened here. The other piece of the puzzle is there's a maester who went to Hardhome and lived there for 3 years. Yeah, you're onto it, chat. You're smart. The maester went to Hardhome for 3 years, lived there, then the politics shifted and he had to leave in a hurry. He went back to the Citadel, spent a couple years writing a book. Then he was last seen taking a ship for Eastwatch, meaning he was headed back to Hardhome. So if you want the conspiracy angle, you can say that the Maesters, who some people think were involved with the Doom, were doing a practice run for the Doom. Hardhome is like, it's kind of like, think of it as a nuclear testing site. It's a place the Maesters don't care about. It's kind of brutal because it's a wildling village, mind you. But you don't want to test out the Doom weapon technology in Old Town. So maybe that's what they did at Hardhome. And part of that would be dragon bomb theory, the idea that dragons' eggs are explosive. That idea comes from Summerhall mostly. Summerhall seems like it exploded too much. The wildfire got way out of control, and the thing just really was just an unbelievable conflagration. So it seems like maybe the dragon eggs, if they don't hatch in the fire, they sometimes explode in the fire. This would also explain maybe why the Doom was so gnarly. The chain reaction involved these exploding dragon bomb eggs. So maybe that's what happened at Hardhome. Maybe the Maesters brought an egg there and blew it up. Or maybe there's even eggs up there. And I'll tell you why I say that. So, Kirsty, I will say again that I cannot broach this theory that you keep messaging me about because it involves the Nazis. And if we're going to talk about Nazis, and I'm not saying that George isn't, he's giving us commentary on Nazis with the Valerians. I do think that is true. But what you're telling me with the Starks, I have not wrapped my brain around it yet. So there's no way I can sort of try to paraphrase a theory about this until I really understand what it is you're talking about. So I would just ask you to bring this up with me on either the Discord or Twitter or Instagram or somewhere where we can talk this whole thing through. I can see that there is something here, but I do not, it's just too big of a theory for you to be able to explain to me in one little comment. So I'm reading your notes here and I sort of see what you're talking about, but I don't understand it well enough to try to comment on it here. And of course, when we're talking about subjects like that, like, you got to be real careful. So thank you for the PayPal, and please bring this up to me on social media somewhere so we could talk this through and I can see what you're talking about. Because you've messaged me a few times about this, but only in comments here in the chat, and I just can't. It's too much to explain with the whole theory in the chat. It involves Craster as well as the Starks, and some German etymology and stuff like that. So it seems like there's definitely something there. But getting back to Hardhome, Dragon Bomb theory is interesting. I do think the eggs are explosive. I do think that's what happened at Summerhall. I'm not sure that's what happened at Hardhome, though. So another theory relating to the Maester being there is that maybe there was mining going on in these caves. The Maester, of course, has advanced knowledge and learning, okay? So mining is not something that it takes a scientist to think of. However, the Maester might have been able to go to Hardhome and identify potentially valuable minerals that are in the mountain there and suggest techniques for how to get them out. So maybe this explosion, obviously you guys in the chat have been mentioning it, probably we're talking about vents and gas here that exploded. Because of course we know, like, for example, we're told the Valerians, when they were mining, forcing their slaves to mine into the volcanoes, sometimes they would break through a wall and get burned by these hot gases that would jet out. Okay, and part of the volcanic explosion is the buildup of those gases. So, sounds like a volcano, but there's not really like a volcano here or like a crater. Maybe it's underwater or something, but like it doesn't seem to be that. So perhaps what happened is they were mining in these caves and they struck a giant gas vein that ignited and blasted fire out of all the cave mouths and essentially burnt the whole town. Started a giant forest fire. And that's where you get the glow. Or literally the gas could just be venting out the Hardhome caves and burning for like a day. Just like a torch lighter. Just like that. So the screaming sound is the biggest clue. The screaming sound is probably the continued venting of hot gases coming from somewhere inside the mountains. So Kirsty is saying wildfire. Wildfire seems to be pretty old. The alchemists have existed for a long time. It's hard to say, but it could be. I thought about that. I just don't see any clues about wildfire being there. And also the maesters aren't known to use wildfire. They might. That certainly wouldn't be beyond them, but we've never heard of that. So I think the gas explanation makes the most sense. Now, see, I don't think a geyser would work. I think it would have to be gas that gets set afire. So I think we're looking at something more like a volcanic area. Because the thing is, they have a source for obsidian in the north. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a geologist or whatever, but obsidian is a volcanic rock. Obsidian is only created by lava flows. So, do I think the Starks are Andals? No, of course not. I hate the Andals. They're stupid. Seriously, I do. I do hate the Andals. I hate all the Andal theories. I hate the Andals. Just not into them. They're only there to be like militant Catholics, and that's how I see them. So yeah, we've got the gas explosion thing. Is there a magical element here? This is a fantasy stop the Andal hate. That's fair. That's fair. You can try to stop it, and I'll try to fan the flames of Andal discontent. Shout out to Refused. Their only function is to suck. That's right, Nicola. So yeah, they dug too deep and too greedily. It's a Mines of Moria story. It could very well be. Very well be a Mines of Moria story. Now, here's where we get to some magic. I got a new theory for you. So here it is. Next slide. Jormun's Horn. The question is, are there dragons in the north? Or were there dragons in the north in ancient day? Perhaps wild dragons, ones that escaped from Valyria. There's a lot of evidence that there were wild dragons in the north. Okay? One of them is the fact that there are these caves. This is an environment where dragons would like to live. Another one is that the last hero had dragon steel. Now, I think that's a Great Empire of the Dawn thing. But it's interesting that it's called dragon steel. And really, this horn is where it gets to. Okay, so Doppelbinder. Most people have noticed. So we've got 3 horns in the story. There's the little dumb horn that Sam found on the Fist of the First Men. I hate that thing even more than the Andals. Hate it. It feels like an Indiana Jones Last Temple of the Holy Grail thing, right? Where there's the Grail Chamber and there's all the cups. And they're mostly very fancy, but Indiana Jones is like, oh, I'm smart. Jesus was a carpenter. The cup would be simple. And he chooses a little wooden chalice. He's like, you chose wisely. And the dead guy over there's got his skeletal hand on the nice one. He chose poorly, right? I want to think that George is doing an inverse of that. And he's giving us all horns matter. John Haymaker, appreciate the love. Stupid little horn. I think, I want to believe that Sam's horn is a red herring and that it's not shit. But that doesn't really make sense because the dragon glass bundle that the horn was left with was almost certainly left for John intentionally by Cold Hands or Benjen. It was buried recently, and it was Ghost who found it. That's right. Of course, Ghost could just find it by smelling human scent, But maybe it was more magical. Who knows? Point is, the horn and the dragon glass was left there for Jon to find. So that implies the horn is important. Is that the real Horn of Winter? Maybe. The weird thing about it is that it's now in Old Town. So if it's supposed to bring down the wall, okay, Colin, you're gone for multiple reasons. We don't tolerate that. And we don't support people trying to write Ice and Fire other than George. Sorry. No, that's a non-starter. That's a non-starter. We're not playing that. Bye-bye. So, yeah, all we do here is respect and appreciate George Martin. So if you're sick and tired of something, you can do that somewhere else. Or you know what? Write your own damn story with your own characters. How about that? There's that option available to you also. Anyway. Yeah, sing the song. I'm in a mood today. Sorry. I'll calm down. Let me, I'll tell you what. I'll praise Garth. We'll listen to some music and I'll come back and we'll be ready to talk about horns. Somebody say horny. And I'm sorry I promised new music, new funky jams. I've been making videos instead. What can I say? For a writer, his grammar and spelling were horrendous. Thank you, Downtown Clanny Brown. Yeah, that's right. Go back to school, son. So, all right. I'm making jokes. I'm in the mood. All right, Jormungand's horn. So we talked about the stupid little horn. Let's set that aside for a second. It might be important simply because it's in Old Town. That's far away from the wall, yes, but it is also where Euron is. And Euron is a horny guy. He's tied to horns. He had Dragonbinder and sent it to the east, and now the stupid little horn has found its way to Old Town. So, don't know if it's going to do anything or not, but if it is, it'll probably involve Euron, since it's there. That would be the whole reason of bringing it there, is so Euron can use it. Now, the way that a Horn of Winter can break the wall and not be anywhere near the wall is with the comet binding idea. So Dragonbinder horn sounds like Nissa Nissa's scream that broke the moon, and it's symbolized as a sword thrust that splits the air, which sounds like a comet splitting the air to break the moon. So there's multiple reasons why Dragonbinder is implied as a thing that can call a comet to break the moon. And it's a Dragonbinder in that sense because it calls the dragon meteors down to Earth. So just as it's supposed to call dragons, maybe it calls meteor dragons and comet dragons. So Dragonbinder is Comet Binder. I actually do, the more I think about that theory, the more I think it's true. Something has to call the comet. The only possibilities suggested by the symbolism are the weirwoods reaching into the stars somehow. We see that a lot. So maybe Bran messing around with the weirwood net, or even Euron breaking into the weirwood net. But the horn is number one. Number one possibility. Euron might blow it, or he might get Dany to blow it, and one of these things might call the comet back to break the moon and cause a new long night. So that is how a horn can be a Horn of Winter that breaks the wall and causes the long night. Without actually, originally you think the Horn of Jormungand, it's like Jericho. You blow it next to the wall and there's a sound magic and the wall vibrates and falls down. Earthquake horn. But it could be comet meteor horn. Thing is, the thing that should call the comet, I would think, would be Dragonbinder, the Valyrian horn, not Sam's stupid little horn. But maybe you got to blow them together. It's a song of ice and fire. That's getting a little cheesy for me, but who knows? It's confusing. There are 3 horns. But the thing I want to talk about is dragons in the north right now. So let's talk about the big horn that Mance Rayder dug up from a giant's grave in the Frostfangs, and which Tormund carries around in this artwork by R. Valley and David Lightbringer. That's right. I photoshopped this horn into the picture, meticulously getting Tormund's fingers around the horn with careful cut and paste select activity. Oh yes, I'm very accurate with the mouse cursor. So they show up at the wall, the wildlings do, with this big black horn. Jon sees it in Mance's tent, and it takes his breath away. He stops mid-sentence. He's like, holy shitballs, what is that? It's huge. It's 8 feet long. It's twisted in black. And Jon thinks if that horn belonged to an aurochs, it was bigger than any aurochs he's ever seen. Because let me tell you, an aurochs is big, but they don't have 8-foot horns on either side of their head. They do not. An aurochs isn't really even as big as an Irish elk. And those horns, which you guys have seen, they're like wings. Those are about 5 feet on either side. And those are more like weird antlers than horns, but you get the idea. 8-foot horns. Those are huge. And here's the thing. This horn of Jormungand, the big one, we'll call it, basically is identical to Dragonbinder. Dragonbinder is the height of a man. So that sounds like 6.5 feet, Ironborn or tall. But we're in the same region. It could be the same. 6.5, 8 feet, approximately the same size. Both black and twisted, both banded with metal that are incised with glyphs. But there are these subtle differences. Dragonbinder on the right, and that's by Rafael Lima, Dragonbinder art. It has bands of Valyrian steel and gold, and the rifts are Valyrian runes. The other horn, the one that Mance and Tormund are carrying around, the bands are old gold. So it's more of a reddish gold, yellowish red. And the runes are the runes of the first men. So we got these horns that look like the same. They could even be from the same animal, which would be a dragon, obviously, because that's the only thing that could have horns this big. It's just that the binding is slightly different. Same idea. We're using metal and glyphs to create a magical instrument out of a horn that was taken from an animal. But the Valyrians are using their glyphs and their metal. And this other one, presumably, has been created by first men using first men runes and the kind of metal that they held sacred, which would have been very small amounts of gold that they found and smelted with primitive smelting abilities, okay? Maybe the Thens did it. So, what's going on here? Could be from a mammoth. No, mammoths have tusks. This is twisted and black. So I don't think it could be from a mammoth. It's got to be from a dragon. Giant Watsui cattle horns. No, they said aurochs. No, Jon says it's too big to be an aurochs horn. So maybe the aurochs used to be bigger in days of yore, okay? But the point is, Jon thinks it's too big to be an aurochs horn. And it matches Dragonbinder. So we're being invited to think that it's a dragon horn. Separately, the Maesters also tell us that dragon skeletons are found all throughout the world. So that they know that dragons were wild at one point. Now, these could be wyvern skeletons, because the only difference between dragons and wyverns is the fire breathing, and the dragons get a little bigger. So, depending on the size of the skeleton, these could be wyverns, whatever. Whatever verns. But it is suggested that dragons, not just in Valyria and Ashai, some of them maybe escaped while they were breeding on the mountains there, and started a new colony somewhere else. If a dragon flies off and finds a new hot vent, then its preggers, they can sit down and lay some eggs maybe. Maybe two dragons fly off. But yeah, exactly. Magic is wild. That's exactly right. So this dragon, if this is a dragon horn that Tormund and Mance have, then it is either from a wild dragon that lived in the north in ancient day, and the first men, perhaps they separately discovered this magic. So what this is a certain kind of magic where you take a horn from an animal, turn it into a sound horn, and use magical runes to enhance it, to bind the horn. So it's a type of magical technology. So it's either a separate invention where the Valyrians discovered this technology and the first men in the north also discovered it separately. Or maybe the great empire of the Dawn, who came to Westeros, passed on some of their magical knowledge to the first men. Or maybe they made a horn. This is all before Valyria. Maybe the ancient great empire of the Dawn made this horn, but in conjunction with first men. Because the whole Azor Ahai story is basically people from the east, from the great empire of the Dawn, like the Danes and Hightowers, coming to Westeros and interacting with the Children of the Forest, the Weirwoods, the Starks, the others. So there's this mix of great empire of the Dawn stuff from the east and first man culture. And that's why we said Bran the Builder, maybe all his advanced building stuff has a connection to the great empire. Maybe he learned those techniques from the great empire, right? So this would be more of the same. This horn would be made during a similar time when there's a great empire of the Dawn presence in Westeros, giving them knowledge about dragons. Maybe that's even how the dragon got here. But they made this horn. The runes are first man runes. Maybe the first man runes come from the great empire of the Dawn. Who knows? It's possible to say. So we really don't know. But what I want to point out is that the most straightforward reading of this horn is that it is a dragon horn that was made using similar technology to what the Valyrians used, but it was made by first men. So the other possibility is that this is Azor Ahai's literal dragon. That's the one dragon that we kind of know was in Westeros, is Azor Ahai's dragon. One of the big secrets about him is that he is a dragon lord. It's strongly implied because Azor Ahai Reborn is supposed to wake dragons from stone, and he's going to fight the others. So the original Azor Ahai, who also fought the others, probably had a dragon too. And of course he comes from Ashai in the Great Empire of the Dawn, which is implied as a dragon lord civilization. There's a few stone fortress at Old Town, which shows us at least one dragon came to Old Town and under the control of an ancient dragon lord built the walls of that few stone fortress. They probably just turned the bedrock into the fortress, right? The squisher tunnels were already there. And then they just fused up the walls. That's what happened. Those are squisher tunnels. So, whose dragon was it? Yeah, it could be Azor Ahai's dragon, or just another dragon from the Great Empire of the Dawn that came during that time, or a wild dragon in the north. All these possibilities are there. Could be an escaped dragon from the Great Empire of the Dawn that lived there. It could be Azor Ahai's dragon. Maynard James Plum was like, well, what if the dragon dies in battle and they made the horns out of it to sort of reuse the magic and use the horns as some sort of weapon? But I think the horn, again, is the thing that calls the comet and breaks the moon. So the horn should be made before the long night, I think. So it could be that a dragon was killed and sacrificed intentionally to make these weapons. Now, there is a parallel that Maynard James Plum pointed out, which is Ned's sword. Ned's sword is a Lightbringer symbol, black and red, Valyrian steel, dragon associated. It is split in half into two swords. So, was Azor Ahai's dragon split in half into these two dragon horns, one of which is red and black and, a Valyrian steel Lightbringer symbol, just like Ned's sword. Also, Widow's Wail is a sword named after a woman's scream. And Dragonbinder sounds like a person's, like Nis and Nissa's scream. So Dragonbinder is a big Lightbringer symbol. And Ned's sword split in half, a Lightbringer symbol. So maybe these are, in fact, matching twin horns. So if this horn is important, the one that Melisandre burned, then that means we should consider the possibility that it wasn't actually burned. We saw it catch on fire. We saw the runes light up. And then the whole attention of the narrative shifts to Mance, because he's in a burning cage above the pit where the horn is, which, by the way, is symbolism. The burning horn is down below, and up above in the heavens, a moon object is burning and then crashing down to Earth. So that's the horn breaking the moon right there. We talked about that when we reread that chapter. I forget what I called it, but we did reread that chapter. Super chat from Cheryl Baxter. The Balrog in Lord of the Rings reminds me of these horns. Right. Yeah, they could be from a Balrog. That's a good point. But yeah, it does. It's a very demonic looking horn for sure. And that's the point. It's a dragon horn. So, let's see here. So yeah, Melisandre may not have burned it. If it's important and if we need it for the story, then she can't have destroyed it. She burned it but didn't destroy it. So basically, yeah, they did. They called it the Horn of Hell. Yeah, both of them are called Hell Horns. You're right. Melisandre calls the Jorman one the Horn of Hell, and later Mokoro calls it the Hell Horn. He who blows the Hell Horn matters not. So yeah, that's a good one, the Menian one. That's another clue that they are the same type of thing. Separated at birth, like, I don't know if it's like Parent Trap. I don't think the horns have to convince their parents to get married. To get remarried. But yeah, it could be that after all that fire burned out, that they just retrieved the horn. Because if it's a horn from a dragon, it's not going to burn easy. And maybe they melted the gold a little bit, but maybe not. You know, maybe it's protected. So, that horn could totally still be around. So I just want to point that out. Yeah, you know, going back to Sam's crappy little horn, they tried to blow it, and then the others showed up. Not only that, but the Night's Watch blows 3 horn blasts to signal the arrival of the others, right? Well, at the Kingsmoot, Dragonbinder was blown 3 times. So I'm not saying Dragonbinder calls the others, but it's a recurring thing. Blowing the horn 3 times is a thing. So when Jon and Sam found that horn, I believe it was Sam who blew it but couldn't get any sound out of it. And then the others showed up. So some people do think that that stupid little horn actually called the others to the Fist of the First Men. And maybe that's why Euron has it. Oh! That makes sense. That's why Euron has it. Because Euron obviously is foreshadowed to become some type of Night's King figure. And we don't know what that means. But one of the possible ramifications of that is that Euron is going to try to, or successfully, take command of the Whites and or the others. He might end up being body snatched by the spirit of Night's King, who's probably in the Weirwood net. We've talked about that. But yeah, if that horn calls the others and he ends up with it, then that could be why it's down south, so that he has a way of thinking that he can control the others, or maybe even controlling the others. Yes! Yes! This makes so much sense. Dragonbinder calls the comet the Horn of Winter, which is Sam's horn, calls the others. Yes, I love this. Oh man, I need to take a bong hit to celebrate. See, that's why I hated that horn, because I couldn't figure out what it was doing. I had all the other stuff kind of figured. And it's obviously important because it's down in Old Town where Euron is. And Euron wants to work every kind of dark magic But yeah, that's what it is. It's going to allow him to control whites or the others or call the others or something like that. That's dope as shit. Thanks, baby. I'll try not to bust too many balls in the chat. Oh, you bust as many as you want. Jormun's horn breaks the wall to let the others through. Right. Yeah, maybe that's the whole point of bringing down the wall. The idea of bringing down the walls. It doesn't bring down the wall, but it does command the others. So it's like Dragonbinder will bring down the wall, and the Horn of Winter will call them through and lead them. That's dope. Did I miss any? Yes, I did. Cheryl, oh no, I got that one. But thanks again, Cheryl. You're awesome. Cool. That was fun. Oh yeah, the other thing about, I almost forgot. Another clue that the Horn of Jormun is tied to Dragonbinder, and that's all one and the same, is the name Jormun. Jormun is taken from Jormungandr, who is, of course, the Norse world serpent, represents the sort of ocean of chaos that surrounds the world and stuff, and strongly associated with Ragnarok. I believe Jormungandr releases his tail, and that is the beginning of Ragnarok. So, the Horn of Jormun is named after a serpent, meaning a dragon. A dragon tied to the apocalypse. So the Horn of Jormun should have something to do with dragons and the apocalypse. So that's why I say the big one that Mel burned might be the real Horn of Jormun, because it is a dragon horn, and Dragonbinder seems like it will be tied to the apocalypse. But maybe it's the one that Mel burned. Maybe that's good. It's at the wall, so maybe that one turns up again and somebody blows it. It would have to be Tormund, because the horn blowers always have the bands that match the horns. And I think Tormund gave his bands to Jon. He did. Tormund, remember, he kept the one on his, sorry, I don't need to do the hand motions. He kept the one that he said he keeps around his member. But he gave the armbands to Jon, which were smaller, of course. You understand? So Jon has the horn, now the bands that match that horn. So maybe Jon's going to blow it, which would make sense, because I think Dany's going to blow Dragonbinder. Here's the Song of Ice and Fire, folks. Oh, that's sick. You got to keep your cock ring, says Bebe. That's fair. That's fair. Well, I got two new theories, two brand new breakthroughs that I've just had in the last. That was some good weed. The GMO cookies, man. Tell you. Get the mind churning. Ooh, maybe it was that perfect dab I did this morning. Yes. All right, Jormungandr encircles and binds the world, too. So, yes, Dragonbinder. Jon Tormund is very close to Joramun. It is. Yes, Dany has matching bands. When she starts, and this is why the main reason I think she's going to blow Dragonbinder. She begins the story with golden cuffs and a neck collar with Valyrian runes on them. Just like Dragonbinder has gold and Valyrian steel with Valyrian runes on them. And Dany's collar indicates that she is bound as a servant, just as the horn serves its master. Yeah, Tormund said the one around his member it's too wide to fit around Jon's head or something. Yeah, it wouldn't even go around his neck. That makes a lot of sense. Tormund. It's like, where's your wheelbarrow, buddy? Okay, so there you go. Oh yes, Karsnark is talking about the path of the ecliptic, which creates a sine wave, like a snake wave that goes around the world. That's cool. So there you go. There's your horn theory. The one that Melisandre burned is not gone. And these horns are all connected. The small one controls the others. The big ones call the comet. We don't know which big one or how that has to work. I don't think they call the comet every time they're blown. Now that I think about it, it's almost more likely to be the one at the wall that calls the comet. Because Jon's resurrection is strongly tied to the comet coming back. And the Valyrian Dragonbinder horn would potentially... I have a harder time believing that that one is Azor Ahai's dragon. The one in the north, that could be Azor Ahai's dragon. But the one that Euron gets just seems like a generic dragon horn from Valyria. But maybe it's not. So, I think it's we got to keep an eye out for the one that Mel burned. We really do. Okay, let's move on to the Fist of the First Men. And this artwork is by Mark Englert. So the Fist of the First Men is a ring fort that is north of the wall. And like I already said before, I think this is just a remnant of the time when the First Men spread north. And before the wall, before the others, before the long night, it's just a ring fort with a really good vantage point. And probably in ancient day, they would have cleared the forest around the Fist so that they could see people coming. Yes, see people coming, okay? Because unfortunately, you see the second point, backfiring. When the Night's Watch went there, it was a bit of a trap. Give me some trap emojis, squishers. It's a trap. They just gathered in one place with no escape route. The others surrounded them and slaughtered them. It's very poor tactics. Now, the Night's Watch thought that they were taking on the wildlings. And their strategy was good against the wildlings. They didn't have time to clear the forest. They would have done that if they'd been there longer. But even still, yeah, it does remind you of Weathertop, doesn't it? But even still, why has that never occurred to me? Of course it's Weathertop. Duh. Man, didn't even think about that. Okay, point is, against the wildlings, this worked, okay? Because what they were doing is they were attempting to gather their strength in one place, and they knew the wildlings were moving in a big force. So they'd be able to see the wildlings coming, and then they'd have the high ground. So the wildlings come and attack them, they're in a great position, holding the high ground. And it's probably their best chance of striking a major blow against the wildlings is to take the high ground in a place like this and just bleed them until, the Night's Watch is extinguished, but they'll probably take down all their best warriors too. So that's kind of what Mormont was thinking. But of course the others, they moved through the woods invisibly, and so they were able to surround the Fist of the First Men without them even being any the wiser, and then they were suddenly under attack and they had no escape route. So I believe that the major purpose of the Fist of the First Men in the story is to show us the difference in tactics that you have to use when you're fighting wildlings versus the others. It's totally different. So, I don't know that there is a magical secret about the Fist. I turned it over and thought about it, but it's probably just the case that first a bunch of First Men were slaughtered there by the others. And so now it's haunted or whatever. I will note that there's no wildlings that live there. And when the Night's Watch gets there, the ring fort is in horrible disrepair. So no one has lived there for a long time. So that's either because it's haunted or because the wildlings understand that that is not a good place to be because it makes you vulnerable to the others. You don't ever want to be surrounded. You want to be able to move. And you want to stick together in packs in large numbers. So there's a lot of hand and fist symbolism. I mean, I've documented a lot of it. I'm just not sure that any of it gives me any clues about the actual Fist of the First Men. I think the Fist of the First Men is a symbol which contributes to the larger Fist stuff. But I don't have anything to say about the Fist itself as far as a deep secret. It's mostly serving as a plot device for the attack of the Fist of the First Men. So we might not really see too much more of it in the story. Maybe the dragons will land there or something. It could be a good place for dragons to land. I can see that. And of course, the last thing we talked about was that you can see the others have strategy here. They send the troops ahead of them to surround, the first men. They come at a certain time. Maybe they were called by that horn, but maybe they just waited for the watch to get to this spot, and then they were like, sweet, now we'll kill them. Fist of the First Men is the last hero in his Dirty Dozen's frat house. That's cool. Actual hand of a very large giant. No, I don't think so. Maybe if it was Narnia. So the wall. Seems like we could have done this first. On top is earth and blood, and on the bottom is chase stone. That earth and blood wood I haven't shown you. It's really pretty, so I wanted to use that. We're going to talk about the wall in. So yes, I would say the fist predates the wall, almost certainly. It wouldn't make sense to build a ring fort there after the Long Night, because the first men were building ring forts. And right after the Long Night, we see the first men building castles everywhere in the wake of the Long Night, possibly with Great Empire of the Dawn, Bran the Builder knowledge. So the stone giants aren't that big. The Jogos and I were able to kill the stone giants, so they're not. The Fist of the First Men's like a small mountain, like it's a big fucking hill. It's not just like a little thing. So the wall, as we discussed, seems to have been built with ice and magic. So it was either the others or there were human magicians that used magic. And the more I have thought about this, the more I have come to think Starks were using ice magic. Bran the Builder used ice magic. That's who built the wall. And I just mentioned the Edric Snowbeard parallel, which implies Eldric Shadowchaser built the wall, essentially. But Eldric Shadowchaser and Bran the Builder could be probably connected people. Probably not the same, probably more like connected people, related potentially. Now, Ygritte says the wall was built with blood, which implies blood magic. So it wasn't just ice. There was blood magic involved. That probably ties into Weirwoods, the idea that there are ley lines here. Remember, Melisandre calls this a hinge of the world. Maybe it's a hinge of the world because the wall has been built there with magic, but maybe it was something more like a ley line, meaning a natural, magical sort of power line. It would make sense to build the wall on top of such a thing because magic is being used to raise the wall, and magic is certainly being used to create wards, the magical wards. The others aren't stopped by literal ice. They are stopped by the invisible barriers that Cold Hands talks about that no shadow can pass. They've got similar wards at Storm's End, at Bloodraven's Cave, and presumably around Winterfell Crypts and Godswood, and probably around every Godswood, which we'll get to. Now, there's a Weirwood organism at the Night Fort, so it's possible there are more of those at the other Night's Watch castles. There probably are. And it's the theory here, and this shout out to Wiz the Smith and his Hollow Hills theory, is that the magic of these Weirwoods along this ley line would have been used to raise the wall. And this gets back to the idea that the Night Fort predates the wall. First comes the Weirwoods because they're eternal. Then people build a castle around Weirwood. And then we use those Weirwood magics to build the wall. And that is the order that I think it went in. Is there stone beneath? The Maesters even ponder. The question is, are there stone foundations beneath the wall? The fun answer would be fused stone or oily black stone. Fused stone makes more sense because it's like, okay, the Great Empire of the Dawn was here. Azor Ahai is Great Empire of the Dawn, last hero. They're using dragon steel. That's Great Empire of the Dawn tech. So they're here. They probably have their dragons up here. So did they start creating a wall out of fused stone? That would make more sense for stopping the others. Maybe the spells that stop the others are tied to this fused stone foundation that could be under. I will point out that when Jon goes into the cellars of Castle Black, the stone is black down there. It's not described as fused, but it is black stone. It's not described as cracked or patched or pebbled either. It's just stone. So maybe there is fused stone foundations underneath the wall. Because also remember, George is basing his wall off of Hadrian's wall. And Hadrian's wall is only a few feet high, and it's made of rock. So maybe George put something like that underneath his ice wall as sort of literary thing. Like, I built my wall on top of Hadrian's wall, figuratively. So I put a stone wall underneath there. So maybe there's a stone wall under there. I will say that the symbolism of ice places that symbolize the ice moon, like the wall, usually have black stone inside of them. They usually do. So this is part 2 of the wall. It's just more art I wanted to show you. The top one is by Kirsty Balanescu and the bottom by Daniel Jose Cabrera Pena. So this sort of gives you both sides of the wall. On one side you have the watch, and on the other side you have the wildlings who are shut out and looking up at the wall like, damn that thing. So that's very cool artwork. And actually, I'm going to hit the restroom and let you look at this real quick. And we'll come back and go to the next slide. Just so you guys know, one of our plans, gosh, I was turning into a dragon for a second, is to get the patron names on the music so that when I take the musical breaks, the patron names will scroll. It's coming. Change is coming. It's just not, one thing at a time. Bebe La Sparks requesting a sexually charged sword fight. Well, that would be, of course, Brienne and Jaime in the stream. That's like the hottest sex scene in Ice and Fire, and that's just a sword fight. We definitely should reread that chapter sometime soon. That shit is hot. That's hot shit right there. All right. So it's great how the bloody mummers come and catch them, and it's like, oh, they were embarrassed as if they had been caught, making love. And it's like, yeah, it's what you were doing, just with swords. It's the love language that they speak. Hi-yah! Chop! So the Night's Watch. Oh, yes, they're in the north. We got to talk about the Night's Watch. Of course, the Night's Watch origins date to the War for the Dawn, supposedly. The Last Hero story, of course, has this weird break in it where he seeks out the children with 12 companions, a horse and a dog. Everyone dies but him. His sword breaks from the cold. There's a gap in the story, and then he reemerges leading the Night's Watch in the War for the Dawn with Dragonsteel and defeating the others. So, that is the origin of the Night's Watch as it currently exists. However, there are some clues that the Night's Watch existed in some form before that, such as the fact that the Night's Watch oaths speak of them, oaths, as the watchers on the walls plural. And of course, they stand atop a very singular ice wall. And their castles also don't have walls. So there's literally no walls, plural, that the Night's Watch is anywhere near. So maybe it's just a poetic line, but maybe the Night's Watch originally walked different walls. The Night Fort has been remade. The only thing original about the Night Fort is the underground cellars. So the Night Fort certainly could have used to have walls, and that is my answer. It could have been Moat Cailin, could have been Winterfell. Those are basically your three choices for the original walls. Oh, 5 forts. Some people think the Night's Watch came all the way from the east with Azor Ahai. Basically, they'd be Azor Ahai's crack fighting force that became the Night's Watch, and they used to walk the 5 forts walls. With Azor Ahai becoming Night's King, this all kind of makes sense. Night's King, of course, is said to be the 13th man to lead the watch. But if the Night's King made the others like I said, then we've got a conflict. Right? It's like, well, how is he the 13th man to lead the Night's Watch when the Night's Watch was created at the time of the Long Night? Well, if the watch had a previous form, and the Night's King was the 13th man to lead that. And that is what the story that I think happened. And my theory about this involves the Night Fort, but we're going to get to that later in there. So just for now, put this idea out that Night's Watch could have a previous origin. I just ripped that one at 420. Huh, nice. Without even checking the time. That's what we call using the Force, baby. This is a good stream. I feel like this one is going to be even tighter than part 1. It is so far. We're reeling it. Even though that Bolton theory was sick. But we got the verification of it today, so that's cool. Do I think the Faceless Men came from the Night's Watch? No. I don't know what the origins of the Faceless Men are, but we did figure out that the ancient Boltons were doing Faceless Men type stuff. Do I think the children worship the Fawn guys? Probably they were just cousin races, but they're both tied to the Weirwoods, so. Because the Green Men are like Weirwood priests, kind of. So the last thing I want to point out about the Night's Watch is this Commander Crow thing. This art here is by R. Valle again. And this one here is by Antonio Manzanato. So R. Valle, and I colored the eyeball red here on the Raven. Because, of course, this is the one that Blood Raven wargs into. Or skin changes. So I made the glowing eye. But the rest is R. Valle. So the Lord Commander, it's weird that Mormont has a raven on his shoulder, if you think about it. It's the ones who handle the ravens are the maesters. Like, it's Maester Aemon and Chet and Sam who send the messages with the ravens. Mormont doesn't do that. When he wants a message, he tells Sam or somebody to do it. But for some reason, he's got a raven that's his pet that lives on his damn shoulder all the time, as if he were a skin changer. Now, he is from a house who are skin changers. The Mormonts absolutely are bear skin changers. Here's the thing. Jon Snow, a skin changer. Blood Raven, also Lord Commander of the Watch in recent times, a skin changer. And then if you go through the names of all the other Night's Watchmen, they all have Green Man nicknames, like Sleepy Jack Musgood. Jack that's Jack in the Green. That's a Green Man name. Sleepy, as in dreamer. And Musgood, I don't even look that up, but it probably means something too. Okay? One of them was Caswell, the Centaur. So that's an implied skin changer. So George, and we're getting into Green Zombie's theory here slowly, but basically, George gives names to the Night's Watch, which imply them as skin changers and green men. There's 3 Garths in the Night's Watch. There's 3 of them. Garth of Old Town, Garth Greenaway, and Garth Greyfeather. And even those names, Garth Greenaway, like a Garth who turns dead, like the Barrow King or an other. Garth Greyfeather instead of Green, so again, a death association. And then Garth of Old Town. Old Town is where Azor Ahai came ashore, okay? And learned the magic of the Children of the Forest, Uthor Hightower, all that stuff. There's Harry Howe, there's Blackjack Bulwer, there's on and on. I listed all the names in the Green Zombies episode, but they're just endless amount of Green Man names in the Night's Watch. So getting back to this whole Raven on the shoulder thing, it's pretty clear that the original Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the last hero, was at least a skin changer, right? He had a dog, which is probably a wolf, because we're talking about a Stark here, or half Stark. So basically, George is implying that the Lord Commander position is that of skin changer by having Mormont walk around with the Raven as if he were a skin changer, and then putting a skin changer like Jon or Bloodraven in charge of the Night's Watch. So that's Commander Crow. It's just an archetype. The archetype of Lord Commander is that of a skin changer. Weirwood Grove of Nines. This is one I added last night. So this is the original ritual, the one that Jon and Sam do. When they go north, they go to the Weirwood Grove of Nine. They kneel as green boys and rise as men of the Night's Watch, by the way. That's another clue that the Night's Watch originally were green men, green boys, who knelt and rose again. That's a resurrection move. And now they're men of the Night's Watch. Okay, so again, we're dipping our toes in Green Zombies theory slowly. But the point is, the original Night's Watchmen would have all been first men. And we know that first men, Night's Watchmen, swear their oaths in front of the Weirwoods. Okay, so the artist, let me give you the artist real quick. On the top is Bill Corbett. The lower left and the center are Pablo Puglioni. And then on the lower right is Didier Graffet. So on the lower left, you can see the septon there. The ones who worship the seven, who are most of the people who join the watch, worship the seven. They say their oaths in the sept to the septon. The high septon, as you can see, has others' symbolism. He wears a crystal crown that's just like an ice crown. And all kinds of stuff is going on. The rainbows are putting a crown on his head, and there's all sorts, there's some crazy stuff going on. He doesn't, I don't want to get lost in that. But it seems like George is showing us, like, some of the Night's Watchmen can swear to the others, and some of them can swear to the Weirwoods. The ones that swear to the others, those are the brothers that the Night's Watch, or that the Night's King bound. Remember it says he bound his brothers with strange sorceries? So some of the watch were turned into others. Those would be the green men of the original watch that I'm talking about. Some of them were turned into others. And that's why some of the Night's Watch swear to this icy septon. But in days of yore, before the Andals came, all the Night's Watchmen would have been first men who worshiped the old gods, except for your occasional squisher worshipping Ironborn or something. John Buxton. Do you think the castles of the Watch could be built on original Children of the Forest caves and crypts? Yeah, the Night Fort is. Kind of like Winterfell with the lowest parts predating everything around it. Yeah, you're barking up the right tree. We're speaking the same language here. That is what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. And the thing is, so this is my whole point about pointing out that the original Night's Watchmen would all be first men. It means that the original watch all swore their oaths to the Weirwoods. What does that mean? Think about what we're seeing. Green boys kneel, they rise again, and then they swear to the Weirwoods their lives. I will live and die at my post. I will defend the realms of men, etc., etc., etc. I am the sword. I am the light. I am the shield. I'm the horn that wakes the sleepers. So they're swearing their oaths to the Weirwoods. Why are they doing that? Because of Green Zombie theory. Because the original Night's Watchmen, the last hero's companions who died, were resurrected. And this is the origin of the Watch. Resurrecting green men, green boys, to become Night's Watchmen. And the Night's Watch symbolism, I'm getting ahead of myself, but it implies them as dead. So this is the original ritual. Let's stick with the Grove of Nine for a second. Getting ahead of myself. Terrible. Let me just check these PayPals. Oh, we got a fresh one from Austin. Oh, my thoughts on the Chris Paul trade and where Dame ends up. Chris Paul trade kind of makes sense, given that Poole needed a fresh start. And I like Poole, but he needed to go. We can't have two small guards. So, yeah, I think it'll work. And I think it buys us salary cap relief, which is the top priority, because we were going to be in hell next year. So I think it's a good move. And the Dame thing, I don't know. It's going to drag on. But back to the Iceberg. So other things about the Weirwood Grove of Nine. This is where Ghost found the hand of the White. And then they found Jafer flowers and Othor close by, presumably left there by the others for them to find as part of this talk. Yeah, Dame can be. Chris Paul could be traded again too during the season. So the Warriors have flexibility. They can, they can get cap relief, or they can make another deal. In any case, John's rebirth might happen here. This is what I'm trying to say. When they went to the Weirwood Grove of Nine so John and Sam could swear their vows, and then they found the whited hand. And when they see the dead bodies, John looks at the bodies and he's like, oh, these were my uncle's men, and I wanted to go with him. It could be me right there. I'm such a green boy. He's right. So it's really emphasizing like John's resurrection and whiting in the Grove of Nine. Like it's all foreshadowed right there. Also, the person who gives John his oath is Bowen Marsh, the same person who kills him, the first person to stab him. Actually, Wick stabs him first. Bowen stabs him last. The belly wound. Could Benjen have come back in his horse? Only if he had a skin changer bond with the horse, which is not, I don't think that's really suggested, because it's Lyanna and Brandon that were the centaurs and the horse riders, not Benjen. So John's rebirth, either his rebirth, or if he's stolen by the others, as I believe, then it might be like freeing his body from otherization. That might happen in the Weirwood Grove of Nine, potentially. Also, when John and the Rangers surrounded the grove, when the wildlings were there and dance, there's a sleeping giant in the middle by the campfire, and he wakes like a boulder, like a dragon waking from stone with a roar. So perhaps that symbolizes John's resurrection as a dragon, waking from stone, fulfilling the prophecy, his corpse being stone-like. So that could be a thing. The last thing is the crown symbolism. I've pointed this out in my Green Zombies essay, but the King of Winter has a crown that's 9 black iron swords in a bronze circlet. The Weirwood Grove of Nine has 9 weirwoods, which are crowned with heads of red leaves. Now, when John and his rangers surround the Grove of Nine and take those wildlings, of course, they work it out peacefully, but yeah, that's where they meet Woon Woon. Woon Woon is the giant that wakes up at the center of the campfire. When that scene happens, as the Rangers are surrounding the ring of trees, they are a ring of black swords. And George describes them as shadows, and they ring the grove in steel, and then they push through the trees. So there's this overlay here of 9 trees and 9 black swords. There's more than 9 Night's Watchmen, but it's still a ring of black swords that's ringing the ring of trees. So I think George is drawing a comparison. The King of Winter crown of black swords should be compared to this Weirwood crown. And perhaps the original Kings of Winter had Weirwood crowns and not crowns of black swords. So there's a couple of complementary ideas to this. Naga's Hill is crowned with 44 Weirwood ribs, and the Grey King was said to wear a crown of Naga's fangs, but the Naga's fangs are really Weirwood. So we figured out that Grey King, who sat atop Naga's Hill, had a Weirwood crown, but then the hill itself is crowned with weirwoods. So you can see the Weirwood crown is an idea. It symbolizes a green seer of some kind. So the King of Winter, and we're going to get into the Starks and their Weirwood connections in a minute. The King of Winter probably was a green seer who wore a Weirwood crown originally. And I think that's one of the messages of the Grove of Nine. And yes, it does also seem to be a Nazgul ring wraith reference. Although, again, everything's inverted. The Night's Watch are the wraiths in black who ring the Grove in steel. So they are the wraiths. And it's the Stark who's allied with the Night's Watch who has this Nazgul crown of 9 swords. So it's kind of a dark thing that they're implying there. It implies that they said, Night's King was a Stark. So if you think about it that way, yeah, like the Nazgul would be the others. But the Night's Watch are kind of like Nazgul too. So George is sort of having fun. Just like the Targaryens are like elves, but they've got the Mordor colors. So he's just, playing with stuff and inverting it. Do I think Cold Hands is a Stark? I don't know if he's a Stark, but I do think he's one of the last heroes group. That's my first guess for Cold Hands, and it always has been. So that's the Crown of 9 idea, and it just builds towards the idea of Stark Green Seers. That's the point. So now, Bloodraven's Cave. This is another important place in the north. Bloodraven's Cave. Interesting things about it. There's a few things. I think that Naga is a multi-reference to the question in the chat. It does sound like a volcano. It sure does. But the Weirwood boat is part of it too. It's you'd have to go, let's see, where's the one where I explain that the best? I've talked about this stuff a few times. I feel like I did it recently in a video. Oh, it was the Great Empire of the Dawn Iceberg. That's what it was. All right, so the first interesting thing about Bloodraven's Cave, besides the obvious stuff, Bloodraven's down there in a Weirwood throne, half a corpse with mushrooms growing out of his face. There are other enthroned singers down there, right? There's other children of the forest, singers, Brand calls them, which means children in Weirwood thrones. And they seem to be more far gone than Bloodraven, but they are not dead. They are still moving their eyes a little bit. And one of them sort of responds to Bran. So that's interesting. It seems like this process of going into the trees could be very gradual and slow. And those singers, like, what's happening to them? Are they going to turn into wood? Are they going to be dissolved? Are the Weirwood roots just going to crawl through them until their bodies are like all eaten up? Will they petrify and turn to stone? I think all of these are valid ideas. John Buxton, 9 also represents Mars, warriors susceptible to fire. Not sure if that's relevant though. That's interesting. The name Martin means son of Mars, says Martin Kroc. That's cool. Well, he's definitely using some Mars symbolism with the Red Wanderer. Mars being likened to the comet and stuff like that. Azor Ahai being a Mars, a red warrior type. So, I called them enthroned because these singers are enthroned, but over in Karth, they have the pureborn, who are called the enthroned, and they sit in wooden thrones as well. And Danny describes them as being worldly weary and half asleep. So they're dreaming in wooden thrones. So this sounds very, very like a parallel. Danny also puts on her green dress and brings her green dragon to go see them. So there's heavy green sea symbolism when she goes there. They also control the fleets of Karth. And of course, boats are a very good Weirwood symbolism based off of Naga's boat and the idea that the Weirwoods are vessels to sail the Green Sea. So everything about the Pureborn suggests them as Green Seers, and that's mostly for Danny's plot, to talk about Nissa Nissa stuff and Weirwoodnet stuff. However, it's interesting. They're in the thrones of their ancestors, and they're dreaming. So it just seems like a parallel to Bloodraven's Weirwood Cave. So I'm wondering, like, Dany going there, is that a Nissa going there, Echo? Or is Dany going to end up in Bloodraven's cave or a similar cave in the north at some point? Dany's plot is going to interact with Weirwoods at the very end of the story. So it's just a matter of how. Oh, yeah, no, that's a good question, River Mist. If Euron doesn't end up with Sam's stupid little horn, thank you, maybe Sam uses it to help call back Jon's whited body. Well, I don't know if Sam could make it back up north in time, but maybe he could. Perhaps. I'd say that would be more likely to be the other horn, the one that Melisandre burned that might not be destroyed. I didn't think about the horn. Horns do wake sleepers, so that could be a resurrection idea. Okay, so warded bunkers. That's what these things are. When we go into Bloodraven's cave, we start to see how the Children of the Forest helped humanity survive the long night. Because there's fish in the river down there, there's mushrooms down there, and you can eat white meat. White, the other white meat. It's not long pork, if you will, I guess, long pig. Yeah, they say, like, they feed Bran stew, blood stew, that they say is rat meat, but that's probably white meat. They're probably taking the meat of the whites and making the blood stew, and that's what Bran is eating. But there are fish down there as well that Mira can catch, and there are mushrooms that they can eat. So you can see there's a little bit of an ecosystem down here. So this is potentially how mankind survived, kind of like Beric's company, Beric and Azor Ahai person living in a Weirwood cave, all right? This is kind of what it's like to survive the long night, is you're hiding out in these Weirwood caves. They're warded against the others, and they have, food in there. And maybe you can get from cave to cave through the tunnels or through the underground river. So it's a whole network that was probably used to survive the long night. And that's one of the major ways the Children of the Forest could have showed man the strategy to fight the others and survive the winter. So the other thing about Bloodraven's cave is, how will they get out? How will Bran get out? I used to think he would be there forever, but no, he's leaving. So, two theories. Preston Jacobs has a very cool theory, time-traveling Bran, possibly his most famous theory. It revolves around the sinkhole. Cold Hand says there's a back entrance 3 miles north of where they go in, and it's a sinkhole. So the theory, the time-traveling Bran theory, revolves around the idea that Mira's climbing skill is a Chekhov's gun that hasn't gone off yet. They haven't used it really. She did climb up the wall, kind of the steps at the Night Fort. They're ice steps that are like round and slippery, but she got up and down. But maybe Mira will put Bran on her back and climb out the sinkhole with Hodor holding the door at the bottom of the sinkhole, because Hodor is too heavy to climb up the sinkhole. It'd be like roots and things he'd be climbing. So Hodor might not be able to do that. And so he'd hold the door there, and Bran and company go up the sinkhole. And the time-traveling part is like Bran is trying to arrange the events right so that he escapes. And at first, he's not escaping, and he's dying, and he's got to like redo things over and over. So that's neither here nor there. You can go check out Preston's channel for the time-traveling Bran theory. But the point is, the sinkhole is one possible escape route. Problem with that is that Bran is now topside with only Mira. Hodor was carrying him. And as we saw on the show, Mira making a sled and just hauling Bran through the woods doesn't look like a good plan. It's not very realistic. So maybe Cold Hand shows up again. I don't think he's dead. He could definitely show up, and we're just walking back to the wall now. We're 3 miles further north, but we're still walking back to the wall. We don't have Hodor, and that's what we're doing. Also, I don't know how the wolf gets out. Does Summer die? I forget what Preston said, but I don't know how the wolf can climb up. It can't. So that would mean Summer would die there too, much like on the show. Oh, we're muted. There we go. We're back. Not again. No, it happens once a stream. We're like 3 hours into the stream. It's okay. I'll be right. So the other theory, which I prefer, is the reed boat theory. And Quinn from Quinn's Ideas came up with this. I think I helped, but it was mostly his idea. And we talked about it on our Winds of Winter preview. So Mira Reed, in addition to being able to climb very well, can also make boats. She can make reed boats or boats out of, woven reeds, bark, whatever. So they have the underground river down there. They've got plenty of weirwood. They've got roots and branches they can use. So Mira could easily not easily, but she definitely could make a boat if George wants her to. And then they could sail that underground river, Hodor, too, and get back to the wall. Because remember, Hodor's real name is Walder, which we've figured out it probably implies wall door. So the door that he's going to hold in the story will not be the one at Bloodraven's cave, but a door in the wall, perhaps the Black Gate or some other tunnel through the wall. Wall door. He's going to hold the door. Which door? The wall door. Okay. I mean, we know Hodor is a word pun of Hodor. We know that. So, yeah, Walder is probably Waldor. So if Hodor is going to make it back, the underground river makes more sense. Mira makes a boat, a reed boat, and that gets us to a Moses parallel, which makes a ton of sense. Moses, of course, floated down the Nile in a reed boat and then discovered by the Egyptians, right, and adopted. So Bran, now what does Moses do? Moses leads the Israelites to the promised land and a new existence. Bran is going to be the last king of Westeros and the last Greenseer who leads them into a transition realm. And he's going to have something to do with leading the others back into the weirwood net. So Bran, being a Moses child, makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense. So yes, put him in a reed boat and float him down the river, the underground river. I think it makes delicious sense. It also is a little bit of a parallel to the Silver Chair, where they journey above ground to a place and then they go back underground and come back to the place they started and pop up. Bloop, here I am. So, I love the Silver Chair. That's such a good story. That's a great one. Oh, yes, and then the party in the Green Sea. Thank you, Martin. So I said that to Maynard James Plum last night, and he was like, yeah, it's probably the leading the people to a promised land thing. And I was like, I don't know. Moses parts the Red Sea, and we know the Green Sea is partitioned by Azor Ahai. And that's the whole Green Sea versus the frozen pond. The others are from the frozen pond. The Green Seers are from the Green Sea. The wall itself symbolizes that division. The green lands, the frozen dead lands. A wall in the middle, a veil of tears. So it's the same thing with the weirwood net. There's a veil, there's a bifurcation, and the others are trapped in the cold dead side. They're attached to all this petrified dead weirwood symbolism. So Moses parting the Red Sea, yeah, like Bran's going to unpart the Green Sea, if you will. So I love it. Reed boat theory just got that much better. 1 second, guys. I'm going to check my fridge, see if I have something in there. Well, that is vicious and cruel. No more Red Bull. Okay, we're going to have to finish this on raw enthusiasm and pot. All right. Jojen boat is too much. No, we're not making a skin boat. That's terrible. That's terrible. Make Mira row a Jojen boat. That's terrible. Not big enough either. He's too small. Not enough skin. Not nearly enough skin. Y-raised resources. That's hardly a resource. We're not, unless we're eating them. Anyway. So that is reedboat theory, sinkhole theory. Okay. Next slide. Bloodraven himself. So first of all, why humans? No, I don't know that reference. Why humans? Why did the children of the forest, who have their own green seers on thrones in the cave, why do they need human green seers? There's a couple different answers. One could be something having to do with this Azor Ahai invading the Weirwood Net thing. Like it's now conditioned for humans, and only they are able to do certain things. The easiest answer is that green seers are very rare, and the children have very small numbers. So they just don't always have a green seer, and so they recruit humans to do it. But it could be that humans can do green seeing in a different way than the children. I suspect that is the case. Oh yeah, Moses also, yeah, he writes down the 10 Commandments. So that's kind of like Bran creating a new law, a new history for Westeros. Yeah. Yeah. So why humans? I'd like to hear your ideas, chat, or people in the comments about why humans. But basically, those are the two things I can think of. Is like why male models derelict would be that there's just not enough children. They don't always have a green seer, or there's something important about humans babysitting the Weirwood Net. Like Azor Ahai invaded it and messed it up, and now humans have to like hold it together until Bran can do his sort of healing action. And let's see here. So Bloodraven was lost on arranging, it says. The question here is, why did Bloodraven go down to the cave? Like, what? He was Lord Commander for however many years, and then he wandered off and went down to the cave. So we don't know what caused that. It is an interesting question. Maybe the previous Green Seer's time was done, because we see that's what happens. Bran gets called by Bloodraven to the cave. We'll talk about the three-eyed crow stuff in a minute. But yeah, Bran gets called to the cave by Bloodraven to be his successor. So presumably, the last Green Seer might have called Bloodraven. Now, who was the Green Seer before Bloodraven? I don't even think there's any clues about it. I mean, I know Gray Area has a theory that it's Daemon Targaryen. And as much as I love Gray Area, I can't wrap my brain around it because there's no clues about it. He might have survived on the Isle of Faces, but he's not a Green Seer. There's no clues that he has skin changer or Green Seer magic. So I just don't understand how Daemon Targaryen is supposed to be a Green Seer and how he's supposed to get from the Isle of Faces all the way up north of the Wall. So I'll wait for her video on that to form a final judgment. But that is not, I've poked her about that one. I do not get that. Cold Hands is not a Green Seer. He is an undead skin changer, so it would not have been Cold Hands. No, I'm not muted. Don't do that to me. So we don't know why he's lost on arranging. We don't know who the previous ranger was, but presumably there has been a long series of Green Seers going back in time. And yes, I also agree with your point, Barris, that Daemon died. His character needed to go out in a blaze of glory. I do agree with that. So I don't know what you mean by it's all about the vampire tree, brah, but feel free to expand on that. So one of the things that I've come to think recently is, when did Bloodraven wed the trees? Because remember, we pointed out yesterday that I think Osric Stark is further back in history. And there's nothing about him getting lost on arranging. Let's see here. So, okay. Leaf, the child of the forest that Bran talks to the most, said that she wandered the realms of men for 200 years. So, could be that Bloodraven, long before he ever reached the cave, was fed weirwood paste and wed to the trees somewhere in the south. Could have even been that cave below the High Heart that Stoneheart is in. Right? Daemon lives on in my attitude. That's the point of Daemon. There's a theory that Nettles was Leaf. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. But maybe that's an illusion. But yeah, I think Nettles is her own character and doesn't have anything to do with Leaf. I think that's something that comes from the Daemon theory. Brandon Snow. Did Brandon Snow go form a sellsword company in Essos? Maybe his story disappears into a trail of mystery that could lead back north. But yeah, like I said, I just don't see any clues about who was a previous Green Seer. So I wish we did. So yeah, so Leaf. The question, like I said, we've seen that Bran, once he's wed to the trees, can continue to have weirwood visions even when he's not in the throne. So technically speaking, Bloodraven could have been wed to the trees a long time ago while he was still Hand of the King. And then he would have been able to use his Green Seer network to spy on everyone. And that, I think, is what he did. That's how effective he is as if he was listening everywhere. And that's why everyone's like, oh man, he's listening out of all the animals and stuff. He's everywhere. It's like, yeah, no, he literally is. So that is the theory I favor, is that Leaf wed him to the trees somewhere in the south, long before he ever came north. Do you think that as well as an above ground weirwood, there is also a literal underground one? So the first men did less damage than they thought. Yes, the weirwood is always larger underground, and that's why chopping them down, the stumps are still powerful. Like the Ghost of the High Heart says, oh, the gods remain still. That's because, yeah, the organisms are underground. He had the weirwood bow as an amplifier. Potentially. Yeah, it could work that way. I don't know if it does, but it could. So, last question, Three-Eyed Crow. Some people like the theory that the Three-Eyed Crow is not just Bloodraven, and that the voice in Bran's dream is not always Bloodraven. And the reason why I don't like this theory is because it is based on what I think is a misunderstanding of when Bran says, oh, are you the Three-Eyed Crow? And he says, a crow? I was a night's watchman, a crow of the watch once, yes. And so people are like, he doesn't know what Bran's talking about, so he must not be the Three-Eyed Crow. The thing is, though, it's very obvious that in dreams, everything is presented in form of symbol. So when Jon sees Bran, for example, in a dream, he doesn't see Bran. He sees a weirwood tree with his brother's face, which reaches out and boops him on the forehead and awakens his gift. Now, if he went to the cave and said, oh, you're the three-eyed weirwood tree, Bran would be like, I sit under a weirwood tree, yeah. Right? That's what he would say. He wouldn't understand, because in dreams, the dream itself represents people in symbols. Melisandre sees Bran and Bloodraven as like a tree face and a wolf boy or something like that. Yeah, I booped him. So Bloodraven appearing as a three-eyed crow, not necessarily something that Bloodraven is doing consciously. That's just how he appears in the dream to Bran. So when he says, are you the three-eyed crow? He's like, yeah, I'm a crow of the watch. And that's why he appears as a three-eyed crow, because he literally is Bloodraven the crow. However, I am not made of steel. I'm not a hard-hearted person. I'm not made of steel. And I have entertained the idea that perhaps in some parts, there is another voice in the weirwood dream. And if there is, it could only be the voice of Nissa Nissa, who is implied as becoming the weirwood net when she dies and goes into the weirwood net. She becomes the Green Sea. I don't want to get lost on that because I've done very long podcasts about it, but that is what is implied. Ygritte melting in the Weirwood Pond is a great example of it. She turns into blood and bone in the pond. So she's becoming the sea. So that other voice in the Weirwood net could be the voice of Nissa Nissa. But apart from that, it's Bloodraven. I don't think it's time-traveling Bran. It could be, I guess, but I don't tend to think it is. I also don't think Bran, from our story, is Bran the Builder. Because it seems like the only timeline stuff you can do is like a little bit of wonky fuckery, not go back in time and become someone else. Like, there still needs to be a person back there for Bran, the time-traveling spirit, to body snatch. And I just don't think, it doesn't make sense. Someone commented to me, it was like, it's obviously that. I'm just like, well, not obviously. But anyway, so that's Bloodraven the man. Here's Cold Hands the man. How many more do we have? Okay, a lot. Wow, I can do this. I might have to stand up, though, for a minute and get the blood flowing. In fact, I'm going to do that. So let me just elevate the computer screen for a second, and we will audible to the standing position. That way I will not fall asleep like I was. Let me get one more book so I'm not staring down at y'all. I kind of hate that, to be honest, when the YouTuber does the thing where they're like, imposingly, Here we go. Can raise this up. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Ooh. No, I don't do coffee. Just don't care for coffee. All right, so where were we? Cold Hands. Oh, Cold Hands. One of my favorite subjects. Yeah, that was a good crack. So Cold Hands is a freed slave, right? He is somebody that was obviously ice whited. His body isn't ice white. Yeah, I could DoorDash. Yeah, somebody DoorDash a Red Bull. I almost thought about it, baby. I almost thought about it. But I think, I don't know, should I? I've got a lot to go. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let me see what I got. I'll tell you what, if somebody sends me $20 PayPal, I will do it. But that's what I need. I need $20 or so to summon the 7-Eleven chariot. Oh, there's half of it. There's half of it. I think this is going to happen. I'll go ahead and order it. Idea. Somebody called Idea. Threw down half of it. That's close enough. Let's see here. I'm hungry too. I might have to eat a bar in 60 seconds on one of these breaks. We do have a bunch of stuff to come still. And it is wasteful, but it's the only way I can get one here. I don't have a neighbor to unless y'all want to wait 5 minutes for me to walk down the street and get one. I can pause the stream so that YouTube won't have a 5-minute gap. But I just think it's better to just order delivery and keep the show running. We're doing entertainment here, man. It's okay. It's a waste of money unless it's worth it, right? It's a convenience. It's a service. Sometimes that service is worth it. I will try to talk and do this at the same time. I bet I can. Okay, so Cold Hands is a freed slave. That means that somehow, there's another one. Thanks, guys. Somehow there's a way to free ice whites from bondage, which is amazing. On the show, they do it with dragon glass. Can I stream from my phone while I walk? No, I can't. That's too much chaos. Thank you. Appreciate that. Another one came through. I'll get the name in a second. Let's see, who was it? Lucas. Thanks, buddy. Bam. You guys want to keep me going. Get a Red Bull, get a Snapple, get a little one of those. Perfect. Continue. Boom. ordered. 13 minutes. So this is exciting. It means there's a way to free the whites. That's good. It's good to have hope for the whites in general. We know there is symbolism that suggests that Dany will free the whites from bondage, potentially by burning the others, because she keeps burning slave masters to free slaves. So it makes sense that burning the others might free the whites from bondage. So how is that done? Maybe, is it a thing, like on the show they went with the White Walker individually resurrects certain whites. And if you kill that walker, those whites die. And that's a magic trope. It's not a horrible idea. I'd be a little surprised if that's how it works in the show. But maybe Cold Hands was freed from bondage by killing a specific White Walker. I suspect it's more a case of magic. And the important thing here is that there is every foreshadowing that Jon's body is going to be stolen by the others. I didn't make that a slide because I just beat that one to death in the White Walker Iceberg. This is also why we never did a Jon Iceberg. We did a Dany. We're not going to do a Jon Iceberg because I covered all the Jon theories in the White Walker Iceberg. We are going to do a Jon character stream though, guys. Who is the real Jon? That'll complement my Who is the Real Dany video. So you can look forward to that. We haven't ever done really good Jon character analysis. We always talk magic with him. So Jon character stream is coming soon. Give me a shout out in the chat if you're enthusiastic for the Jon character stream so I know to do that one. But yeah, Cold Hands was ice whited and then freed. And that's probably going to need to happen to Jon. His body's going to be stolen from the others. Thanks, guys. Hey, Heather Reed, good to see you in the chat. Long time no see. So Cold Hands is showing us a lot of stuff for Jon. He's showing us that even if Jon is ice whited, he can still be freed. We don't know how. It's likely the children of the forest are involved. You see their happy little asses walking by Cold Hands and his great elk here. And this is another Diego Gisbert Lorenz artwork. Love this one. You can see Cold Hands' black hands. I like the feral little child of the forest faces. Those are cool. So Martin, I'll be asking an interesting question. What is agency when Martin is working so much with like destiny and fate? I think a lot of times the agency is what you choose to do in the face of your destiny. And that's how life is. Sometimes you don't have every choice available to you. You're in a tough situation, but the rest of your life might be defined by the tough choice that you make in that situation. George really romanticizes those sorts of choices. He always puts the Starks in those positions. And I just think he's got a grim idea of heroism that's like, yeah, life is fucking brutal, but no matter how hard it is, true heroes don't bend. They stick to their guns, and even if they pay a price, they set that example for others to follow, and they make a difference. They throw themselves in the breach. That's just George's ideal of heroism. So, yeah. There's a choice. Sometimes it's a tough choice, but you always do have a choice, even if it's just to die with honor sometimes. Because remember, those martyr sacrifices can motivate thousands of people to take action. Yeah, I think about fate and destiny and stuff in my own life as mostly as possibilities. Like maybe there's a little bit of destiny when you meet your true love, that fateful day that you look back on, but it was still only ever an opportunity. No one forced you to then follow up and fall in love and create a relationship. It's like you guys did that, but you did that with the opportunity that like fate delivered to you. So it was a fated moment. But that doesn't mean that we don't have free will. That's how I think about fate and free will. But let's talk about Cold Hands, who does have free will. And I want to emphasize that. He is not a blood raven skin puppet. I'm pretty sure. Some people, this used to be a more popular theory before I stamped it out with my sermonizing. I don't know. But it used to be that people assumed Bloodraven was just piloting a corpse. Bloodraven took back over one of the whites, and he's talking through Cold Hands. But the thing is, Cold Hands does not sound like Bloodraven. He just doesn't. He has a different tone. He seems to have a lot of individuality. He's functioning just like a skin changer and a green man. That's the first thing we need to notice. He's riding an elk, and he's riding a great elk. They're 10 feet tall. Don't make me get my photos out. Google Irish elk if you haven't seen them. I put them up every time. I'm not going to do it. I need to keep moving. But that's how big they are. The horns are wrong. The antlers are much bigger. They're like wing-like, like moose antlers, but with sharp tines. But they are 10 feet at the shoulder, 10 feet across altogether. It's big enough for a human to ride, except for that elks are wild and uncontrollable. All right? So Cold Hands, yeah, this actually might not even be big enough. It's close, maybe not quite. Because if you remember, Cold Hands throws Sam and Gilly on the back of the elk, too, when they leave. So the elk should be a little bit bigger even. That's true. That's okay, though. So the point is, you can't ride an animal like that without being a skin changer. And specifically, we're told that the green men rode elks. So here's Cold Hands riding an elk. And that's why Bran says, oh, was he a green man? When Sam starts describing him. And that's important because, again, the original Night's Watchmen may have been green men. According to me, they were. So here's a Night's Watchman who's resurrected, which, like I said, also is the true origin of the Watch, resurrected Night's Watchman. So Cold Hands might be showing us the whole thing. The guy might be a green man. His antlers may have fallen off. If you think about it, bucks lose their antlers in the winter. So it could be that Cold Hands literally is a green man. And that cloth that's covering up his mouth, it could be covering up like a weird fawn man mouth instead of like a wound. Yeah. But also the idea of the Night's Watchmen being green men could simply be the idea that they are skin changers descended from green man. They might not be Sir Nuno's people. They might just be recently descended from green men, as most of the first men seem to be, and they had the green powers. So, Cold Hands is a freed slave. He seems to be a skin changer. Not only is he riding the elk, he also talks to the ravens. They perch on him, they perch on the antlers, they talk to him. When he goes back and murders the mutineers at Craster's, which he did, the ravens helped him because they find the bodies later. They're all torn up by the ravens. So Cold Hands and his ravens attacked together in concert. They also did that when they saved Sam. He came with the ravens and they attacked the whites and he rescued Sam and Gilly. So Cold Hands is behaving like an advanced skin changer or green man, riding an elk, talking to ravens, and working in concert with ravens. He can probably talk to Cold Hands or talk to Bloodraven directly, but if he can't, then he can certainly talk to him through the ravens. And this is what the Night's Watch used to do. Okay? So there's a reason why we have Bloodraven's cave with Bloodraven sitting in it, and then we have a Lord Commander of the Watch who always has a raven on his shoulder, which Bloodraven is warging. And when the raven pops out of the kettle and says, Snow, Jon Snow, that was Bloodraven throwing the election. But he wasn't really throwing the election. He's showing you the ancient tradition. The ancient tradition is that the Lord Commander works with the Green Seer of the North and takes commands from him and works in concert. So it's like, oh, who should we have as the next Lord Commander of the Night's Watch? Let's ask the Green Seer. And then the bird's like, Jon Snow. And they're like, all right, it's Jon. That's what happened. That's what happened accidentally. And in the past, it would have been intentional. So that is why the Lord Commander always has that raven. And that's what the maesters say, is that the first men used the ravens to communicate, but instead of tying notes to their legs, they used to teach the birds to talk. So that's just skin changers using ravens to talk to each other. Super chat from Australia. Love your content. Do you think the Tower of Joy could have been a Night's King incident? Lyanna, the Night's Queen, and potential Rhaegar, the Night's King, having children brought down by green men. Robert Reed Stark. Well, I mean, it's an echo. And you'll notice that, like I've said, the blue rose petals, blue as the eyes of death, are in the sky like blue stars. So that's the eyes of the others watching the Tower of Joy. And yeah, all the symbolism is just as you say. And Ned and Robert, or Ned and his men, who includes Howland Reed, they're also Night's Watch symbols because they're gray wraiths. And the men in black are shadows in black, who are symbolically wraiths because they're like Cold Hands is a wraith. Okay. So they're both green men and Night's Watchmen at the Tower of Joy. Ned's men. And yeah, Howland Reed adds to that symbolism. So that's a good point. All right. So last thing, Herne the Hunter. I want to take a dab, but I'm out of butane. I can get some now, but anyway. Let's see. Let's go with GG4. So Herne the Hunter, real quick. He is a particular variation of the Green Man folklore, a branch of it, if you will, specific to a certain area of England. There's a specific tree called Herne's Oak that he's associated with. And the basic story is that Herne committed some crime when he was alive, and he was hung for it from a tree. But in death, he became some sort of protector of the woods and a leader of the Wild Hunt, which is a procession of ghostly figures and ghostly animals and souls and things. The Wild Hunt is a very old myth. There are many variations of it. But that's Herne's version. And the thing about Herne the Hunter, hanged, hung, dude, I don't care. I say that wrong on purpose. I don't care about stuff like that. And hung is fun to say. Hanged is a dumb word. It's dumb like the horn and the Andals. So Cold Hands was hung. Okay? Hung. Herne the Hunter was hung, is the point. Herne the Hunter, So Cernunnos is a protector of the woods. The Green Man is an embodiment of nature. Herne the Hunter is a dead version of this. He is hung on Herne's Oak. And then he becomes Herne the Hunter, riding his ghost horse and leading the ghost procession of the Wild Hunt. That's right, Anthony. Thank you. And so Cold Hands, he is Herne the Hunter. Just like Garth is the Green Man, Cold Hands is Herne the Hunter. He probably was hung as well. Because he speaks with a rattly, raspy voice, and his mouth is covered with a cloth. So probably he's covering up a nasty hanging wound. He might be the dude whose throat got cut in front of the weirwood. Maybe. I tend to look at that vision as an archetypal vision. That person isn't anyone in specific. It's just showing us that Starks did this in front of the weirwood. There was many people sliced open in front of the tree. So who that guy was, who cares? But maybe that was Cold Hands. Maybe Cold Hands was killed that way. It's very possible that the Green Men, zombie rangers, the green zombies, were killed intentionally to be turned into zombies. And if that's the case, their throats would have been cut in front of weirwood trees, and then they would have been immediately resurrected. So that could be why he's got the throat cut. But the point is, the hanging is important. It ties into the Odin symbolism. He hangs on Yggdrasil as a symbol of transcendence. And the Green Seers are strapped to the roots to do the weirwood transcendence. So Cold Hands have a hanging wound. It's 4:20 West Coast time. Is par for the course. And it's consistent with Herne the Hunter, who is a guardian of the woods who's dead. Herne also he has antlers on his head. So, praise Garth. I'll just mute the camera. Alrighty. Woo! Ooh, that was a good one. Oh, oh yeah. The birds, by the way, are on vacation. Or I'm on vacation from birds, however you want to say it. And thank you to Brianna, River Mist, and Lucas. Yeah, the birds are they're in the bird hotel for a couple weeks. I needed a break. I really did. Like, I felt like I was on vacation as the next day I woke up and there was nothing I had to do. And I just walked out of my house and just went off for the day. I went to an all-day music festival, camp out. I did all kinds of stuff in the city. I've been working hard the last week, not taking care of birds. So yeah, bird vacation, much needed. So last thing about Herne the Hunter. Herne the Hunter is directly referenced in the origin story of House Tarly. House Tarly of Horn Hill traces their origins back to children of Garth the Green, Herndon of the Horn, and Harlan the Hunter. So Herndon, Horn, Harlan, Hunter. Herne the Hunter is right there. Herne the Hunter also has a horn, by the way, which he blows. So Harlan of the Horn, I don't know where the name Harlan comes from, but Herne the Hunter has a horn. And Horn Hill, we have, Harlan the Huntsman and Herndon of the Horn. So you see what's going on here. Now, Sam, descendant of Horn Hill, he's the one who meets Cold Hands. So basically, Cold Hands is an embodiment of Herne the Hunter, who is George's inspiration for the ancestors of House Tarly. So when Sam meets Cold Hands, it's kind of like him meeting the ancestor of his house. It's very fun. And I talked about it a lot in the Green Zombies thing. That's why Sam is so horny. Exactly. Fat pink mass. That's it. You got it. Sam is a last hero figure, by the way. He is the 13th Night's Watchman to make it back to the wall from Craster's Keep. Only 13 people made it back from Craster's Keep. Sam was the 13th. So he's doing last hero stuff all over the place, rescuing Gilly's baby. He's very heroic. Yes, we love Sam. Team Sam, absolutely. So, yeah, much braver than he realizes. And stronger than he realizes, too. When he throws his weight around, he's pretty strong. So don't think that he's just overweight. He's also a powerful dude. He could wield Heartsbane, to be honest. He's been training on the watch for a while. He's been boiling away some of that fat and getting some muscle there. So he could be a slayer. He could, man. Plus, the whole thing with Valyrian steel is like, it's a magic weapon. It's not about like, well, maybe it is. I guess Waymar and the other do duel. So maybe it is about skill as well. But I think Valyrian steel might kill the whites also. We'll see. Anyway, Herne the Hunter ties Cold Hands to Sam. And that's interesting because Cold Hands is the one who saves Sam. So very cool. Yeah, Sam's sigil is the huntsman. It's a man with a horn. Red and green colors, like the eyes of the green seers. Is my DoorDash here yet? Come on, DoorDash. Let's open up the app so it can tell me. Completed. Yes, that means it's out front. Do you want to hear the music? Of course you do. I'll be right back. My out front is right there. Boom. I gotta cover my fawn mouth. I just ate like 10 Ruffles chips. Salty little oil and salt. All right. Oh, they're not cold. To the freezer. Brutal. There you go. I wedged it under the ice packs. It'll take like 5 minutes. We're good. All right. Use salt and ice to cool it faster. Well, I stick it into the freezer. Under the ice pack. It's wedged in between 2 ice packs. So let's move on here to Hardcore Green Zombies theory. We've been walking it out. We've been reeling it out. But yes, the original Night's Watch, they were zombies for a million reasons. It's very likely to be true in some form. First of all, Cold Hands is a zombie ranger who was killed long ago, maybe very long ago. Jon Snow will be a zombie ranger. By the way, this is Guillermo Pongalupi. And this is an awesome piece of artwork. Did I give you? Yes, I did on the last one. Okay. So John's going to be a zombie ranger. He's going to be leading the watch against the others. Cold Hands is a zombie ranger, so maybe this is a thing. It kind of makes sense. Zombies don't need to stay warm. They don't need to eat or sleep. So they are ideal to journey into the cold, dead lands and just fight forever. They don't need a fire. They don't need food. I mean, these are problems when you're in the north if you're a human. So, yeah, that's being a zombie is good if you are in control of your own self. We see that Beric loses a bit of himself every time he's resurrected, and Stoneheart was dead for 3 days, and much less of her comes back. Now, Jon, of course, a skin changer. His spirit doesn't do the same thing as Beric or Catelyn's spirit when he dies. Instead of just dissipating into the afterlife, it goes into his wolf for second life. So Cold Hands being a skin changer as well, begin to think, well, maybe the skin changer thing is part of making a better zombie, right? Jon needs to be a better zombie, hopefully. Well, when Dany to be meeting him and he's all like, okay, that's charming. What was that again? You're a Targaryen? Can you enunciate better? So yeah, a better zombie, skin changer magic might be the key. There's also the idea that maybe Bran can use green seer magic to resurrect Jon, and that his body will be actually restored to life instead of just, a walking corpse, which is what both the Fire Whites and the Ice Whites are. They're basically animated corpses. They're not restored. So maybe Bran can revitalize Jon's body and make him a really good zombie that can still, sorry, I won't, so tasteless. So that him and Dany can have marital relations as man and woman. Maybe. So the thing is, have children. Yes, that's one way to say it. The Dead Watch. As I said, the Night's Watch are implied as 2 things: green men and dead. Like I said, all the green man names, many of them are imply death. Blackjack Bulwer. Instead of Jack in the Green, it's a blackjack. The Night's Watch, of course, wear black. Black is the colors of mourning clothes that you wear in mourning when someone's died. And they're also the swords of the morning because they're bringing the dawn. So there might be a morning joke. And also, Elric, they have Stormbringer. They also have Mournblade. So the whole sword of the morning seems to come from Mournblade. And I believe Mournblade is spelled Mourn, as in sadness and mourning. So they are the swords of mourning in mourning clothes, like they're at a funeral. And their names imply them as dead. And then freaking Dolorous Ed opens up his mouth and gives it all away. Thanks, Ed. You should start a YouTube channel. He's all like, yeah, they're pretty soon they'll say dying's not enough. They'll say, get right back to your post. Here's a spear, Ed. Too bad you're dead. Go man your post anyway. And then he talks about, there's more. There's a bunch of double entendres. But basically, Ed is telling you everything about manning your post after you're dead. And they'll teach us to ride dead horses like the others, stuff like that. So many things imply the Night's Watch is dead, and many things imply them as green men. And like I said, they kneel as green boys, and then they rise as men of the watch. So the Night's Watch are Care Crows. They're like Care Bears, only they're crows. No, that's a typo. I left it in, though, to make that joke, because I read it and laughed. I was like, Care Crows. Oh, like Care Bears. It's supposed to say scarecrows, of course. But I want to keep things light. So scarecrows are important. It creates a three-way symbol. What are you calling now? See, now we're cooking, Martin. Now we're cooking. So Ogier Dane is potentially a parallel to Jon Stark, who will wield the Dane sword and has Dane blood. Will go north with his sword Cortana, and Hector of Troy. Oh, Cortana is the sword of Hector of Troy, who would be Arthur Dane in this scenario, and fall in love with an ice witch who parallels Morgan Le Fay. Well, that would be probably Dany, but it was already Val, who's symbolically implied as Jon's wife. So, yes, that makes sense. And that's what I was saying, Martin. That's just the tip. Okay, cool. Well, now we're cooking. That's all I was asking for. Sorry, I got cranky. That's all I meant, though. It's just like, yeah, I can see there's a correlation. Like, what happens in the story that's similar? So, yeah, that's cool. That sounds like a Jon parallel. And it is a bigger clue that Jon will wield Dawn and that the last chair was connected to a Dane. That's pretty dope. Cortana is a broken sword also. Yeah, that broken sword thing, that's a very classic fantasy trope. Very classic. David always teasing with the tip. Nah, that's Nimble Dick, man. Actually, no, Nimble Dick doesn't tease with the tip. He gives you the whole nimble. You can get the whole thing. All right, appreciate you, Martin, my ADH Huckleberry. Okay, that's cool. So, scarecrows. So think about Beric, Bloodraven, and the Scarecrow brothers that the Night's Watch make when they're fighting the wildlings to make it look like there's more Night's Watch brothers. All three of these things are scarecrows. And they're all labeled that way. The Night's Watch, the fake Night's Watch brothers are literally scarecrows. They are stuffed with straw, which also makes them like green men or like the King of Winter from folklore that's made of straw and shoots and that burns to bring the spring. So these straw men, these scarecrow Night's Watchmen, when Jon has his Azor Ahai dream, which is what you see on the screen here, he's defending the wall, and it says that he's all alone. Everyone's abandoned him, except for the Scarecrow brothers, who are in fact named after fallen Night's Watch brothers. So it even implies them as resurrected because they're named after the dead. So it's like those fallen brothers resurrected as scarecrows. And in Jon's dream, they're on fire. They're burning. Burning scarecrows. And Azor Ahai Jon with his red sword and his black ice armor. So then we have... So this idea, burning scarecrow Night's Watchmen should help Azor Ahai. Well, Beric Dondarrion is a scarecrow animated by R'hllor. He is a fire white, and Arya calls him a scarecrow twice. So he's a burning scarecrow. And what sword does he have? It's a burning sword like Lightbringer, just like Jon's got a burning sword. So now we're thinking about the fact that Jon might become a fire white, just like the scarecrows that he's fighting with. And fire white Beric is a scarecrow. So, okay. Jon is going to be a scarecrow. He might have other fire whites with him fighting. Okay. Yeah, almost time for the Red Bull. Then we've got Bloodraven, also called a scarecrow. Understandably so, because he's sticks and bones under the black, cloth, just like Beric. And Bloodraven is not animated by R'hllor. He's not a fire white, but he is a Targaryen. So he's the blood of the dragon. So he's also a scarecrow. And Jon is a blood of the dragon person who is a skin changer, whereas Bloodraven is a green seer. And of course, Jon's wolf looks like a weirwood tree. So all this scarecrow stuff links Jon and Beric and Bloodraven and these scarecrow brothers. And what it all says is basically Azor Ahai, the last hero version, the heroic version, is a scarecrow. He's a fire white. He's a green seer or a skin changer, blood of the dragon person, and he's probably resurrected through the weirwood magic. And Jon's going to be all those things. And so the original last hero probably was too. So that's what the scarecrows are about. Excuse me, the carecrows. They care about you. They have died and come back to life to save you because they care. So put your heart emojis in the chat for the carecrows, guys, because they're trying hard out there. Now, the last thing about fire whites is that they can light their swords on fire. They don't need to stab Nissa to make Lightbringer, which is a clue that myth is problematic and false. All you got to do is kill yourself, sacrifice yourself instead of your wife, become a fire white, and then you can light your sword on fire at will with your own R'hllor blood. Beric does it in the show and in the books. So if Jon becomes a fire white, or other Night's Watchmen or people that are going to help Jon go north become fire whites, there are some hearts. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I'm starting to see him. Thank you, Nicola. Ash Meadow Phoenix. My call. So fire whites, not only can they survive the cold and all that shit, but they can light their swords on fire at will, which is handy. So makes a lot of sense. They've got lighter fluid in their blood. Now we'll get the Red Bull. 79 Sentinels time. Close enough. All right. So this art is by Amok. And 79 Sentinels. We're going to do the Night Fort Legends separately, but this one is all about the green zombie theory that we just laid out. So it makes sense to do it now. So first of all, the story of the 79 Sentinels, there was a young Lord Riswell who ran away from the wall with 78 of his friends. They were captured and brought back to the wall, and they were planted in the ice and made to watch forever. They left their posts in life, so they'll never desert it in death, right? And then old Lord Riswell, when he died, he came north, or when he was old, he came north and was buried in the ice next to his son. So these are symbols of the Night's Watchman, the zombie Night's Watch, or the others. It's hard to tell because they're so similar, but let me show you what I mean. So first of all, sentinel. A sentinel is a tree, sentinel tree. And there's also soldier pines. So George likes his soldier trees. Sentinel's a watcher, soldier's a soldier. But yes, a sentinel is a tree. So these are 79 tree people. And they are planted in the ice. They dig little holes in the ice from the top, and they stick the person in. So it's just like planting someone in the ice. Then they are all holding spears, which gives you the image of like a little shoot or a tree trunk. So they are sentinel tree people planted in the ice. Now, when Bran goes to the Night Fort, he's thinking about the 79 Sentinels, and he's hearing the wind whistling, and he's like, oh, that's the Sentinels winding their horns. But then the wind is also sending an army of dead leaves scuttling across. There's a lot, I know I'm just talking about leaves, but there's a lot of description given to them. They're scurrying like roaches, and then they're like an army of dead leaves, like a dead army. And it's the wind that's animating the leaves and the horns of the sentinels. So it seems, and of course the wind is the language of the green seers. So it seems like there's a lot of language here about an undead army of Night's Watchmen that are like tree people that got frozen. So I tend to think that this is about the others for a couple reasons. One, they are people that broke their vows. And remember, it says Night's King bound his brothers with strange sorceries. So there's also Bran's dream where he's trying to fly and he sees the other dreamers and they're impaled on the ice spires. So those are the failed or fallen angel green seers who became others. So these guys, they ran away, then they're planted in the ice. So if you think about that, it's like you're taking a seed and a planting ritual, which is a green ritual, but you're planting it in the ice, and these people are dead. They're not growing. They're frozen. So that sounds more like taking a Night's Watch brother and a green man and freezing him and making a frozen soldier. And then at the Night Fort, Bran feels like they're attacking him and they're coming with an army of the dead. So I believe that the 79 Sentinels are about other creation. The thing is, the creation of the others and the creation of the undead Night's Watch, they're all linked. This all is happening at the Night Fort. And yeah, I talked about that in my Night Fort video, which we're going to get to some of that. But yeah, these are linked events. We did the reread of the Crasters chapter, where a monster is born right as a Night's Watchman is dying. That's more of the same. It's showing you the birth of an other and the death of a Night's Watchman simultaneously, who's then symbolically resurrected in the pyre. He seems to sit up in the fire. There's a dozen people called out in a circle. So it's a last hero resurrection that follows on the brink of the birth of another. So it's kind of like green men are killed, others are created, but then those green men that are killed, their corpses are turned into Night's Watchmen. That's basically the picture. So last thing, weird totems. There's like sort of a complement to this, and there's no picture for it, so I didn't make it its own slide. But there's 3 Night's Watch Rangers that get turned into weird totems by the Weeper, who's a wildling that murders Night's Watchmen by cutting their eyes out. So he's called the Weeper because everyone bleeds out the eyes after he's done with them. Now, of course, that's Weirwood symbolism. They have carved eyes that weep blood. So when the Weeper cuts somebody's eyes out, it's kind of like someone sending you into the Weirwood net. It's Weirwood stigmata, essentially. Now, these 3 Night's Watch Rangers that disappear and don't come back, there's 9 sent out, like the Grove of 9, perhaps. 3 come back, not come back. They're found dead. Their heads are mounted on spears of ash wood. So the spears of ash, just like with the 79 Sentinels, they're playing the role of a tree trunk. And of course, Yggdrasil is an ash tree. So these are implied as weirwood trees. And on top are these bloody heads with bloody weeping eyes. And of course, they have the red smile because their necks are all cut. And of course, a cut throat is called a red smile, which likens to the weirwood bloody carved smile. So they got carved smiles and carved eyes, and they're mounted on these poles, these ashwood poles. So these are basically 3 Night's Watchmen, Blackjack Bulwer, Garth Greyfeather, and Harry Hal, that are turned into weird totems. So this is showing you something about Night's Watchmen going into the Weirwood net and becoming undead. Now, they've also have snowbeards. So that could imply a likeness to the Starks and Edric Snowbeard. So saying, the first Starks were some of these last hero companions. That would make sense. So I think that is the reason why they have snowbeards on top of all that. I don't think that's others' symbolism. The Sentinels are, though. But I guess it's kind of all the same thing. You know, you could say, "Oh, these are the Night's Watch. These represent the brothers," but their spirits, you know, kind of went to become the others. Brianna, thank you for thanking me for my hard work. I don't know if I said your name already. Hunter, oh, what's up with Rickon? Man, I don't have a good answer. I'm not letting you out of here without asking. Where is his heart in conflict? What's his purpose? He's the only Stark that doesn't get a POV. And he's so young. His major conflict is that he feels abandoned by his family. And now he's being raised by like feral people on Skagos and Osha the Wildling. So I think his purpose in this story is he's going to come back a kind of feral warg king and show us something about the past. But the fact he doesn't have a POV and the whole Shaggy Dog story thing makes me worry about him surviving. But I don't have a specific theory other than he will come back leading the army of Skagosi and riding the horny goats and all that. That is coming. And I talked about Skagos yesterday as well. So, weird totems. Moving on. These two. Knights, King, and Queen. On the left, the artist is Oriana Wisner. And on the right, it is Elle Ann. She does 3 different Night Kings that look like, or Night Queens that look like this. So, I've already talked about it a little bit, and we did this in the others Iceberg, so I don't want to belabor the point, but Night's Queen, some sort of ice sorceress. She's like Melisandre. Night's King is like Stannis, giving his seed and soul to her. Mel takes his normal human seed, turns it into shadow babies. Night's Queen seems to be taking Night's King seed and making the white shadows that are the others. So that's what sacrificing to the others means. The thing is that Craster and his women, they have to give their babies to the others. But this scenario is different because the mother of these children is already cold. Her womb is icy like Adara from the Ice Dragon story. So her children are going to come out icy already. Just like Melisandre probably can't have a normal baby. She only has magic babies now. She's transformed. So that's what Night's Queen is, seemingly. And one of the clues that the idea that he's the 13th Lord Commander shouldn't be taken literally to mean that it's 13 years, or that he's, you know, after the Night's Watch. 13 seems like a symbolic number, and it's in the story all over the place. He's the 13th Lord Commander. He's also ruled for 13 years. And then Last Hero has 12 friends, so that's a 13 too. And Last Hero, in my opinion, took down Night's King. And some people think he became Night's King. You know, stopping the long night by creating an unholy pact with the others to give them babies, which is not a bad theory. So, yeah, those 13s, they don't seem literal. They seem like symbolic numbers. He was sacrificing to the others. That means him and Night's Queen were making others. He was taken down by Brandon the Breaker, who might have been his brother, and Joramun. So, again, if Brandon the Breaker is the last hero, or I should just say, if Night's King and Queen are making others during the long night, and 13 years seems like a good number for the long night, then Brandon the Breaker is either the last hero or the last hero's companion. And Joramun, same goes for him. That Joramun could be a name that refers to the last hero or to his companions. Because we shouldn't think of the last hero and just 12 grunt red shirts, 12 soldiers. They may have all been unique individuals that brought different things. Because if you think about, if we end up with John and Danny and like 12 people, it's going to be like Jamie and Brienne and Davos and people like that. Arya, people that do have individual skills and gifts and bring different things to the table. And there's also 12 Children of Garth. Thank you, Ashmeadow Phoenix. That's part of the point. of George creating the 12 notable children of Garth the Green is to tie Garth the Green to the last hero. The last hero is like Garth. And his companions are like green men, people that are descended from green men, people with skin changer gifts. They would have all had to have been skin changers originally, I think, to be the right kind of zombies, but maybe not. Maybe you had some freed ice zombies like Cold Hands. Maybe there were some fire whites, and maybe there were some skin changer whites. Maybe it was a collection. Oh, Rob doesn't have a POV either. You're right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. And he dies. So that's what I was saying. Like, Rickon doesn't have a POV either. Yeah. Not a good sign. So again, I mentioned Night's King bound his brothers with strange sorceries. I believe that is a reference to the Night Fort theory, where we have a green man watch, and Night's King is using magic to create the others. So that's binding his brothers. It is shadow binding because the others are shadows that are bound to icy golem bodies. They absolutely are shadow bound. They are shadow beings. So, and Mel is a shadow binder. Her birthing the black shadow babies is an act of shadow binding. She's binding those shadows to a purpose and to a certain amount of physicality, because that sword actually cuts Renly. Same thing with the others. They are shadow bound. So that whole thing, binding with strange sorceries, that is the creation of the others from his brothers. So who were the Night's King's brothers? People that became the others. Those were the green men of that green watch. And I'm going to explain that in just a second if you don't know what that's about. But first, let's talk about the hope. We got a non-updated. There we go. Boom. No one caught that. I caught it before y'all. That's good, though. That means I'm paying attention. So, Heart of Winter. We'll come back to the Night Fort and the Green Men, but Heart of Winter needs to be talked about because, like I said, this is where we're going. Bran looks into the Heart of Winter, and the tears freeze on his cheeks, and he's afraid. And Bloodraven, or the Three-Eyed Crow, says, "Now you know why you must live." So whatever's in the Heart of Winter is terrifying in a Lovecraftian way, and Bran must live in order to do something with or about the Heart of Winter. Okay. So this is what we know. We also know that he looks past the curtain of light to see it. So this literally is the Aurora Borealis that Bran is looking past. Now, one of the things about the Aurora Borealis is that those words, Aurora means dawn, and Borealis means of the north. So the curtain of light is actually the dawn of the north. And you can see why it's called that, because it looks kind of like a weird sunrise in the north. So the dawn of the north is the curtain of light. But of course, Dawn the sword is the original ice of House Stark and the dragon steel of the last hero, which I will explain in the next slide. And this is a clue about that. So if you think about the Tower of Joy, right? Think about the Tower of Joy as being like the Heart of Winter. Inside the tower is the Night's Queen figure with her baby. And outside are 3 white knights who symbolize the others. One of them is Arthur Dayne, who has Dawn, the sword of the morning. So there is the curtain of light, the dawn of the north, the Aurora Borealis, in the form of these 3 white knights, one of whom has Dawn. And behind the curtain of light, Aurora Borealis, is the Heart of Winter, which is Lyanna and the tower. You like that? That's new. That's new. So the Dawn of the North thing I've connected before, but I did not think about the Tower of Joy. So that's a nice copy. And it implies things about the Heart of Winter. What's in the Heart of Winter? Well, a tower is a tree symbol, and Lyanna is a Night's Queen symbol. So there is probably a frozen weirwood tree. That's the best thing to guess that's in the Heart of Winter, is a frozen weirwood tree. And here it is. This is by Bo Zonneveld. The others are symbolized by frozen weirwood trees and dead weirwood trees, cut weirwood that is petrified and turned to stone. So like in the Eyrie is an ice temple. It has dead weirwood thrones. They're weirwood thrones like a greenseer would sit on, but they're dead. And eventually they'd turn to stone and become stone thrones. Kind of like in the crypts of Winterfell. Then if you go to the White Sword Tower, where Arthur Dane goes to take naps. The White Sword Tower in King's Landing. It's where the Kingsguard live. In that commander's chamber, there's a big table made out of what? Cut weirwood. And it's a shield. Just like the Night's Watch are a shield. But the main thing is dead weirwood in this icy Heart of Winter symbol. Then we go to the House of the Undying, which is the best analog to the Heart of Winter. It has a cold blue shadow heart in its inner sanctuary, gathered around which are cold blue shadows. So it's very clearly the others and the Heart of Winter. But it's inside the grove of shade trees. And the shade trees are like inverted weirwoods. They symbolize frozen weirwoods. Or corrupted weirwoods. It's a similar symbol. So once again, in the Heart of Winter, we will find corrupted weirwoods, blue weirwoods, frozen weirwoods. And inside those weirwoods should be Night's Queen and or Night's King / the Great Other, who might be original Azor Ahai. So the Undying is an important parallel to all that. And the other thing that might be in the Heart of Winter is oily black stone. So in the Lord Commander's chamber, there's the shield. Everything is white, except for the sword. Oathkeeper. Jaime pulls Oathkeeper out from underneath the oak chair that he's sitting in. I think it's a black oak chair, actually. But I can't remember. But the sword itself is a black meteor symbol. And he pulls it out from under the chair in the Lord Commander's chamber. So that is your oily black stone symbol. Because remember, it drinks the light, that sword. House of the Undying, the house itself is black and drinks the light. So it is the oily black stone symbol. In the Eyrie, it's actually Sansa. Sansa Stark, who disguises herself as a Lane stone. Not just stone, but a lane stone, like one that has been lain down, like a ley line stone, or like a meteor that has landed. Sansa also darkens her hair. She had red hair before, then she darkens it. So she is a dark stone that crash lands in the middle of the Eyrie. And of course, she is a moon maiden. So she is literally a moon maiden doing moon explosion stuff at the purple wedding, darkening the sun's face, and then she flies away like a moon meteor, turns into a stone, and lands in the Eyrie. So in the Heart of Winter, and so Sansa's also a Night's Queen symbol. So there you've got Night's Queen, and you've got a dark stone symbol. Same pattern over and over. So, and remember, in the House of the Undying, one of them is female too. They're not all men, the cold spirits. So there you go. That is the Heart of Winter. There, I suspect we will find oily black stone and frozen weirwoods. And I suspect that on the Isle of Faces, there will also be oily black stone and living weirwoods. This is what I suspect. So moving on. Winterfell Mysteries. So we're getting down to it. Yes. Getting to the fun stuff here. Got 8-9 more to go. Yeah, it's a good thing I ordered this. I needed this. So, Winterfell Mysteries. We got 2 pages of these. So settle in. Where are we in this one? We're 350. Yeah, this has a proper Iceberg feel. It has to be a marathon. I guess yesterday was like the warm-up. This feels meaty. All right. There's 421 people watching. Oh, yeah. One person needs to stop watching. I'm kidding. Nobody stopped watching. Oh, somebody did. Fuck. We don't say that. We don't say that word. Remind me not to say that word so we don't get demonetized. Anyway, cheers, guys. See, now we're at 419. That's what would happen. More than one people would drop. Now we're at 416, plummeting. Come back. You 5 people thought you were being clever. Never should have said it. Now I can't take the rip until we have 420 again. So why is there always a Stark in Winterfell? Why must there always be a Stark in Winterfell? It's a big question. And now that there's not a Stark in Winterfell, there is a snowstorm that's emanating from Winterfell. And this was the earlier question. So, first conclusion that we can form is that the lack of a Stark in Winterfell might be triggering some sort of snowstorm penalty. And this might be part of the onset of the long night or part of the conditions needed, or that when the long night falls, this storm will combine with it, something like that. So that's the first guess about why there must always be a Stark in Winterfell. We're also going to talk about the fact that Ned has a habit of offering blood to the weirwoods, and we know his ancestors did that too. So that might be part of it as well, but I want to keep that discussion for a couple slides to go. 424. Okay, y'all came back. You did your little thing. You were funny. Now you're back. Appreciate you. Ooh. Ooh, mint. Oh, GMO cookies, man. Got that garlic flavor on that one. They're also called garlic cookies. That's the same thing. Do they bring the storm or are they awaiting the storm? So the White Walkers, wow. The White Walkers do bring cold winds with them. However, that is not enough for the long night. The long night is not just a localized storm, but the entire northern hemisphere, at least, being covered in clouds and ice. So, I think we need more than just this storm that's emanating from Winterfell, but the fact that it is so obviously emanating from Winterfell. And by the way, if you don't know, at the same time as it's snowing just insanely outside of Winterfell, at the wall is weeping, which means it's warmer than usual and it's melting and there's no snowstorm. So this snowstorm is over Winterfell. We can probably conclude that it is emanating from Winterfell. Now, on top of there being no Stark, the Boltons have also taken over Winterfell, which is kind of like an abomination. And they're doing abomination. That wedding is an abomination. They did it right in the godswood. So that could be part of it. That could be part of it. But we'll come back to the always a Stark idea. Those are the ideas I want to throw out now. Next thing about Winterfell that is a mystery is the first keep. The first keep is the oldest part of Winterfell, supposedly, and it is the only round tower. And this photo is actually not as accurate as the Ted Nasmith one. I picked this one because it has Bran up on the tower. And when Bran is climbing, there's a lot of important tree symbolism. Winterfell, is described like a great stone tree whose roots go deep. And later he thinks about the roots go deep and the kings of winter sit their thrones. So Winterfell itself is like a tree. like a stone tree, like a petrified weirwood, and it has a root zone with caves and hollow hills and stuff. Kind of implies that there might be weirwood thrones down there, but we'll get to that. And Bran, of course, being up top, this is a foreshadowing for Bran becoming a green seer, potentially coming back to Winterfell to sit in a weirwood throne under Winterfell in the root zone. That's what I would predict. But yeah, so that's why I chose this picture of Bran up here. And this one is by the way, Federico Musetti. But let me see if I can find the Nasmith Winterfell. That should be Wintertowns. I thought it was. What did I do with that one? Did I lose the slide? I don't see it. I'm just going to grab the artwork. Sorry. It's a really accurate piece of art. It was a calendar art. That's why. I'm all for artists taking liberty, by the way. It's just also good to know when the artist was working with George and did something that's specifically canon. So here's Winterfell. So you can see the first keep and then also the broken tower, which is right next to it. Okay, so I'm not sure if the broken tower is round or not. The first keep is. The rest of it is all square. So as you guys know, the round tower, square tower is a thing. The Maesters make a big deal out of this. Oh, the Andals only developed round tower technology after they came here and lived here for a certain point, and the older First Men castles were square. So the oldest part of Winterfell, the first keep, has some weird things about it. It's round. Now, it may have been rebuilt after the Andals came, but it is round, and it has gargoyles on it, which have been worn down so much that they're like shapeless lumps, and you can't even tell what they are. The fact that it has gargoyles is weird, because it's only Cold Moat and Dragonstone of all the castles in Westeros that are said to have gargoyles, and maybe others do, and George just hasn't said it, but gargoyles make us think of Dragonstone. And they're so worn down that they are very old. I don't know how many centuries it takes to wear down a gargoyle in the north with all their snow. Maybe it's quick. But seems like the first keep might be really old. And it's built over the godswood and over the crypts. The entrance to the crypts is right next to the first keep. So you kind of get this picture developing of the original Winterfell being the crypts, the godswood, and this first tower, the first keep. It's literally called the first keep. I think it means, like Old Town is literally the oldest town. That's what it is. It's the oldest town. So don't overthink it, kind of. I think it is the first keep. Now, the interesting thing about the first keep is that a dragon hatched from it when Ramsay burned Winterfell. Or at least that's what was implied. It probably was just symbolism. But that's definitely what was implied. Bran looking through the eyes of summer, and of course everything the wolves see is stylized. The icicles are the trees growing icy teeth. And the swords and spears are tooths and claws of men. But looking up through the eyes of summer, Bran sees a winged snake whose roar was a river of flame, as he's watching the castle burn. So there could just be a fiery shape that he saw that's intended for symbolism, because the burning dragon that's going to awaken from Winterfell is obviously Jon, who, if he is not put back in his body in the Weirwood Grove of Nine, will probably be put back in his body at Winterfell. So, but he's from Winterfell in either way, so he is the dragon sleeping under Winterfell. All that stuff about dragons under Winterfell is first and foremost intended to talk about Jon as a hidden Targaryen at Winterfell who will awaken by coming into his own as a Targaryen, just like Egg. Egg's coming into his own as a Targ is what Jon the Fiddler saw in his dragon dream as a dragon hatching. So that vision of a dragon hatching out of Winterfell is probably symbolism. However, there was a point during the night. Chat is frozen. Thank you. There was a point during the night when there was a roar and a boom that shook the ground that was louder than everything else. And then when they came out, the first keep was collapsed. It was like half of its side was missing. Bran could see into the rooms and stuff. It was cracked open. Almost looks like cracked open from the inside. And then when they came out and they opened the door, the Hodor had to push the door open. It was wedged. It made a horrible sound. And when they came out, Mira says, "Oh, we made enough noise to wake a dragon." So you can sort of imagine that there was, because we know there's rumors of dragon's eggs under Winterfell. So maybe there has been a dragon living down there in the lowest levels of the crypts. And when Winterfell got burned by Ramsay, it finally surfaced. Up until now, it surfaces to hunt in the woods, and it's just never been seen. But somehow, when Ramsay burned Winterfell, it decided to escape. And so a dragon was woken. Or maybe it was an exploding egg. Yeah, no, there's no way to verify that. That wouldn't make any sense. If it was a real dragon that hatched, it could be flying out there somewhere. But this is really just tinfoil. I'm pretty sure it's symbolism, guys. The Winterfell dragon. But it is interesting that the first keep is tied to all this stuff, and that is the one that seems to have crashed open with this thump. And then they talk about waking a dragon. So just throwing it out there. Maybe there was a dragon that hatched from Winterfell and it's flying around in the north somewhere in the Wolf's Wood. But probably not. So now, the gargoyles are interesting, though. That is definitely interesting. So moving on from the first keep, we come to the crypts themselves. And of course, I mentioned the lowest levels are blocked. They are collapsed. There's collapsed masonry down there. Now, could be that this is collapsed on purpose to hide the lower levels, or it could be that there was just a cave-in that's convenient for George's purpose. But there's obviously a secret down there, so it doesn't really matter. There's a secret down there for sure. Question is, what is it? Jon is the one who has a recurring dream where he's being compelled, even though he's terrified, and even though the Kings of Winter are like, it's not your place. Because, of course, Jon has imposter syndrome as a bastard. Even though he's as Stark as anybody else. Even if he was Ned's bastard, like, he's still as much Stark as his brothers and sisters. But somehow he thinks he's not a Stark, it's not his place. That's probably the Kings of Winter reacting to his dragon blood. Who knows? But it mostly serves Jon's narrative as imposter syndrome stuff. But he's always being compelled to try to walk down to the lowest levels. And it's so dark and he's got to keep going. But he always wakes up. So, whatever's down there, obviously going to be tied to Jon's plot. Is it going to be RLJ stuff? It could be. It certainly could be. I would expect that Jon's dream will finish and he will, if he's going to ever talk to his mom, it would be down there. Lyanna's statue was down there, and Ned has had dreams of Lyanna's statue weeping blood, when he hears "Promise me, Ned." So if Jon has a dream of Lyanna's statue talking to him, that's barely different than what's already Ned, what's happened to Ned. So that I suspect to be down there. But there's probably some, lay off Catelyn. I agree with Bebe. There's valid criticism of her, but so is there of every character. She gets way too much hate, with some of it being uncomfortable, let's just say. So let's not have too much Catelyn slander. Only a little bit. Honestly, her arresting Tyrion is the least of her mistakes. That didn't work out well, but it was a smart move at the time, and it made sense for why she did it. It just didn't work out. So that's how life is sometimes. You would have done the same thing. And when you first read that scene it was pretty awesome with everybody standing up and being like, here, here, yes, let's arrest him. Like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so just shelve the whole conversation if you would, Catelyn's, we'll do a Catelyn character stream and hash it out one time. I'm thinking about doing a Sansa character stream next, actually. Because the Lyanna one was so much fun. Really did enjoy it. And I feel like Sansa's got there are feelings that are aroused by her story. And that sounded wrong. I mean like arguey feelings. Okay? Argument feelings. People get in a way about Sansa. And I have strong feelings about her too. I like the character a lot and think that her flaws and shortcomings are well written and that her arc is good. And some people are just like, all they do is rag on her. So, Anyway, another time. So what's down there in the lowest levels? I'd love to see you, chat. What is it? Is it Rhaegar's harp? That's an old idea. It could be some other symbol of Targaryen, like the wedding cloak from Rhaegar and Lyanna's wedding. My idea that I've come to lately is a dragon's egg. And that could be even what is calling Jon with this recurring dream. Because we have rumors of a dragon's egg being left down there, specifically attached to the Pact of Ice and Fire. And that was a wedding pact between Jacaerys Valerion, Rhaenyra's son, and Cregan Stark. And it was Jacaerys' son is supposed to marry Cregan's daughter whenever Jacaerys has a son. Because Jacaerys will be king. And so that Jacaerys' son will be prince in line to be king with a Stark queen. So the Starks, in exchange for helping Rhaenyra next season, will be promised this wedding pact. And this is called the Pact of Ice and Fire. So there is, when Jacaerys went to Winterfell, and thank you to Quinn. Oh, I'm entertaining you on a road trip. Bitchin'. Everybody drive safe, stay hydrated. If your passenger needs to stop for the bathroom, don't make them wait too long. That is mean. Cheers. Shout out to the road trip crew. What was I saying? Dragon's egg. So there is a rumor that Vermax left a clutch of eggs in the crypts. Now, whether or not Vermax got down into the crypts is hard to say. Like I said, wouldn't have fit down the stairwell, but it's strongly implied that the Winterfell caves, well, we know the caves go all outside the castle through the hills. It's an intuitive leap to imagine that there is cavern exits from the crypts that go out into the outside. Maybe down through the lowest level, maybe side passages, maybe secret passages behind sepulchers. Don't rule that out, okay? There definitely could be secrets down there, not just, what we see. So, the rumor about the dragon laying eggs down there, I suspect what would have happened is that Rhaenyra and Jacaerys would have just brought an egg and given it to the Starks, because that's what the Targaryens do sometimes to cement these wedding arrangements. Like, you will eventually have a child that will be half Targaryen. Here is an egg as a promise, intended for this child, or just as a promise, because they're valuable, very valuable. So it's kind of like collateral. So definitely it could have been that the dragon laid eggs down there, because obviously there are hot springs. So the rumor is found a warm place down there and laid some eggs. That makes sense. So either they could have laid eggs, or it could have been part of the actual agreement. So it kind of does make sense for there to be dragon eggs down in the crypts. It's not far-fetched at all. And we've seen, and this is the big thing, when Dany is carrying around her eggs, she starts to have dragon dreams, and it's Drogon that's appearing in dream form. Now, Jon, he can't get down to the lowest levels to finish his dream, right? But something is calling him to go down there. So when he gets down there, there's going to be something that's like, here you are. I've been calling you. Maybe it's just a thing, but maybe it's a dragon's egg. It doesn't need to be hatched, because a hatched dragon presents problems. How's it surviving? How does no one hear it? Rickon goes down there with Shaggy Dog and hides overnight. He doesn't run into any dragon hatchlings. But if there's an egg, the egg can still be sending dreams to Jon. And if Rhaegar had access to any eggs, which he would have, then that could have been something that was left with Lyanna in the Tower of Joy. Promise me, Ned, you'll show him this when he's old enough. And that's where Ned would have tucked it for safekeeping so that no one would see it. Would be down in the crypt behind Lyanna's statue. He would have tucked the egg that Rhaegar gave to Lyanna that Lyanna gave to Ned. So that's another way that there could be an egg down there. But the thing is, Jon is the fulfillment of the Pact of Ice and Fire that Jacaerys and Cregan made. Because, spoiler alert, Jacaerys never has that son. And there never is that wedding. So when Rhaegar and Lyanna have Jon, that is the fulfillment of that pact, essentially. So if there was an egg left from Jacaerys' visit, it would be appropriate that it would be calling to Jon, because he literally is the fulfillment of the pact that the egg is tied to. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's my personal theory about what's in the lowest levels. Actually, that the dragon's egg doesn't even have to be down there. That could simply be behind Lyanna's tomb. What's in the lowest levels is going to be something older. Got to be something with the original Long Night. And I have an idea, but we'll get there. I'm supposed to say some of it now. So part of it is the thrones. There should be weirwood thrones down there. Like I said, Winterfell is implied as a tree, as a weirwood tree. And that's the root zone. And I think that there is probably a greenseer throne under every major heart tree at every old castle that the First Men made. There's probably a throne under Storm's End somewhere. There's probably a throne under Winterfell. There's probably a throne under the Night Fort. There might be talking faces under Winterfell or those other places. So those are two things that we could find behind the collapsed portion. Would be a black gate or weirwood thrones. Now, the thing that's really weird is like the kings of winter sit on stone thrones with stone direwolves next to them, right? Well, this could be the thing where like it's changed from the original version. The oldest kings of winter, and remember the king of winter crown being 9 black swords, potentially a parallel to the 9 trees in the Grove of Nine. It could be that the original kings of winter were greenseers, and that their original tombs down there in the lowest levels are not just stone thrones, but weirwood thrones that have petrified and turned to stone. They could have even been carved after that point, but probably what we will find down there are petrified weirwood thrones and probably like skeletons. Or maybe that's why I was saying, what happens to the singers in Bloodraven's cave? Do they petrify? Do they turn to wood? Do they are just consumed? I don't know. But if you think about Bloodraven's cave and Winterfell Crypts, they are definitely parallel locations. So I would expect that the underground river may go all the way to the crypts, or the parallel may just be that like there are caves that connect to the outside, just like there are with Bloodraven. But yeah, I strongly suspect there is a weirwood throne for Bran to sit on, and I suspect the oldest kings of winter are on petrified weirwood thrones. And I will mention Eldrick Stoneskin's theory here in a second. Actually, no, I guess now's, well, I'll put up the next one. Yeah, so we're going to get into it here. So a couple things about these Kings of Winter. They have swords over their laps, right? Iron swords. The oldest ones, most of them, in fact, have rusted, and all they are is red stains across the laps. But even the more recent ones have started to rust, and thus they have turned that orangey brown red color. So that makes them red swords. And Azor Ahai had a red sword. And Ned's sword is a black dragon sword that gets turned red and compared to the comet. It's the best Lightbringer symbol in the whole story besides Dawn. Ned's Oathkeeper. And it's a King of Winter sword. And so here, these Kings of Winter have red swords. Oh gosh. Was Azor Ahai a King of Winter? Yeah, he was. The last hero version of him was. Or maybe even a Night's King version of him. He's also kind of a King of Winter too. Bebe has her monthly visitor. Something about red stains across the lap. That's allowed. We can have raunchy feminine humor here. We make plenty of dick jokes. God knows there's enough about symbolism about women's blood in the story. Moon blood and beds of blood. And yeah, we could definitely make period jokes. If you can't live with that, then toughen up. So, iron swords, they are symbols of Lightbringer because they are red, and they're black swords that turn red. So Ned's sword is black and red. It's really just a 1-to-1. And then they're said to be there to keep the vengeful spirits in their crypts. So that's interesting. Usually the sword across the lap is a symbol of denial of guest right, right? So, for example, there's 2 times in the story where we see someone sitting with a sword across their lap. One time it's Jaime Lannister. He's sitting on the Iron Throne, challenging anyone to claim it. And his sword is red with the blood of King Aerys. So it's been dipped in dragon blood. And he's challenging. And Ned walks in and faces him down and challenges him. And then Jaime laughs and he gets off the throne. But Ned takes it as this huge insult, and he tells Robert about it all these years later, thinking Robert will be like pissed off, and Robert just laughs. But it's definitely a challenging pose. And then it's even more clear when Robb Stark, who is now crowned as king in the north, he's in Riverrun, and he's sitting on not a throne, but like, a mock throne. And Cleos Frey is brought before him. Robb has his direwolf at his side, just like a King of Winter, and his sword is bared and it's resting on his lap. And it says it's a threat plain for anyone to see. So Robb is threatening Cleos's life, and he's saying, do what I say exactly or your life is forfeit. And you have to come back as a prisoner when you're done because you're my prisoner. So this sword across the lap, it's a hostile, challenging, I would just call it denial of guest right, because guest right is so important in the North. And when you've got the sword across the lap, oh no, Robb did it to Tyrion too. Robb did it to Tyrion when Tyrion came back from the wall and stopped by Winterfell, and they were thinking the Lannisters had something to do with Bran. Robb was very unfriendly to Tyrion. He had his sword across his lap, and the direwolves came out of the darkness, Shaggy and Grey Wind, and menaced Tyrion. So again, a denial of guest right, which then Robb rescinded. He sheathed his sword and he said, I'm sorry, you can stay here. So it's kind of like pretty consistent. So when you go down to the crypts and you see all these Kings of Winter with their swords, and by the way, this is Fran Vegas, the artist, it would seem that the Kings of Winter are denying entrance to the crypts or whatever's behind them or whatever magic they possess in the crypts. They are warding with those swords. And Jon feels that. when he goes in there, the kings of winter are like, this is not your place, get out of here. They look hostile to Robert. When Robert comes down there laughing and carrying on and saying Lyanna should have been buried on a hill, the kings of winter don't like any of that, and they're like scowling at him, right? They're not, his laughter is echoing and booming, and it's like, they're not laughing. Ned doesn't laugh. So, the thing is that it's said that these swords are there to keep the vengeful spirits in their graves. And it sounds like they're talking about the kings of winter. So it's almost like a reverse function where it's like, oh, the swords keep the kings of winter spirits imprisoned. And when Barbary goes down and they see that Hodor has taken one of the swords, they're like, oh, that king's lost his sword. And I think it's Theon that thinks, oh, does that mean the spirit is loose now? So it's interesting that it's like kind of reversed there. But they certainly have something to do with keeping spirits in check, whether it's the spirits of the kings of winter or other spirits that are there or other spirits that might try to enter this place. But again, I will remind you that all the Weirwood caves are warded. So it probably complements that idea. Like this whole place is magically warded for sure. But these are also, again, these are Lightbringer symbols that these kings of winter have. So pretty interesting. Now, when Hodor, like I said, he takes one of the swords. He takes one that's rusty. Hodor becomes a king of winter. So he takes a king of winter sword, and when they are fighting the whites outside of Bloodraven's cave, and Bran is piloting Hodor, Hodor is wielding this red sword. Well, first he's attacking trees. He's knocking the snow off the trees. So it's kind of like practice. He's attacking frozen trees, which is what the others are. But then when he gets in the fight, his beard is frozen and his tears freeze. So he actually gets an ice eyes and a snow beard, literal ones, while he's wielding a King of Winter sword. So he's totally embodying a King of Winter. And what does that mean? So Hodor is a giant, first of all, and it is said that the ancient kings of winter are huge men. So perhaps the first men descended from green men and giants, or maybe the green men are, implied as bigger. So maybe these, Hodor being a giant, maybe that's meant to imply the kings of winter as giants. But Hodor's also got a lot of Weirwood tree symbolism. He carries around Bran in a wicker basket, just as Bran will be carried around in the Weirwood cage. That's how his spirit is carried around. So Hodor is also being piloted by Bran, who's a green seer. So it's like, what are the kings of winter? The idea of being piloted by Bran, that could be a reference to like these green zombies that are taking their orders from a green seer. I don't know. I'd hate to think that like green seers stealing bodies is how all the last hero people fought. But I did just want to point out, like, Hodor is doing a King of Winter thing when Bran controls him and fights. Okay, so Matt Diff is pointing out that a couple of the swords are removed from the crypts at the same time that the last Starks leave Winterfell. So maybe there's a link there as far as breaking curses and rules, or breaking rules and triggering curses. That does kind of track, because they're keeping vengeful spirits at bay. So like, what spirits are those? Spirits of winter? They might not be the spirits of these kings. Or it could be that these kings of winter are tied to the others. Some of them were some of these green men that were killed to make the others. That could also be what it's implying. Okay, so 1 second. I'm going to take 30 seconds and be right back. And we're back. So a lot of the speculation about the Winterfell Crypts revolves around the idea of the Kings of Winter rising in some sense to make an army. It starts with the Lord of the Rings parallel to the men of Dun Harrow. That's when Aragorn goes in that cave and awakens a bunch of spirits to come fight with him. These men are the men, they broke an ancient pact. They were supposed to come to the aid of the Númenóreans and they didn't. And so they've been cursed all this time. And Aragorn comes and offers them a chance to atone and to be freed from this eternal damnation by fighting with him and living up to their original promise. So the Winterfell Crypts smack of this, with Jon Snow being a potential Aragorn figure and a King of Winter. So will Jon lead an army of undead coming out of the crypts or something like that? I don't think so. I think that this is symbolism, and I hate to say it, but I really do have a hard time seeing corpses or anything walking out of the crypts and coming up to make an army. Not only is it kind of silly for as far as like it just wouldn't fit with what we see in the story, it's not needed. Like, we don't need specific corpses from thousands of years ago. We don't need that. We're just going to make new ones. And it's the same thing with the swords too. Like, Dawn might be important, but any Valyrian steel sword can become a lightbringer. I don't know that it's one sword that we need. Dawn might be important because of its icy implications or something like that. But yeah, I mean, like Jon and Dany, they're not really Azor Ahai reborn. They're not like reincarnated. They're new people that are stepping into that role. So I really don't think that we need to bring out old corpses to fight. Like, we've got plenty of corpses and fighters in the story. Now, the symbolism here is really important, though. Also, another thing about this is, like, you know, again, Eldrick Stoneskin, his videos are cool, definitely worth checking out, well made. His green zombie theory is basically that grayscale is involved, and that when these people are sacrificed, grayscale is applied somehow. I'm not sure exactly how, and the corpses become stone. And then the weird, you know, the spirits are put back into the bodies, and they're animated stone men. And that these Kings of Winter are stone bodies waiting to have the spirit stuff back into them, and they're literally going to get up off their thrones. But I just don't see any of that as necessary. For the same reason I was telling you, like, I don't think we need stone people. We're going to have, you know, like, resurrected people, which is what I think we're really talking about. Because all the whites have stone bodies. Like, they have the blood congeals, and Cold hands are hard as stone. Jon's body is turning cold. It's like turning to stone. So, and the weirwood petrifies and turns to stone too. So there's a lot of symbolic implications of turning to stone that aren't necessarily literal, that refer to other things. But the main thing about the symbolism here is the idea of what the King of Winter is and what force that he leads. So, like, if this is implied as an army down here, it's like, essentially this is, I believe, showing us the sort of the same thing as like the 79 Sentinels and the other weirwood totems, where you've got a symbol of a man who's a skin changer, who's dead, but who's still on watch and on guard and has a red sword. So that's essentially the Night's Watch. And the Kings of Winter, like the King of Winter and the Lord Commander of the Night Watch, is like the same person. Jon is going to be both, for example. One and then the other. So I think this is what this whole Crypts of Winterfell is showing us, is the army of the last hero. Bunch of undead skin changers with burning swords who rise from death, from the crypts, to fight. So essentially, George is using the Dunharrow call out to spell out what's really going to happen. But I just don't see George as being the kind of person to like, oh, we need all the old things again. It's like, no, what he's doing is he's having the current characters rediscover the old ways. But not literally like, we don't need the old things. We're doing them again. So we're going to make new corpse warriors, not the ones that are down here, in my opinion. But as, like I said, Eldrick Stoneskin videos are worth checking out. These are all theories. I could be wrong. And his theory is well thought out. The videos are very watchable. And I think he's a cool dude, so definitely want to shout him out. And everybody that watched his videos and was like, hey, check it out. It was worth checking out, and thank you. But I did want to get that in. I don't think there'll be an army coming out of the crypts. So, now we sort of touched on this, but R plus L equals evidence. There should be some RLJ shit down here. There should be verification of Jon's identity. If it's Lyanna literally telling him, or if it's the wedding cloaks or the dragon's egg, there will be something to confirm RLJ. I guess we already talked about that. And then dragon stuff. We talked about the Winterfell dragon hatching that implies a dragon here. We talked about the idea that there might be a dragon's egg. There's also a rumor that the Winterfell crypts themselves are heated by a dragon, which the Maester's note at least is sort of right in that, like, the furnaces of the earth are also the same sort of furnaces of the earth, geothermic activity, create the hot springs of Winterfell or the volcanoes such as at Dragonstone. But, so I think we pretty much hit that. There's a lot of symbolism that implies dragon stuff might be down here. So I think the dragon's egg makes the most sense, but it could just be referring to Jon's identity. Now, the Starks, as I mentioned earlier, do have the blood of the other. And this art is by H. Lazarus. And it dates back to Knight's Queen. It strongly implied through parallels that one of those Knight's Queen and King babies was somehow rescued. And this is a little bit confusing because Knight's Queen should be making others directly. But it could be that Knight's Queen, you know, she's undergoing a process of transformation. So maybe this child of Knight's Queen, maybe this child is somebody that she had before she transformed. Or maybe Knight's Queen still does have babies, and that those babies are then sacrificed and turned into others, just like Craster's babies are no doubt sacrificed. Because there's no White Walker daycare. They don't grow up. They're sacrificed. So it could still be that the baby just comes out cold. Like Adara. Again, Adara was born normally, but cold to the touch. And Adara is the little girl from the Ice Dragon. So one of these children of Knight's King and Queen seemingly was rescued and became part of House Stark. And again, monster, Gilly's baby, supposed to be given to the others, rescued by a Night's Watchman. And one of the plans is they discuss raising him at Winterfell with Jon and Val's kid, when the plan is for Jon to become Lord of Winterfell. Jon himself, daughter of a Knight's Queen, Knight's King figure, taken back to Winterfell, raised as a Stark. So there's a bunch of other echoes too. Theon, his mother is Alanis Harlaw, who is a Knight's Queen figure with a name similar to Lyanna. And her baby is, she calls Theon her baby, even though he was 9 when he was taken, is taken back to Winterfell and raised with the Starks. So, seems like a Knight's Queen baby was taken back to Winterfell and raised as a Stark. And that would give the Starks the blood of the other. And that's probably part of this whole idea of the Starks practicing ice magic. So either it is that the Starks are already practicing ice magic, and it is a Stark maiden who is Nissa Nissa / Knight's Queen. This person that taps into ice magic first. She could be a Stark already. Or it could be that her child is, again, rescued from being turned into a full other and instead becomes a Stark. And now that's Bran the Builder. And so now he has ice magic abilities from his mom, but he's not been given to the others. And so he can build the wall with ice, and his descendants can be Brandon Ice Eyes Stark and Edric Snowbeard, who might use a little bit of ice magic when they're at war. Maybe on the hush hush. So, Blood of the Others, pretty important. Monster and Jon are parallels. And of course, Jon is going to become a monster because zombies are called monsters. Like Cold Hands calls himself a monster. So Jon will be a monster and he parallels monster. Talked about the Ice Eyes and the Snowbeard. Winter Wolves. So yeah, the Winter Wolves are it's part in Fire and Blood. So I don't want to give too much House of the Dragon spoilers, but that's just the army of Starks and Northmen who come down. They're led by a Dustin, actually, who's got Barrow King symbolism. But they're the Winter Wolves, and they come down from the north and just kill everyone. So that's kind of like the others. I've talked about that, though. And then Bran the Builder I just mentioned. This explains, potentially, how Bran the Builder is using ice magic. Nope, the chat is not frozen. So, yeah, because the wall should be built after the Long Night. That part does make sense. So it makes sense that this baby that was rescued from Night's Queen at the time of the Long Night grew up, became Bran the Builder, and then was building shit. So, original ice. I cracked this one open already too. Dawn is a big white sword. It looks like a stick of ice. It's called pale as milk glass. When we see the bones of the others as it's melting, Sir Puddles, it's as pale as milk glass. So Dawn looks like the shin bone of another. It's also called Alive with Light, and it's called a pale sword. The others have swords of ice crystal, but they're also called pale swords, and they're alive with moonlight. So a lot of similar language here for the others and their swords that compares to Dawn. Now, most people think Dawn is Lightbringer and the dragon steel of the last hero, and that is probably right, although I think there are a couple of wrinkles in that. Because Azor Ahai has Lightbringer, he becomes Night's King. Last hero has to steal Dawn from him and then kill him with it. Just as Ned probably killed Arthur Dayne with Dawn and then returned Dawn to Starfall. So I think that's what happened is Last Hero kills Night's King with his own sword, Lightbringer, and that's why it's remembered as a heroic sword and gets into the hands of the Last Hero, and then they take it down to Starfall and give it to the Danes because the Danes are from the Great Empire of the Dawn, and it's kind of their sword. So it is remembered as the original ice because it was used by the Last Hero. And the Last Hero is bound to be at least half Stark. It's a sword from the east, from the Great Empire of the Dawn, but it gets in the hands of Night King because Night King is Azor Ahai. And the Last Hero steals Dawn and takes it back from him. So this is the pattern that we have settled on, I think, by looking at the parallels. And also it's implied by that name Dragon Steel. It's a joke. Like the sword itself is stolen. So Dragon Steel, the Last Hero, Dragon Steel, he stole the dragon sword Lightbringer back from Night's King. Killed him with it. Pretty sure. Thank you, Ian. And shout out to all the White Walker daycare workers. Cool. Oh, let me check my PayPals too. Oh, there is another one from Christy. So the cool emojis, if you're a YouTube channel member, if you pay the $5 a month on YouTube, which if you're just subscribed on YouTube, you don't get the emojis. That is for the $5 that the squishers pay. That's how you get the name in green and the squisher icon. You get one free super chat a month. And you get access to the emojis. So you hit the join button. That's how you do that. It's right next to the subscribe button. And like I said, it's $5 a month. And if I could let my patron users access the emojis, I would, but I don't have a way to do that, unfortunately. So All right, so where were we? Oh yes, Dane Stark. So, like I said, Eldrick Shadow Chaser is one of the names for the last for Azor Ahai that were given. But the thing is that it doesn't match any of the places in the east. All the other names match places in the east. Hyrkoon the hero, there's a kingdom of Hyrkoon. Nefarian is from Nefer, and Yintar is from Yiti. Azor Ahai is from Ashai. Where's Eldrick Shadow Chaser from? Well, the Danes have an Ulrich Dane and an Edric Dane, and the Starks have an Elric and two Edrics. And then they've got Eddard and various other names. Rickard, which is Elric. So almost all the Stark names, actually, besides Brandon, are derived from Eldric. So Eldrick Shadow Chaser almost certainly is a name of either Azor Ahai or the last hero in Westeros. And he is probably connected to the Danes and the Starks. Because again, the Danes are from the Great Empire of the Dawn. Azor Ahai is essentially a Dane. He's from the Great Empire of the Dawn. Night's Queen is almost certainly a Stark. All the Night's Queen parallel figures are Starks or implied as Starks. I've gone over that. I went over that in the White Walker Iceberg. So, if the last hero is a child of Night's King and Queen, he is half Dane and half Stark. So that makes a lot of sense. And this art is by Mobo Canario. I just like how he's looking at the sword. Like, look at this thing. It looks like a big stick of ice. And it does. It's the coldest thing around. It was in the hands of Night's King. Can you imagine some sort of otherish ice wizard, warrior, whatever Night's King was, when he gave his seed and soul to Night's Queen? I think he transformed. And so he's becoming an ice magic sorcerer, almost certainly. And he's wielding this big white sword. So, of course, it's going to look like a stick of ice. So the last hero uses this sword, and then the Starks, even though the last hero gives it back to the Danes, they remember the legend of the big white sword that saved the long night, that saved the day after the long night. And so they kept up a tradition of calling their swords ice, and they used the name over and over and over down the years, because the name comes from the Age of Heroes. Catelyn said that. I don't need a PhD in Westerosi history. I already got one, man. He says they've already got one. So, the Tower of Joy, like I said, is important because it is this archetypal struggle where you got the Night's Queen in the tower, you've got these three white shadows, white swords, other figures in front of the tower, and then Ned and his crew. And they're gray wraiths like the Night's Watch. And they fight. Ned gains control of Dawn. He steals a baby from Night's Queen and King, takes it home as a Stark. He returns the sword. So it's the whole thing is kind of laid out there, at least from the sword fight point of view of the last hero. Now, the other thing about the Tower of Joy, like I said, the others are watching too. So it even implies that the others are there. The last thing I'll say about Dawn being original ice is Morning Light. Shout out to Concord Dawn. Concord Dawn. Drum and bass fans. Morning Light. So 4 times in the story, there's a sword that runs with morning light. And they're all implied as Starks. So twice it's Jon with Longclaw when he's executing Janos Slynt. So he's doing the Stark thing, thinking about his father, thinking about ice, and then Longclaw runs with morning light. So it just shows you Jon is supposed to wield a sword of the morning, but that sword of the morning is a Stark sword. It's ice. Original ice, that would be, which is Dawn. Now, when Robb Stark is King of Winter and he's got his sword across his lap, he's demanding the return of ice. And that is when his sword runs with morning light. So it just tells you the original ice runs with morning light. It's Dawn. 4th time is when Joffrey has Widow's Wail, which looks like Foam Keeper here with red and black. And he holds it up on his birthday, and it runs with morning light. And Joffrey's is a little shit, obviously. But he does have weird last hero symbolism. He's like a dark last hero. And the more important thing is that this is Widow's Wail. It is ice. It's literally one half of ice, and it's running with morning light. So it just shows you the Stark swords supposed to run with morning light. The original one, ice, is dawn. All right, you guys look at this homoerotic picture of Aegon and Torrhen, and I'm going to snap this bong hit. Ooh, that was tasty. All right. Woo! Oh, it is a steamy picture. And of course, if you watched my Aegon's Prophecy videos, which I'm very proud of, by the way, if you haven't watched those and you like the channel, and they were somewhere back in your list of like, oh, I'll get to that one day, don't sleep on those. Excuse me. All right, so, whew. That's all I'm going to say. All right, so Torrhen, why Torrhen knelt? The Aegon's Prophecy videos, there's 5 of them. Hey, what's up, Theory of Ice and Fire? There's 5 of them, and they walk through these very important aspects of Aegon's Prophecy. So the first one just deals with the prophecy itself, which, in case you missed it, it's not necessarily exactly the same as on House of the Dragon, where it's written in a knife, and it's got those words, but it might be, because inscribing runes on Valyrian metal is a thing, and Eldric's swords, Stormbringer and Mournblade, have runes on them. Secret runes that light up with fire. So they're called rune swords. Point is, some version of Aegon's Prophecy exists in the books, which means that he and his sisters conquered Westeros in part because they were trying to set up a kingdom that would last until whenever the long night came, and they'd have their dragons and the prince that was promised, and they'd play this role saving the world. Very altruistic of them to conquer the world, or to conquer Westeros. And in fact, the Targaryens did improve Westeros. That's the bottom line. Like, they did. Especially Jaehaerys and Alysanne. But overall, they improved Westeros greatly. They didn't even have a King's Road before the Targaryens. So it was very barbaric. They, of course, Alysanne famously abolished the right of the first night. Egg made many democratic reforms, some of which were reversed by Tywin Lannister. But, yeah. In any case, where was I? Why did Torrhen kneel? Was it because of the dreamy look in Aegon's eyes, which are closed in this picture? So emo. I can't even look at you, Torrhen. You're too beautiful. Oh, Aegon. Now, in my Why Did Torrhen Kneel video, I had a lot of fun with this picture. I put speech bubbles up and made about 7 jokes. But go watch that if you haven't. Point is, we are told that Torrhen knelt, which he did. They met at the Trident. If you remember, Aegon and his 3 dragons and sisters, they came up to the Trident. The Northmen met on the other side of the Trident. They were ready to fight. They didn't fight. Instead, they made an agreement. Torrhen knelt, submitted. The North joined the 7 Kingdoms, and no Northern swords were burnt and melted and became part of the Iron Throne, and no Northman was burnt by a dragon. So, and this art, by the way, this very steamy art, is by Mariana Vera. Thank you, Mariana. You captured the moment. So, Torrhen might have knelt simply because of strategy They heard about Harrenhal, they heard about the Field of Fire, and they were like, I don't really want to fight these dragons. It looks impossible, actually. So maybe that was smart. The Northmen also, they don't have as big numbers. Like the Reach, the Targaryens burnt all the power of the Reach and Casterly Rock in one go. And they have much bigger armies and resources than the Northmen. So there's every reason for Torrhen to kneel anyway. I do want to acknowledge that. But the Northmen are also a recalcitrant bunch. They are a stubborn bunch. And they can hide. They know how to resist. They might be able to pull a Dorne thing where they're running and hiding and not really congregating in any one place, laying traps for the dragons, using the topography. They might have been able to do something like that. And it's also said that Torrhen's brother, Brandon Snow, claimed to have a way to kill the dragons and asked for a chance to sneak across the river and kill the dragons, which we think is connected to Bran's vision of a tall, pale youth cutting weirwood arrows from the weirwood tree. So that would be Brandon Snow cutting weirwood arrows to kill the dragons. And maybe that's the thing. We don't know if that's true, but Brandon probably thought that. So they may have had a magical solution to the dragons, but they didn't try that. Instead, Brandon went across, and he was sent as a messenger. He met with Aegon, and in the morning they had an agreement. So I was pointing out that Aegon's prophecy might have been the glue here, because it's very simple. If Aegon comes north and has prophetic knowledge of the White Walkers, that would impress the Northmen. They'd be like, how do you know about the White Walkers? I'm like, well, I had a dream about it. And the dream told me that I need to get ready to fight them, and I've got these dragons. So then Torrhen's like, yeah, dragons would be handy against the ice demons, and you basically you don't want to enslave anybody, you just want to call yourself king, and then come and fight against the White Walkers when the time comes. Okay, that's a good deal. And on top of that, Brandon Snow, thinking that he has a way to kill dragons, makes him sound like a dude that believes in magic. To quote the song, he believes in magic. So he's the kind of dude that might put stock in Aegon's prophecy and be open to this discussion. So that's what I think happened. And then if you go along, there's several other Stark Targaryen alliances that seem to follow the prophecy. So there's Alysanne and Jaehaerys. Alysanne goes first. She goes to the Wall and Winterfell. And several things happen. They shut down the Night Fort. Alysanne sells her own jewelry to finance the building of Deep Lake so they can shut down the Night Fort. So she was very personally invested in it. And they ended the Lord's Right, which might have something to do with supplying babies to the others. And, of course, the Night Fort has a black gate, which might be the way that babies were smuggled to the others. I'm not such a fan of that theory, but they also they strengthened the Watch greatly, and they added they convinced Cregan. They convinced Cregan Cregan's later. Alysanne, Fly Alaric, of course. Alaric Stark. Jesus. They convinced Alaric Stark. He basically did whatever Alysanne asked him. And then some, because he's enthusiastic. You got to tell him to stop. You got to make him come up for air. Anyways, you guys know how that went. We've gone over the Alaric-Alysanne dynamic before. So Alysanne, she got, what's his name? I just said it. The new gift. They gave the new gift to the Night's Watch. They doubled the lands that the Night's Watch had. I'm just waiting for y'all to react to the shit that I just threw out. That was unbelievable filth. I just threw out. I think that slipped right by y'all. Fly Alaric, yeah. He doesn't come up for air. He's got that beard, So, Doomsday prepping. Alysanne and Jaehaerys definitely preparing for the long night. Definitely involving the Starks. There's definitely... This would be a follow-up on Aegon's prophecy. So they're talking about it again just a couple generations later. Then we got the Pact of Ice and Fire. We already talked about that. Come up for air. That's what I'm talking about. You heard me. So, yeah, man. That's what I heard. Hey. Fly Alaric Stark is a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? He's a gentleman. He knows what to do. So the Pact of Ice and Fire is talking about a Stark Targaryen baby that needs to be born, which ultimately turns out to be Jon. So it's good chance Aegon's prophecy would be talked about here, especially because they've made such a big deal of Aegon's prophecy on House of the Dragon. And on season 2 House of the Dragon, Rhaenyra, who knows about the prophecy and whose son Jacaerys is now her heir, presumably she would have confided this now to Jacaerys, and he's going to Winterfell to try to make a pact. So it is very possible that Jacaerys will bring up Aegon's prophecy when he goes to Winterfell in season 2. If they don't do that, they're dumb. I'll just say that. Like, it's such an obvious thing to do. I'll be shocked if they don't, because they've clearly working with Aegon's prophecy. And I don't think they're like Dave and Dan, where they like play up something one season and then abandon it in the next season. I expect them to keep using this prophecy through the whole story. So, easy there, chat. Easy there. We like to imply the dirty things. Okay, so then the last thing is Rhaegar and Lyanna. We already talked about this a bunch. Prophecy would have been at the heart of it. It would have been a combination of Rhaegar talking about the prince that was promised prophecy, which we know he was talking to Elia about, as well as Rhaegar having specific dreams about Lyanna, as when they went to the, at the tourney at Harrenhal when they found each other. But we've already talked about that in Lyanna's stream and in part 1. So that's just to say the Prince Aegon's prophecy runs through all of this, and we should expect Jon and Dany to be talking about it too before it's all done. We're about to cross 5 hours. Oh, that's proper. See, I told you I couldn't do this all yesterday. This is the night for it. Where is the text for this? Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, so hang on a second. This one is supposed to have 3 different legends, and for some reason, the text is not here. But let's make it. So this is not ice spiders. This is Night Fort Legends. And the first 3 were, let's see. What are the second 3? Hang on. I'll just pull up my outline. One moment, guys. I'm allowed to have one mistake. All these slides were perfect, all right? They were all perfect. I don't know how this one happened. So, the first 3 Night Fort legends. The Rat Cook, Thing in the Night, and Dany Flint. Okay, so boom. There we are. Didn't see nothing. Okay, so the Rat Cook. Basically what I'm going to try to do is decode these. These legends are all symbolism. That's what they are. 79 Sentinels was symbolism. We discussed that. Those people aren't going to wake up and do anything. They're just there. Okay? They're symbolism. So the Rat Cook, he has guests over and he cooks the children of his guest in a pie, but that wasn't why he was turned into a rat. He was turned into a rat because he broke guest right. So it's like, yeah, you can cook your enemies into a pie, but you have to follow guest right. So Rat Cook is turned into a giant rat with big red eyes, and he's consumed to eat his children. So this is Weirwood talk. Weirwood's obviously white with red eyes, and they eat their children in the sense that, like, the descendants of green seers who are in that tree, their descendants also go into the trees and get consumed by them. And some of them might even be sacrificed to the trees. So that's the rat cook eating his children. It's basically the weirwood eating generations of people. And the guest right thing goes back to Azor Ahai, like he's violating guest right by breaking into the weirwood. This doesn't sound like Ratatouille. The Thing in the Night. I don't even remember that story. Let me look that up on my phone. I was planning on actually doing that for these because the details, they all get mixed up. Let's see. Night Fort. Oh, now TikTok wants to give me notifications. I'm not opening your stupid app. I have a TikTok, but I'm not using it yet. All right. So the rat cook was served an Andal king, his own prince. Let's see. Yeah, where's the thing that came in the night? The apprentice boy. So the thing that came in the night, that's the one that's followed by the apprentice boy. So that's kind of like the Wild Hunt, where the apprentice boys are enslaved and then they have to follow in this procession. It's very like the Wild Hunt. So it's kind of just implying that stuff is going on here. It would essentially be the Night's King enslaving. So the apprentice boys, remember the boys at the watch, they're green boys. So these are green boys that are being enslaved into the Wild Hunt. So that could refer to like Cold Hand stuff or Night King stuff. And then Danny Flint is a horrible story. A young woman who tried to join the Night's Watch and was raped and murdered. And I've never been able to figure out what that's about. The raped and murdered part is what I don't understand. Because it's like, well, Arya joins the Watch. She has a flint grandmother. Daenerys, like, flint is a stone that sparks fire. So Danny Flint, you could think of Daenerys. But it's pretty obvious that she's not going to join the Night's Watch and get raped and murdered. Like that's, and I don't even know what the symbolism of that would be. Now, of course, I do think Dany will have like a sacrificial death in the North, but I have a hard time seeing how that is equivalent to being raped and murdered. So I don't have an answer really for Danny Flint. I'm not sure. If anyone has a guess about that one, I will listen. It's about destiny, Dave. Men are pigs. Yeah, there's that. I mean, yeah, on a story level, it's like, yeah, women don't join the Watch. It happens in our world. It's just horrible. No symbolism. It could be. Yeah, maybe Danny Flint is a Nissa Nissa thing, but yeah. Hard to say. I'm looking at the chat here, just seeing if there's any ideas. It might just be a horrible story. But all these other ones are symbolic, so hard to say. Yeah, it could have something to do with Night's Queen. Yeah. So next slide. We've got Simeon, Star Eyes, Mad Axe, and Arson Ice Axe. So Danny Flint is from the Barrow Kings line. She'd probably be from House Flint. So Simeon Star Eyes is a really interesting one. He replaces his blind eyes with blue star sapphires, just like Aemond One Eye does. And he has a spear with blades at both ends that he spins so he can chop two people at once. And he goes up to the wall to see the Hellhounds fight. That's what we know. So, first of all, Simeon is the name of one of the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 sons of Isaac, that became, or Jacob rather, that became the tribes. So, is it Isaac or Jacob? I'm embarrassed. Jacob, right? Jacob has the children that become the 12 tribes. What's the connection between flint and fate? Does flint mean fate? In any case, the 12 tribes is, yeah, I know Isaac is Jacob's son. No. Okay, well, Jacob gets renamed Israel. Right. So the 12 tribes are Jacob and his brothers, right? Okay, so the point is the 12 tribes of Israel probably in Ice and Fire would correlate to the last hero's dozen. Because remember, Garth and his 12 children are likened to the last hero and his 12 group. So, kind of makes sense as far as like implying the last hero's 12, likening them to these 12 tribes, these 12 brothers. So, Simeon is the name of one of the tribes. So, that's just potentially a clue that he's a holy warrior, that he is one of the last heroes group. He's at the wall, which makes sense. He's watching the Hellhounds fight, and the Hellhounds fighting is just the Starks versus the others, essentially. And the last thing is that the star eyes, he's got blue eyes. So he's got essentially ice magic in his eyes. But he's one of the last heroes group. Well, Simeon Star Eyes, probably Simeon Stark, and probably someone wielding ice magic. Simple as that. He could be like Cold Hands, or he could be an ice magic wielder, straight up. But once we've opened this door that other people can use ice magic, we have to consider that Simeon Star Eyes literally might have been an ice magic user and not an other. So that's what I think, is that he was an ice magic user and a member of the last heroes group. Now there's also astronomy symbolism with him and that spear, because he becomes like a tree or like the cosmic axis with his spear whirling around him like the stars, or like the two moons if you prefer. Okay. And with his star eyes, that could be like the blue version of Weirwood eyes. So there's a little bit of cosmic axis going on. Really, I guess the star eyes, no, forget the Weirwood thing. That would just be the North Star, right? Because the North Star in Ice and Fire is a blue star, the eye of the rider of the ice dragon. So Simeon Star Eyes, his whirling pole, those are like the moons whirling around the planet. And at the top of the cosmic axis is the North Star, and that's where his eyes are. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Simeon as in ape-like, as in Sun Wukong, who had the spear. That's interesting. And, of course, Sun Wukong symbolism is being used for Tyrion. That's interesting. Interesting idea. Okay, we got it. We got it, person who's repeating this. All right. So, yeah. That's Simeon Star Eyes. He is probably an ice magic user on... Yeah, we got it, Erica guy. We got it. Okay, so then Mad Axe. Mad Axe, he walks the halls, dripping his axe, dripping blood. What's the rest of his story? He walked the yards and climbed the towers to butcher his brothers in the dark. He took his boots off and prowled the halls of the night fort silently at night and murdered his brothers. The only sound he made came from the blood dripping from his axe, his elbows, and his wet beard. So he's got a blood beard. So this is a reference to the Bloodbeard mythology. And it's also weirwood stuff because he's got the bloody hands. Took his boots off, so he's got the bare feet. And he's murdering members of the Night's Watch. So he sounds like Night's King enslaving, is like sacrificing those other green men at the Night Fort to make the others, essentially. Dripping blood to feed the weirwood, exactly, which is no doubt part of this. Yeah. So Simeon means animals that know. That's interesting. That's interesting. So then we have arson ice axe. This is easier. I decoded this a long time ago. Arson ice axe. So arson is when you set a fire, and ice is ice. So it's like fire ice axe. So the axe is a weapon of ice and fire, and it's stuck in the ice of the wall. It's pretty straightforward. So there is something in the wall that is like a weapon. Not sure what it is. Could be referring to Jon Snow himself. Probably that's the answer, because his body is going to be stored in the ice cells, and he is going to be an ice and fire warrior. Remember, armored in black ice, sword burning red. So arson ice axe, he was tunneling through the wall, and they snuck up on him from behind and sealed him up, so he's just stuck in there. And Jon is the dragon locked in ice. That's his whole symbol, is as a dragon thing frozen in ice. A dragon person hidden at Winterfell. That's his whole symbolism. So arson ice axe, that's basically Jon. Oh, Jon, who is Rhaegar's son. Rhaegar's son. Rhaegar's son, ice axe. Ah, that's a new one too. That's a new one. Rhaegar's son, ice axe. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. What do y'all think of that? Boom. Boom goes the dynamite. RLJ confirmed. Confirmed. All right, moving right along. Let's get to the important stuff. The Black Gate. It talks, guys. It talks. What the hell? That's the first thing. It's one of the weirdest things around. Why does it talk? And it's not a carved face and doesn't bleed. It's just a talking weirwood face. It's blind, but it's not bleeding, and it doesn't appear to be carved. Bran says it looks as if someone grew old for 1,000 years but never died. Which, by the way, is exactly the description of the Grey King, who's a green seer. We don't have time to talk about that today, but hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about there. So it could be that the Black Gate is a person, a green seer, who got turned into a talking weirwood face, who's also a door. That could be. Could be the last hero. I think we found a clue for that the other day. But yeah, it's a talking weirwood face. Now, the Night Fort proves that the weirwoods are like fungal organisms, because we see that 50, 80 feet, 100 feet down, we have this big weirwood face and all the roots and stuff. And then all the way up top, you see the tree popping up. So the artwork here, Ivson Wild on the upper tree, and then it's Frej Ageli on the Black Gate face below. So we already talked about are there Black Gate faces below the other weirwoods? Quite possibly. Or maybe this is unique. We don't know which. But these are like fungal organisms, the weirwoods. More of them is underground. The top things are like mushroom caps. George even colored them like Amanitas mushrooms. And then he's got them growing out of Bloodraven's face to show you that these are mushroom-like things. The weirwood paste is psychedelic, etc. So it's all right there. We've talked about all this. But the Night Fort is the proof. And Bloodraven's cave also has a similar thing where we see you go deep, 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 deep down, and the roots are just thicker and thicker. So this might be a baby gate. It might be where the baby snows are given, Night's Queen's baby snows. And we talked about how there was a castle called Queen's Gate that got renamed Snowgate. And maybe that is a clue that baby snows of the Night's Queen are given through a gate, like the Black Gate. Hard to say. If this is all happening before the wall, then it's not so much that this tunnel is needed to go under the wall. There may be other magical properties from it. Or it could be that this is where the babies are born from, even. Something weird like that. Because Night's Queen, she might not, I don't even know if she's a physical woman. She might only exist in the Weirwood Net. And it could be that her and Azor Ahai are having spirit sex in the Weirwood Net, and the others are popping out of the Weirwoods. So this could be a baby gate in a couple ways. A couple different ways. But it is the Black Gate, and it proves also the timeline of the Night Fort. This is clearly something that was not planted here. This is something that's huge, that's growing here. So probably the Night Fort was built around this place. I'll also point out that, remember we talked about at White Tree, there's a burned baby skeleton in the Weirwood mouth, right? Well, Bran is a child being given to the Weirwoods. And so here is a Weirwood mouth, and Bran is being given to it. So it's kind of a similar thing. And of course, Bran is giving himself to the old gods. He's becoming a green seer. He's giving up whatever other future he might have had. So yeah, he is being fed to the Weirwood. So we see that can mean a few different things. Craster gives his sons to the wood, and that means they're becoming others. Bran's becoming a green seer, and he's fed to the Weirwood too. All right, so let's talk about this Green Man watch that I've been mentioning here and there. Just need, one more breath of fresh air, and then I could tell you. This is the theory that I've come up with in the last couple of years I'm probably the most excited about. Because I had the green zombie thing forever. But it's just a matter of the idea that the last hero's companions are resurrected. But from who? Where? Who are those people? Okay, so the Black Gate has an older oath that it accepts. We see Sam give a stripped down version of the Night's Watch oath, and it's just the first 6 lines about being a watcher on the walls and a light in the darkness and live and dying at your post. It doesn't have marrying people and fathering no children and all that stuff. It's just the strict promise of defending the realms of men. So it kind of shows you that some of that other stuff was added later. But it also shows you that this Black Gate is very old because it is looking for an older version of the oath. Okay? Cold Hands is the one that showed Sam how to open the door. So Cold Hands is reciting the older version of the oath. Cold Hands, by the way, speaks the old tongue, which is an indication that he is very, very old. So again, I mentioned 13th Man. This is Pale Collector, the artwork. Pale Collector by Veli Nystrom is not an Ice and Fire artwork, but this is how I imagine green men in the north to look. Something like this. It's obviously kind of druid looking, but. So, I mentioned earlier, Night's King, 13th man to lead the watch. So if he's at the time of the Long Night, it implies the watch existed before the Long Night. Who were they? Well, watching the Watchers. The Watchers are the Weirwoods. They are called Watchers. So are the others, by the way. But we also see that a Green Man watch is placed over the Weirwoods on the Isle of Faces. So we've got this idea that green men watch over weirwoods. And there's like an order of them, a sacred order of green men formed by a pact that watches over weirwoods. So, hang on. The Night Fort weirwood. There could be other talking faces, but there might not be. That might be a unique thing. It is said to be the first castle on the wall. And it's probably older than the wall, but one would assume it is the oldest castle. So, it probably is a significant thing. It's the biggest and oldest castle. It's got this weirwood face. It's where knights, king, and queen created the others. It's a very significant place. So, is it possible there was more than one green man watch? Not just on the Isle of Faces, but also here, around this very significant and unique weirwood organism. This could be the watch that Night's King took command of and then murdered to create the others. And that's indeed the story that I believe that we're being told. So again, we talked about the green boys, how the Night's Watch are implied as green boys that are resurrected. So it's like, oh, well, the oldest castle on the wall is the Night Fort. So the origins of the watch are at the Night Fort, where green boys become, sacrificed for various reasons. And the whole Weirwalkers theory, which I'm not going to get into fully because it's a whole thing, and I did a White Walker Iceberg, but suffice it to say, the evidence is very heavy that the White Walkers do come from the white trees, the weirwoods. They are Weirwalkers, that they walked right out of the white trees. When they say a shadow emerged from the dark of the wood, that's like the id of the weirwoods. That's where they come from. So, is it a coincidence that at the Night Fort, where we have Knights, King, and Queen creating others, we also have this weirwood organism that's potentially unique? No. Those things have got to be connected. The creation of the others should involve weirwoods and weirwood magic. So you can see how this all could fit together. There's a green man watch at the Night Fort. Azor Ahai comes along, takes control of it, corrupts it, does blood magic, forces his way into the weirwood net. It creates the others here. And this is how the White Walkers are walking out of the weirwood, because Night's Queen is here doing weirwood magic and creating the others. Now, continuing on the same train of thought is ice spiders. That's right, it's ice spiders time, everyone. This is by Mark Simonetti, and as you can see, the spiders and the frozen trees look very similar. The ones in the background, it's hard to tell where the trees end and the spiders begin. And as we've talked about many times, trees that get frozen and snowed down, their limbs bow down and touch the ground, and they end up looking like hunched over frozen spiders. So since we know the White Walkers come from the weirwoods, and we've seen all this symbolism about frozen weirwoods and dead weirwoods being tied to the others, when it says the others ride down on the winds of winter with their ice spiders, spiders fly, of course. And green seeing is compared to flying. And since frozen trees look like frozen spiders, the ice spider is a great metaphor to express the idea that the others ride down on the winds that come from their weirwoods. They are powered by the weirwoods. They use the weirwoods to invade Westeros. So, yeah, riding the winds of winter, that's the same thing as that green seer wind. It's just their version of it. And so, yes, like I said, a frozen tree. If you just look up pictures of frozen trees, they literally look like spiders, frozen spiders, giant ones. And so, yeah, if they're green seers, then they ride the trees just like Bran and Bloodraven ride the trees like horses. and use them like ships that they sail in. It's just another version of that metaphor. And then there's also the I spy doors wordplay. The weirwoods are like doors, and they have eyes. And if the others are connected to the weirwoods, they might be able to spy out of those eyes. And that makes the weirwoods I spy doors. And that's what we see in the Eyrie, a symbolic ice temple. We have a weirwood moon door. And when Catelyn opens it as a threat to push Tyrion out if he loses the fight, the first thing we see are cold, uncaring stars glaring down or something like that. So it's like, oh, what's behind the I spy door? The eyes of the others watching. And it's a door of death as well. So, yeah. I spy doors, ice spiders. It's all about the others using frozen weirwoods. So how do they use frozen? How do they invade Westeros? Riding frozen weirwoods. And by the way, the spiders might be real too. There might actually be spiders. But how do the others ride weirwood trees to invade Westeros? Well, I'll tell you. Because we're at the climax of the presentation, which is why godswoods. So let me just take this rip and I'll finish it off. Alrighty. Whew. Well, my face is super red. That's because I was coughing. We need a cough emoji for sure. Well, yeah, I have a Garth the Green emoji. Oh, thanks, Gabe the Griffin. Yeah, it's also a Sleipnir joke. Sleipnir is an 8-legged horse that Odin uses to ride the spirit realms. The ice spiders have 8 legs, and they are a metaphor for weirwoods, which are used for astral travel. And as I have explained, Sleipnir and Yggdrasil are related symbols. They are both horses. Yggdrasil means Odin's horse, and he rides the horse because he's hung on it. So it's a gallows horse, and because he uses it for spirit travel. So Odin has 2 different versions of the same shamanic metaphor of the spirit horse. One is Sleipnir, and one is Yggdrasil. So the ice spiders symbolize both. They have 8 legs like Sleipnir, and they are a symbol of a frozen weirwood tree, which is a reference to Yggdrasil. So thanks for mentioning Sleipnir. Oh, we got a hung chat. Not anymore. Thank you. The chat has been hanged. That's right. People are hung on trees, but the chat is hanged. See, hanged is stupid. It sounds dumb. It always sounds dumb. Screw you, Stannis. We will hung those tapestries. The tapestries are hung like a horse. The Targaryen tapestries are. They're hung like a dragon. If you look close at those murals, are not tapestries, they're actually murals. That dragon is slithering all in and out in between everyone and all the naughty places. There is some dragon fornication going on in those murals. Thank you very much, Crystal Moon. And that reminds me, I should Check on the PayPals. Who puts the PayPal lotion in the basket? Okay, we're caught up. So, why godswoods? Well, the Weir Walkers, the White Walkers, they come from the Weirwoods. What does that mean? What does that mean? Do they literally come from the Weirwoods? So, we figured out that the White Walkers can basically teleport, meaning their name is ironic. They don't have to walk, actually. And when they do walk, they don't break the snow. They don't break the surface of the snow. So the White Walkers, much like the Shadow Babies of Melisandre, they are partially substantial and partially insubstantial. The Shadow Baby is like smoke. Okay, goes right through the bars, no problem. But when it wants, it can make a sword that cuts. Now, the White Walkers are the same. Tormund describes them as a mist and shadows with teeth. Can your sword cut cold? And they don't break the snow. So all these things imply that they can basically turn into mist or just materialize out of the mist. Their physical bodies are not permanent. They are like elves. They're like she, just like George says. So they partially live in the unseen world, which is called the other world with the she Irish folklore. So the White Walkers, if they can materialize and dematerialize at will, and they come from the Weirwoods and are still connected to the Weirwoods, it occurred to me, what if they can pop out of the Weirwoods? And there's a scene that seems to be depicting just that. When Varamir Sixskins and Thistle are fighting over Thistle's body, the army of the dead walks by, and everything's getting colder, and it says fingers of frost crept out towards one another, on the surface of the Weirwood. And the Weirwood itself is a pale shadow armored in ice. The others being pale shadows that wear ice armor. So it's like these icy hands are reaching out of the Weirwood. And I was like, wow, it really sounds like they're just like literally crawling out of the tree. And it's like, wait, can they actually do that? Can they come out of the Weirwood trees? Are they locked inside the Weirwood trees, and can they escape? And so then you start thinking about the Godswood and Ned Stark. Ned's called the Warden of the North. And he is like a prison warden. He's executing fools left and right. He's keeping the Night's Watch on the wall. And he's in the Godswood. What does he do? With his big black sword that kills others. Like, look at him standing there. He's like, where's a White Walker? Let me catch one. Let me catch a SOB. I got my sword ready. Okay? And then you look at, warden, prison warden. Exactly. And that warden symbolism extends to the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch walk atop a giant wall exactly like prison wardens, looking down on the wildlings, whom they keep penned up behind the wall. So they are like prison guards, both the Starks and the Night's Watch. And the Night's Watch are keeping the others penned up north of the wall too. And we know they're going to get out. They're going to make a break. So this warden stuff is real. The idea of the Night's Watch and the Starks, they are keeping the others at bay. And so we get back to this idea, there's always got to be a Stark in Winterfell. What does the Stark in Winterfell do with his big dragon sword, which used to be Dawn? He offers blood sacrifice to the Weirwood. So the question is, what do people get? Raiden wins that's the teleporting. So let me go to the second slide here. In return, what do you get in return? Oh, I'm sorry. Eric Velhagen is the artist. And this one is Sam Hogg. What do you get in return? Anytime you offer blood, like that's blood magic. You kill someone to work powerful magic. So here we have all these sacrifices. And you can see the blood dripping off the sword into the pond. And Bran Stark, the Greenseer, tastes the blood of the people sacrificed in this pond. So we know this blood literally feeds the trees, which are oozing blood. So what's going on here? This is the question I was turning over last night. What do the people, all these Northmen who offer all this blood to the trees, what do they get in return? Well, there's a couple ideas. They might, if these weirwood trees are prisons, and remember the weirs, the fishing weirs are prisons for fish. They are traps for fish. And Azor Ahai trapped in the weirwood net, just like Lucifer trapped in the frozen lake, right? There's a lot of trapping and prison stuff going on with the weirwoods. So when they're offering blood to the weirwoods, all these Northmen and the Stark and Winterfell, one of the things they could be doing is strengthening the wards. And of course, George is a huge fan of Robert Jordan. Thank you, Robert Jordan. And in his story, the Dark One is sealed up in a prison, and they talk about the seals to the Dark One's prison breaking. Wheel of Time is what we're talking about. And these seals to the Dark One's prison are weakening and breaking and stuff like that. So I think the weirwoods are basically part of the seals here that are keeping the others at bay. And offering the blood to the weirwoods could very well be strengthening those bonds. Because again, magical wards is a big part of resisting the others. Bloodraven's Cave is warded. The wall itself has a shadow ban, a ward that no shadow can pass. And the fact that it's at Storm's End is so important, because Storm's End isn't Winterfell. It's way far away, but it's an old castle of the first men. So what did they do? They built it around a godswood and some caves, and they put magical wards on it so that no shadows can pass. So we have to assume all the oldest first men castles are the same, that they are all shadow banned. That doesn't come from nowhere. So these shadows, these bands, this could be a thing where they are strengthened by all this blood magic. Now, slightly different, darker version of this idea is that they are feeding the others, and that this is part of some pact with the others, as well as giving them children north of the wall. All these Northmen are feeding the weirwoods with blood as they're giving strength to the others, actually. I favor their strengthening the wards idea, but it could make sense. Just because Bran can taste the blood doesn't mean the others can't too, I guess is what I'm saying. Pretty much every castle, yeah, we can assume they're going to have weirwoods in their godswoods. So, yeah, what are they getting in return? That is a huge question, because they're feeding a lot of blood to these weirwoods. And now that the Starks are gone, you know, there's a snowstorm happening. So is that the beginning of these cold spirits being able to come out of the Winterfell godswood? So this is what I'm saying, like, not only are they strengthening the wards, these weirwood trees are like a double-edged sword. Like, yes, you get powers from them, but they're also tied to the others. So we've got to keep them under watch. That's why I said watching the watchers. So like if the blood wards aren't satisfied, if the blood isn't given, the bonds aren't strengthened, then eventually the others will be able to come out of these trees and invade Westeros. Now, we might need the wall to fall first. I do think that is true, because the wall is this giant barrier. It's even a psychic barrier with Jon and Ghost. So I don't know that the others can circumvent the wall by just teleporting out of the weirwood. I think the wall's got to fall first. But the fact that there's a snowstorm emanating from Winterfell, now that there's no Stark, shows you the trend that this is on. The godswood is freezing over. So we might get to a point where, yeah, these wards are broken And now the others can literally just start pouring out of the weirwood in the Winterfell godswood, which would be a sick way for Winterfell to fall, if you ask me. So the wall obviously is going to fall. We talked in the White Walker theory iceberg about how. I'm banking on more moon meteors, obviously. I think the others also need Jon's body. I'm not sure how all that's related, but they definitely need his body to lead the invasion. They need the long night to fall, and they need Jon's body. That's what they need. So we'll see what's going on with these wards here, and if there's something that happens in the Winterfell godswood. But essentially, these godswoods, like, why are the castles built around these trees? That's the question. Why did the first men build? So there's a couple reasons. One, it could be that in order to create a Shadowban ward, you need weirwood magic. So you can really only make them around weirwood trees. Remember, once Stannis and Melisandre took Storm's End, Melisandre ripped up the weirwood tree and burned it. And she also wanted to rip up the heart tree at Winterfell. So that could be a thing where, like, she thinks the shadow wards are anchored to the weirwoods. So that could be a reason why they're built around the trees. And then the continued feeding of the blood to the tree maintains the ward, the ban. That's all makes kind of sense, right? But I think it's more twisted than that. I think that basically these are all prison guards. The first men built castles around the weirwoods, I think, because they are part of the prison that keeps the others penned up. And if they do not offer blood to these trees over time, it weakens the bonds. Something more like that. And once the wall falls, you might have White Walk. The invasion of Westeros might not be in a line that sweeps down. Because remember, the whole kingdoms of men and armies are wiped out. It could be that the others are going to start popping out of godswoods all over the place, all over Westeros. Because remember, once the sun is blocked, the temperature is going to fall everywhere. And it's going to get dark everywhere. So it's not like a storm has to sweep down from the north to hide the sun. The sun will be hidden by moon meteor smoke, friends. Moon meteor smoke. It's like the color of my shirt, like the color of gray wind. Gray wind is moon meteor smoke. Literally, that's what he is. He is smoke dark, just like the Valyrian steel is smoke dark, because the Valyrian steel swords are symbols of meteors, so they're the color of smoke. And gray wind is a hellhound, the color of smoke with burning eyes. It's all the same symbol. The meteor smoke is coming, folks. Like a gray wind. And so the temperature will drop everywhere. It'll be dark everywhere. So then the others, theoretically, at that point, can start popping out of weirwoods anywhere and killing people. And I think that's what's going to happen. Because wouldn't that be more exciting? It's like we've been waiting for the invasion of the others for 30 years or whatever it is. Are they really just going to white walk their way down slowly like they did on the TV show? The army of the dead does have to walk, but the White Walkers, I don't think they need to do that. So that would be a very upsetting and frightening way to have the White Walker invasion just be way gnarlier than we ever thought. And I hope George does it, and I hope I'm right. I'm not convinced that they can pop out of the weirwoods, but I kind of think maybe they can. So yeah, the purposes of the godswoods, it's definitely having to do with offering blood to the weirwood. So it's either for the purpose of maintaining wards, or a pact with the others, or some combination of that, I would guess. They could also be, I guess, essentially keeping the weirwood net alive but there's not really any clues that the weirwood net is declining. Like, Bran can taste the blood, so we know that blood is like going into the weirwood net. But the blood sacrifice to the trees has really, really cut down. So it's kind of like we should see the weirwood net be weak, if so. But what we're heading towards, like, magic has become weaker, and the long night is heading towards us. So, yeah, I think maybe the others are gaining strength as the blood sacrifice is lessening. That's what it appears to me. So I did talk about who built the wall. You know, Edric Snowbeard Stark built the walls of Winterfell, and I think that's a symbolic parallel for for basically Eldric's Shadow Chaser, the last hero, having built the wall, or maybe his son Bran the Builder, if that's how that goes. So I really don't think the others built the wall. That to me doesn't make any sense, that the others built the wall. I just can't. It doesn't fit with the story to me. Like, what's the motivation? The only reason people think that is because they're the only ones we see using ice magic. But Night's Queen implies other people can use it. And like I said, magic doesn't belong to anyone in this story. So anyone should be able to use ice magic. So there you go. Any chance Euron takes a dragon and breaks the wall? No. But there's a chance Euron will call the comet that will break the wall and then take a dragon up north. So, kinda. Gabe Greyfeather, Gabe of Old Town, and Gabe Greenaway. And the last thing I'll say about this, or just about the North, is like, how will the characters' stories end? So, I do think Arya will do something like the show, where she will sail west there, because, like, I mean, that's a Nymeria thing to do. So I think that's the meaning of her wolf being named Nymeria. Possible she'll end up in her wolf running around with the wolf pack, but I think that's probably how Rickon will end, is in his wolf running around. Jon, I believe, will be the one who leads the others back into the weirwood net. Bran is taking the download. I believe Sansa will have her powers awakened by Bran, and that she will be skin-changing birds, ravens. I think her bird symbolism all points to that. So I think she will have a role with sort of reuniting the Stark clan at Winterfell. She's just not going to be doing catty bitch stuff like on the TV show. God, that was terrible. So yeah, the thing I want to mention is Jon. So I have a live stream called We Should Start Back, and it is sort of a backwards and forwards reading of the prologue of A Game of Thrones, which seems to be a chapter written with a mirror-like action where it gets to the middle and then it repeats the same pattern on the way out. So it's like a flipped mirror with a central point of symmetry. And that means you can read it forwards and backwards. And we did that on a live stream. And I think it gave us the end of the story, which it looks a lot like Jon as Waymar kissing Dany goodbye, laying down in the snow, being resurrected, and then fighting with the others, winning the fight, and dispersing them back into the trees. That is essentially what happens when you read it backwards. So, it kind of makes sense to me also that Jon would do this, because he is foreshadowed as a Night King figure. He is going to be whited by the others and then freed from bondage, but that's going to leave him like with a cold body and magic fire inside. He's going to be all messed up. So kind of like Frodo can't live in the realm of men anymore. Jon will end his life in the North. Maybe he'll be the new Cold Hands. That used to be what I predicted for Jon. But really it's about, I think he's going to lead the White Walkers back home. And so to go back to the Crypts of Winter, the crypts of Winterfell. The kings of winter kind of look like the others also. Like it's this army of, like I said the others are associated with dead weirwood, and dead weirwood turns to stone. And so we got this stone army, these kings of winter. Well, it's like Night King is king of winter. He's the one that uses winter as a weapon. So it's kind of implying like the Stark role as king of winter is to lead the others. And that's why the Starks act like the others sometimes. But when they lead the others, it's not like, oh, they're going to lead the others to invade Westeros. Jon may do that for a minute when his body is stolen. But at the very end of the story, I believe that Jon will become king of the others and lead them back into the weirwood net that Bran vacates. So I'm not sure how he does that exactly. It may probably be Jon and Dany doing that. Because remember, Dany is foreshadowed to free the whites from bondage. So if Jon's leading the spirits of the others back into the weirwood net, this all sounds like the same action. So that's what I got for you on Stark-berg Part 2. We've got 7 minutes left for open questions, and then I'm out of here with a 6-hour live stream plus the 2 I did yesterday. So that's 8 hours of Stark-berg. Are you not entertained? So this is why I needed a bird vacation, man. They'd be going crazy right now. Crazy. Oh, yeah. This just occurred to me. So the Wolf's Den is a prison. It's a weirwood prison. It was built by Jon Stark. So it's his prison. And then Brandon Ice Eyes is the one who comes down like an other and retakes Jon's prison. So yeah, that might be more talking about Jon leading the others back to their home, essentially. It kind of makes sense. The weirwood prison, that's their home. The Wolf's Den. And remember, I said the others are definitely like wolves, just like the Starks. That rocks. We got a bunch of new stuff today, man. We got a bunch of new stuff today. And yeah, I'm the hardest worker on YouTube. There's nobody else doing this. Come on now. I don't toot my own horn too much, but I do appreciate you guys tooting it for me. Because I'm doing my own thing here, man. I really am. Really am. Just breaking down the story like I see it. You guys know I have the utmost respect for George. I see this as an alchemical masterwork. And we're just trying to unpeel it as many ways as possible. Still enjoy the regular story as well. Yeah. Let's see. The Wolf's Den is all in a Dance with Dragons. The jailer, whose name is Garth, by the way, so it's a Garth prison, tells the story of Brandon Ice Eyes in the Wolf's Den. It's very exciting. I'm pretty sure I did a chapter reread on that one. Do I think Jon will Nissa Dany? No. The only scenario in which I could see that would be like Dany is ice frozen or enchanted and the sword stabbing freezer from that enchantment. But no, the whole point of the Nissa Azor Ahai story is that Azor Ahai is a bad guy and that he broke the moon by committing blood magic to gain magic power, which is the opposite of the heroic ideal of the story, which would be self-sacrifice. So, no, I strongly would be against repeating. Like, we need to... That's how we got here. That's the original sin, is the invasion of the weirwood net, which came with the murder of Nissa. So we need to undo the harm from that, not repeat that. We need like an inverse, like, yeah. So, you're welcome, Cheryl. Thank you. There's a couple more minutes before the 6-hour mark. I'm going to tap it out right at 6. Yeah, Danny having to take out John would almost make more sense because we know John's going to be so enchanted and maybe that's how he's freed from enchantment, or maybe that's how he goes into leads the others at the end. Sword stabbing can be a transformation thing too if it's a magic sword. But yeah, Dave and Dan learned the wrong lesson from Azor Ahai, I sometimes say. Oh yeah. Lighting Fund is doing well. Thanks for all the donations, guys. Appreciate that. They looked at the Davos quote and went, yup. Yeah, Davos is like, oh man, I could never stab my wife. I must not be the stuff of heroes. And David Dam were like, we're heroes. God. Yes, violence against women, very clearly something George is speaking against in the story. As well as the way that war chews up the lives of young men. He spends equal time on those things. So don't come at me with the reverse shit or whatever, that fucking man's rights stuff. Like, nah, war takes a cost on everybody. And George spends a lot of time writing about that. So, woo. So everybody hit like. Make sure you're subscribed. TV Davos is hot. Liam Cunningham, absolutely. For an old dude, he's pretty hot. And yeah, that's about it. I will see you guys with Moat Kalen video next. That'll be the next thing you see from me. I'm going to try to get it Thursday morning, Friday morning if not. But that's what I'll be doing. So thanks, guys. It's been a fun stream. And I guess I'll put it right at 6. That'll be better. We took a vote last time. Supposed to let it roll over and then tap out. But yeah, I had a lot more energy than I did on Sunday. That's why I only did 2 hours on Sunday. I was a little tired. I rested up and then I got enthusiastic about some of this extra stuff I pumped into it. So I had the zest today, thankfully. I'm glad y'all watched the whole time. It's always fun for me to entertain you guys from my living room. 400 people watching my show. It's something I could say at parties that makes me sound cool. I have a TV show on YouTube and people watch me talk about symbolism. Yeah, it's pretty, you guys know how it is. It's dorky, but it's fun. It's fulfilling. And sometimes we learn something. So there you go. Ugh. And thanks again to all the PayPals. Yes, we will have new lighting very soon. Definitely going to do some fun stuff with all this surface area back here. We've left it a little more sparse so that we can do some things like that. It's not quite so busy. And yes, the chat has been epic all day. Thank you guys. Totally. I'm going to have to watch this one back, man. Some of the new ideas that came popping out. So thanks for your help with that. And there we are at 6 hours. So cheers. And I'll see you with the Mo Kalen very soon.